iCarly, a Nickelodeon sitcom that aired for 6 seasons from the years 2007 to 2012. I'm sure you've all seen the video length, so I'll try to keep this intro as brief as possible. Like Victorious, I didn't watch iCarly as it aired. For starters, I was too young to fully process the show, and later on, sitcoms just weren't my thing. It wasn't until 2015 that I finally decided to check out both iCarly and Victorious because at the time, I was intrigued by Ariana Grande's acting career and thought, why not? If you've seen my Victorious video, you probably know this already, so I apologize if that sounds repetitive. However, there's a big difference between the two shows for me. While I've rewatched Victorious in its entirety multiple times, I've only watched iCarly once, back in 2015, and never felt the need to revisit it. I'm still exactly trying to pinpoint why, but I think it comes down to a combination of factors. Victorious is much shorter than iCarly. Victorious has close to 50 episodes that span over 4 seasons, and iCarly has close to 100 in the span of 6, so basically double its length, making Victorious a much easier show to consume. Also, in regard to Victorious, many of the show's episodes are entirely in an episodic format, and if you don't know what I mean by that, I essentially mean that each episode's plot is so self-contained, bizarre, and silly that the story resets to a default state at the start of the next episode. This makes it easy to jump into any episode at any time without feeling like you've missed anything. While I critiqued this format in my Victorious video, as I prefer stories with arcs and depth, even in sitcoms, I can't dismiss the upside. The episodic nature of Victorious makes it incredibly accessible and rewatchable, which is probably why I know it so well. iCarly, on the other hand, has a stronger sense of continuity. For example, there's the SETI arc, which spans across several episodes. This continuity might explain why I enjoyed iCarly more than Victorious during my first watch, but never felt inclined to revisit it. The way I personally consume media usually means watching an entire show to fully appreciate it, and with iCarly's length, that feels like too big of a time investment. But now that I'm doing this YouTube thing and love ranking things, what better time is there to revisit iCarly in its entirety? Each episode of iCarly runs about 20 minutes, as expected for a sitcom. The story follows Carly, a teenage girl who lives with her quirky older brother Spencer and creates a web show with her 2 best friends, Sam and Freddie. Typically, episodes feature a segment from their web show paired with some wacky situation they find themselves in, whether it's tied to their newfound fame or just their everyday teenage lives. The concept is incredibly unique, and that's what makes the show so special. This is why I decided to rewatch the series in its entirety and rank each episode based on my personal enjoyment, sharing my reasons for each choice along the way. And if you enjoy this kind of content, feel free to subscribe. I strive to make videos like this as often as possible, and your support really helps more than you might realize. However, before I begin, I would like to reiterate a point I made in the Victorious video because I feel it's super relevant whenever discussing any piece of media from this era, and with Jennette McCurdy herself being in this show, I feel it's more imperative than ever. The information we've learned about what went on behind the scenes during production on shows like iCarly is beyond evil and disturbing. By making this video, I'm in no way endorsing or condoning any of that conduct, and my intentions here are simply to view iCarly solely as a piece of media, and that's it, focusing on just the content of the show, which despite its creator meant a great deal to its audience, providing laughter and comfort to so many. I know it's repetitive, but I think it's super important I make this clear. May these actors and all those affected by these injustices find healing and peace, and may the entertainment industry continue to work towards creating safer, more respectful environments for everyone involved. Anyway, this ranking won't include the iCarly revival series from 2021 to 2023 because I haven't seen it yet and don't feel like diving into it right now. Besides, it makes more sense to treat the revival as a separate show, even if it does pick up where the original left off in 2012. Including those episodes would also make this video much longer, so for my own sanity, I'm skipping them. That said, if enough people are interested, I might consider making a separate video on the revival in the future, but we'd have to see. Oh, and I'm also doubling down on one decision. I'm leaving out the I Party with Victorious crossover episode in this video as well, just like I did in the Victorious one. Why, you may ask? Well, for the same reasons as before really. Sam and Kat's existence makes it feel irrelevant, and from what I can remember, the plot is pretty surface level and just feels like an excuse to collide these worlds with no real substance. I see no reason to subject myself to such mid. I apologize if you really like that episode. Alright, I've rambled on long enough, let's get into this ranking. Oh boy, another one of these. At number 96 is I Bloop 2 Electric Bloopaloo. If you've seen my Victorious ranking, it's probably no surprise to you that this hot mess of an episode is in last place. I Bloop 2 is exactly what it sounds like, a second blooper reel to be shown on this show, but instead of making it iCarly themed like the first one, it's in the exact same format as the Victorious blooper episode, with Christopher Kane, a fictional character claiming to play the character Rex, interviewing the actors, and it's just as, if not more unfunny than that episode. Genuinely, the funniest thing about this episode is the title, and even that is pushing it a bit. I don't really need to get into how lazy a blooper episode is, it kind of speaks for itself, but this one takes the cake, because genuinely, how does Rex have any kind of relevance to these actors? It's just so strange. The running gag in the Victorious episode was that Kane would introduce cast members and then ask them questions, rudely cutting them off before they can even respond. Thankfully, they don't continue that horrible joke in this episode, but instead have him promote his salsa brand. It's not much better if we're being real. With Jerry Traynor, there's this whole bit where they argue about his ex-girlfriend, and with Noah, he has a strange obsession with him, similar to his obsession with Victoria, and then Miranda and Boogie just get disrespected. It's just not my humour at all, and my criticism for Blooptorious is still relevant here, where this episode inappropriately blurs the lines between fiction and reality, being mean-spirited towards the actors and not the characters that they play. The bloopers themselves were fine and fun to watch, I guess, but I still just don't get the appeal of an episode like this. At 95, we have I Peer Store, the episode with 4 different plot lines that all feel unfinished and don't do it any favours. No, seriously, for a season 6 episode, you know, the final season, this episode is incredibly disappointing. The episode opens with Spencer showing off his Snow Woman sculpture. Freddy comes in all giddy wearing a Peer Store shirt, saying he got a job there. Spencer shows that the nose of his sculpture lights up, but the head ends up catching on fire. The fire department extinguishes the fire and is absolutely fed up with Spencer at this point, and from now on will refuse to respond to his calls. Pretty unrealistic and just flat out illegal. I don't really get this conflict. At the Peer Store, Freddy is working his job and Carly, Gibby and Sam come to visit. Can I just say that I absolutely love Gibby? The whole moment where he bites his tongue was so random but funny. Carly comes over to Freddy, who's just dealt with a frustrating customer. She asks him to take a look at her laptop since it's got some issues, but when she sees a cute boy at the counter, she decides to go to him instead. Gibby comes over with an older model phone asking for a phone case, and the guy they go to is desperate for sales and so tries to convince Gibby as much as he can to get a case. Carly attempts to flirt with the guy, but he isn't getting any of the obvious hints that she throws at him. The second-hand embarrassment I got from this is unmatched, man. You'd actually have to pay me to watch through this whole bit again. The guy eventually understands what she means when she straight up invites him over to her apartment. At the apartment, she prepares for the two of them to watch the Doctor Who marathon that he mentioned at the Peer Store and goes downstairs to fetch some popcorn. When she goes back up to the studio, the guy loses all of his nerdiness and does this like cool guy act and forces himself on Carly, and it's just so uncomfortable to watch. Spencer ends up kicking his ass out of the apartment, probably my favourite moment from this episode. Not sure what to make of this subplot, but I really don't want to give it any more thought, so let's swiftly move on to the Gibby plot. The sales guy shows Gibby different phone cases and he finally finds one he likes. He doesn't have his wallet on him though, causing the guy to break down. That's pretty much all this plot has to offer. It's okay, I guess. The Spencer plot. Oh boy. Spencer tries making it up to the fire department so they don't ignore his calls next time. He brings brownies, which were of course burnt, but this isn't enough for them. The firemen say that if Spencer does voluntary work for 1 week at the department, they'll respond to his calls again. Spencer ends up causing a fire at the fire department, which they cannot put out because Spencer put the fire extinguishers outside after painting them. Spencer is on his own now for good. Not much I like about this subplot either, and Spencer still remaining on bad terms with the department is just kind of irritating to watch. Now the main plot, I guess, which someone described as another Freddy torture porn. I wouldn't go that far, but I can't say I disagree. Having Freddy get the short end of the stick all the time gets so tiring to watch, and this episode is no exception. Sam ends up selling a laptop without using any technical jargon that Freddy knows. She immediately gets hired because of this, and all the customers start seeing her as some kind of computer nerd or something, obviously annoying Freddy, and I don't blame him because I'd be livid too. Sam ends up getting promoted to supervisor too, essentially making her Freddy's boss. Freddy has enough and starts complaining, but ends up getting fired. Sam quits immediately after, making this whole plot completely unnecessary. Yeah, I don't think it'd be extreme to say that I dislike this episode. It's just not very fun to watch, and the humour doesn't really compensate for that. Also, there's no iCarly segment in this episode. I think it's justified to not have them in certain episodes where the plot is very heavy, but I really didn't understand its absence in this one. At number 94 is iBloop, which is the first blooper episode. While I prefer this one to iBloop 2, it's not great, and not sure why it even counts as an official episode. Miranda has a meeting with Jerry about how much he messes up on the show. They show his bloopers. Jerry argues that everyone messes up, and they start showing the other cast members' bloopers too. Miranda agrees with everyone messing up except for her, leading to Jerry grabbing the mouse and showing Miranda's bloopers as well. In the end, they do random dancing. It's designed to be a filler, so it makes sense why it isn't very engaging, but I have zero reason to ever watch this again. I guess it has some kind of narrative which makes me enjoy it a little bit more than the horrible iBloop 2, but other than that, there is nothing special here. Also, the fact that some of the bloopers are from episodes that hadn't even aired yet is super weird. Obviously, in retrospect, this isn't an issue, but if you ever want to watch the show chronologically like I did, you'll notice how jarring it is. I'm not too sure how this even happened. At 93 is I Do, which is the most filler and random episode I've ever seen, and it's just a weird addition to the show. The gang gets a video call from a guy from Wisconsin named Gordon Birch, who says that he and his girlfriend love iCarly, and it would be amazing if he could propose to her live on the show and sing his song. Carly thinks it's a good idea, and so on the actual show, they video call his girlfriend Jodie, and Gordon proposes to her. She says yes, but when Spencer comes in the room, she starts acting a little odd. Sam and Carly end up becoming Jodie's bridesmaids, and Freddy Gordon's best man. Gordon also gets super anxious when he's about to perform his song, so doesn't end up singing it on the show. The landing in Wisconsin joke,
in about 20 minutes we'll be landing in Wisconsin. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I know,
was pretty good. When they arrive, Freddy gets threatened by Gordon's brother Jeb, since he was supposed to be the best man. When Jodie is supposed to say I do, she doesn't, and admits she actually loves Spencer instead, causing chaos at the wedding. Spencer tries convincing Jodie that he's not worth loving, but she still isn't fully set on marrying Gordon. The gang convince Gordon to perform his song in front of everyone, and Jodie will see why she should marry him. He ends up getting nervous again, and eventually pees, so Carly performs the song on his behalf. This works, and the two end up getting married. In the B plot, Gibby finds a $5 bill hanging from a tree and is unable to reach it. Eventually, this old woman, Hazel, comes along, who gives Gibby a boost. He ends up grabbing the money, but Hazel tumbles down and falls unconscious. And that is literally all that happens in this episode. It's such a strange watch and totally not what I was expecting when I saw the title I Do, especially considering the streak of good episodes in season 4. Just a pretty mid addition to the show. At 92 is I To Fat Cakes, and like its title, this episode makes very little sense. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where they try to make Gibby fly, but whatever is holding him up snaps and he falls down. Before concluding the show, Freddy and Carly congratulate Sam for not getting into any legal trouble for 10 days, and Spencer, pretending to be the mayor of Seattle, gives Sam a bunch of gifts, including a VIP tour of the Canadian Fat Cake Factory, with Canadian fat cakes being illegal in the US but allegedly better. I was a little curious, and turns out fat cakes are actually just these things called snowballs in real life, and they don't look too bad, to be honest. I'm actually interested in trying one. Anyway, the gang gets ready to go to Canada, and Gibby is bringing a suitcase with him despite them only going for the day. He also thinks Canada is a state and not an entirely different country. Carly isn't going to the factory because she has a date, and so she hops into the bath, flipping through different channels on the TV. She sees an old sitcom where a lady gets her toe stuck in the faucet, and so Carly tries it herself. Her toe ends up getting stuck too. At the Canadian Fat Cake Factory, Sam is awestruck and cries after eating her first Canadian fat cake. With the tour, they do activities like filling up fat cakes themselves, but once they're done, Sam is unusually eager to illegally drive across the border. I love the mention of Sam's crush on Spencer again randomly. It was super unexpected. Gibby has brought some fat cakes with him, but Sam and Freddy tell him to get rid of them quickly. But then a dog starts sniffing Sam's coat. Turns out Sam herself was about to sneak across a ridiculous amount of fat cakes. After they get confiscated, everyone is allowed to cross the border, but Sam doesn't have any kind of ID on her. Gibby's plan is to smuggle her in his suitcase, but after a fan distracts them asking to take a picture with Gibby, the suitcases get switched with someone else and Sam ends up on a flight to Malaysia. This ending ultimately means that this episode was not canon at all, making it a pointless watch. Kind of lame that this was the finale to season 5, because this episode was just nonsensical and weird and not in a good way. The Carly plot doesn't get any better either, with her managing to grab her phone but dropping it in the water, Mrs. Benson coming in and calling for help, and Carly having her date while she's in the bathtub. It's all just a bit silly for me to care about. At 91 is I Beat the Heat. It's super hot and everyone is moaning about it. Spencer comes up the lift with a Norwegian air conditioner which is super powerful and relieves everyone. He attaches super tubes to it so he can air condition the whole house, and the gang seem to really enjoy it. Carly needs to crack on with her project, which is for that eco-friendly teacher from another episode. Freddy is texting a girl, Gibby's cousin Sabrina, and it's super hot in her house, so Carly suggests that Freddy invite her over to theirs since they have Norwegian air conditioning.
Hey, remember the time I got stuck to the sidewalk? And that panda bear started... Wait, that was a dream.
Was so random but funny. Things start looking gloomy though when the power goes out, which apparently is common on hot days when everyone has their AC on full blast. Carly reminds Spencer that he has a portable generator lying around that he used for a sculpture, so he goes to get it. Mrs. Benson comes in asking about Freddy's well-being, and Spencer comes back in with his generator. This works like a charm, but now also means that Mrs. Benson is hanging out in their apartment for a while as she enjoys the cool air too. Luba also comes up and asks to stay when he feels the cool air. The gang get ready for iCarly tonight, but they also go up to the studio as an excuse to not stay downstairs with Luba. Freddy gets a message that Sabrina is here and asks Spencer to send her up. She's super tall however, and Freddy feels a little intimidated. Mrs. Benson then brings in all of the elderly from the apartment complex, saying that high heat will cause them to die. Spencer doesn't protest further. More and more people start coming in however, including Chuck and his dad. Spencer does not want them here until Chuck's sister shows up, which is when he changes his mind. Things aren't looking so good. Freddie asks Sabrina to sit down so he can stop feeling insecure, the elderly keep interfering with Carly's project, and Chuck starts sabotaging Spencer's attempts at flirting with his sister, and when confronted, blackmails him saying his sister will go with him if he's forced to leave. Sam seems to be enjoying her life though, exploiting the elderly for back massages. Spencer opens the door some more, leading to more and more people to flood in, and things are getting way out of hand. Carly tries to fix things, but makes them worse. Griffin from the Bad Boy episode comes by and says his Pee-wee babies need to be air conditioned. Carly agrees only on the condition that he watches her project for her while she does iCarly. Chuck still makes Spencer's life living hell. The gang go up to shoot iCarly, but there's people in the studio. Turns out Sam has set up a back massage station offering a tube of AC. Carly says that they need to set up for the show, but the AC all of a sudden stops. Everyone goes downstairs to investigate. Griffin moves Carly's city to the floor, using the table to AC his Pee-wee babies, which is so incredibly lame and inconsiderate, but what did we really expect from this guy? Carly has enough and gets up on the table and has this corny speech thing about neighbours and meeting new friends, which seems to actually calm things down until someone comes in telling everyone the power's back on. Everyone leaves, embarrassing Carly a little bit. Freddie asks Sabrina if she wants iced tea and if she wants lemon in it. She says yeah, but squeezes the lemon juice into her eye, causing her to stomp all over Carly's project. Which, wow, I totally did not see coming, which is how this episode ends. What was this? There was no iCarly segment in this episode, and then there was also that whole random plot about Sabrina being tall, which didn't have any real reasoning and just felt annoying to watch. Such a lame, unforgettable watch, and I have no idea how this was the finale for the 3rd season of this show. I guess the coolest thing about this whole thing is that this episode aired at the exact same day as the Victoria's Heat episode, but like, that has nothing to do with the episode itself, so it doesn't really affect its rating. Just overall very mid. At 90, I've put I was a pageant girl. You can probably sense a pattern here with these episodes at the bottom of the list. They just seem to lack any kind of cohesion with the rest of the show. The episode starts with an iCarly segment where they do Baby Spencer, and I believe this is the first time this gag comes up, which is neat, though I always found it a little weird. They then bring on this girl Tara, who's really good at breaking things, and she says that she used her karate skills as her talent during a pageant show, but she won't be competing in the next one since there's a girl who's won 99 in a row and seems unbeatable. Sam yells that she has to try and storms out. After the show, Freddie and Carly ask Sam what's up, and it turns out Sam used to compete in beauty pageants herself. The girl they mentioned used to compete when Sam used to, and Sam always lost to her. Sam got banned after pushing the girl down some stairs. She then suggests that Carly should compete, but when she refuses, she throws a tantrum. Carly eventually gives in. Spencer is going on a date with a girl, but her 15-year-old cousin is coming along too, and so Spencer tells Freddie that he should come along. Freddie doesn't like blind dating, so refuses, but then after Spencer throws a tantrum, he gives in too. Sam trains Carly how to win a beauty pageant. She comes out wearing a dress and tells her that the question is the most important bit, but if she mentions ending world hunger and thinking about the children, she'll do okay. Spencer's date and her cousin come over, and they have a bit of time before their rock climbing booking, so they play Guess Who I Am. But Spencer and Freddie get really serious about the game and super immersed, missing the booking, so their dates get annoyed and leave. During the pageant plot, Sam and Carly meet Leanne, who is super sweet and unlike what Sam described her as. It's later revealed that Sam was banned for 7 years and it's been 7.5 now, meaning she can't compete again. She asks Carly if she can swap clothes and they hastily do, and Sam is now competing. Long story short, after some dancing with Lane from Victoria's, who's named Ernie here, and some ribs, Sam ends up winning the pageant. The girls return home to find Freddie and Spencer still playing the game and reveal the cards, resulting in them putting new cards on their heads. Kind of a nothing burger of an episode. I'm not entirely sure how giving Sam this pageant backstory impacts the overarching story in any meaningful way. It just felt very random and doesn't end in a way that feels remotely satisfying. Like, hey, Sam wins. Great. At 89 is I Won't Cancel the Show. The episode starts with Spencer stuffing some chickens, which we find out is because he has a date with a sophisticated woman and so is looking to impress her by cooking. Spencer and Carly's dad calls and says that he'll be in Alaska tonight with internet access, and so for the first time ever he'll be able to watch iCarly live. Gibby and Carly are in the studio and Freddie comes in to tell them that Sam is in juvie at the moment because she stuffed a hot dog down an ambassador's pants and likely won't get out until tomorrow. Carly really doesn't want to cancel the show, especially since her dad and his entire crew will be tuning in tonight. Carly suggests that perhaps Spencer can fill in for Sam. He's getting ready for his date, preparing everything really nicely. Spencer says he can't do iCarly because of his date and because of how sophisticated she is. It wouldn't make a great first impression. Carly starts to cry, which leads to Spencer agreeing to do the show. Carly's tears were fake, however. Spencer's date arrives and immediately comments on how whimsical the apartment is, and Spencer tries to play it off by saying it's like this because of his teenage sister. Spencer distracts her and runs up just before the show starts, and Carly quickly explains what to do. The show starts and Spencer seems to catch on quick with how the dynamic works, and they do a bit which involves pouring sour cream into Lubert's bag. Luckily, Gibby has a bit next, and so Spencer can go downstairs to his date to stall her some more. He sits her down at the dinner table and offers her a mushroom tartlet, which quickly turns into a story about her first time trying one. Spencer tries to end the conversation, but she keeps on going, and so he's unable to leave. Gibby's bit goes on for way longer than it needed to, with him even getting sick of it himself. Spencer finally comes up and gets dressed for the cowboy and idiot farm girl bit. After the bit, Freddie cuts to another brief intermission, which is when Spencer runs down to his date again. He tumbles down the stairs and forgets to remove his fake mustache, but still manages to salvage the date by offering some puree to her. He runs back upstairs to continue the show. Gibby does another bit with Carly, and now that Spencer is back, the entire crew can partake in the next bit, which involves baby Spencer. The bit starts getting super weird, which is incidentally when Spencer's date enters the studio, super confused. The gang refuses to break character to explain it to her, and eventually ends up with creamed fish on her face, which is how this episode ends. Yeah, I don't know about this one. They put so much emphasis on the fact that the show is super important tonight because of Carly's dad watching or whatever, but we don't even get a phone call or anything after the show for this to even pay off, so I'm not sure why it was even brought up. The lack of Sam in this episode was also very apparent and felt unusual. We hear that she's in juvie, but that's it. A stupid plot point to get around the fact that Jeanette couldn't do the episode. On top of this, Spencer having to do the show while also completely ruining his date was a little uncomfortable to watch, and maybe it's just me, but I feel super bad for this woman. Because yeah, sure, Spencer shouldn't have to pretend to be sophisticated to be liked or whatever message you want to convey, but let's be completely truthful here. If your date ditches you and is found wearing a baby's body surrounded by teenagers, you'd be pretty freaked out too, no matter the reason. One thing I did quite like about this episode though is that up until this point, I don't think we'd seen what a full-length iCarly is really like. In every episode prior, we'd only seen snippets, so I think it's kind of cool to get a better idea of how the gang normally fill up the runtime of the web show through this episode. But other than that, the episode kind of stinks. At 88, I've put I Might Switch Schools. The episode opens at school with this kid played by Shane from Smosh approaching Carly. It's so weird seeing him in this setting. Carly gets offered a place at a snobby private school because of her grades, and because she's famous, she's entitled to a full scholarship. She doesn't plan on going, but she looks at their website to see what it's like. Spencer is responsible for making a mini golf course, and they show off some of his work on the actual iCarly segment. A bunch of kids including Gibby come over to try out the course. Carly receives a package from Briarwood, the school, full of turkey legs, saying how great it would be if she went there. Carly is conflicted and asks Spencer for advice, but he's hopeless as expected. Carly ends up dreaming about what the school is like, with her getting massages and frozen yogurt, but then she wakes up and finds that iCarly has been rebranded to iGibby, realizing she's still dreaming, and so she goes back to her Briarwood fantasy. This is so dumb, but I can't help but love it. Carly wants to go ahead and do the interview, which worries Sam, and so with the help of Freddie, they manage to make it so the interview takes place at Carly's place instead, where they'll be surrounded by a bunch of kids playing mini golf, which will make the interviewer think Carly isn't Briarwood material. The interviewer comes over during the hecticness, and she's the principal for some reason. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but sure, and she isn't too fond of Carly's environment. It doesn't help that Spencer has food stains from the sink all over his shirt. Carly tries moving the interview upstairs, which is just as hectic. She finally gets some quiet and the interview seems to be going alright, until Sam and Freddy pull another stunt, which results in all of the mini golf kids barging in and harassing the woman. Carly confronts them and they try to explain that they didn't want her to go, and Carly is rightfully upset that they took that choice from her. The principal comes down looking all roughed up and still gives Carly a chance until the kids ruin it again. Yeah, this episode started strong, but I seriously can't find the humor in stuff like this. Like seriously, you couldn't have concluded this plot in any other way other than, haha, look at this woman who has literally done nothing wrong get ridiculed. The fact that Sam or Freddy, though he was roped into it, so mostly Sam, gets no repercussions for this is kind of wild and just a little lame. Okay episode at best. At 87 is I Find Spencer Friends. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where Gibby and Baggles get married. After the segment, Carly asks for help to think of people to invite to Spencer's birthday. They quickly realize that Spencer doesn't actually have any friends his own age because he's always looking after Carly and her friends. Tebow and Socko aren't possible options since Socko is in Africa, and Tebow and Spencer got into a fight. Oh, and Gibby is still wearing his wedding dress since he rented it for a day and wants to make good use of it. Spencer comes back from tennis practice and his partner is a third grader, and so Carly admits it's time that Spencer finds friends his own age. Sam, Carly, Gibby and Freddy seek out people and find some potential guys. On the search, Gibby goes to the toilets at some restaurant and helps out a guy when there's no soap and paper towels, and the guy ends up paying him, thinking he was the men's room attendant. Gibby then takes it upon himself to actually be the men's room attendant and throughout the episode sets up shop, a fun little subplot. With the three guys that the gang found, they organize a dinner with Spencer as a chance for him to get to know them. Spencer, however, quickly finds that he has nothing in common with these guys. He tries his childish humor, but none of them are amused. Sam and Freddy make fun of the waiter at the same diner, but the guy serving their food overhears Freddy and as revenge blows his nose into his chili fries. Another waiter takes the chili fries and puts them on Spencer's table, not knowing they were meant for Freddy. Spencer has enough of the guys and they think Spencer is childish too, so he goes on over to Carly's table, ultimately not consuming the fries offered to his table. For some reason, Emma Stone's in this episode, who plays a crazy fan of iCarly and has no real relevance to the episode whatsoever. I just cringed throughout this whole bit if I'm being honest. I don't know if it's trying to be funny or not, but I wasn't the biggest fan regardless. Anyway, the guys that ate the contaminated fries end up feeling really sick and run to the bathroom to puke, where Gibby serenades them. The episode ends with just the gang celebrating Spencer's birthday with him, with a giant spaghetti taco as his cake. Before they dig in though, they play Jamaican laser tag, which I'll admit felt a little bit awkward, but I guess isn't overly offensive. This episode was just kind of weird, and doesn't particularly stick out enough for me to rate it any higher. At 86 is I Hire an Idiot. This episode opens with Carly and Freddy getting tired of preparing for the show, as due to its increasing viewership comes a lot more work required. Spencer suggests that they just hire an intern to help with the workload, someone who is willing to work for free for some experience. Carly thinks this is a good idea and starts posting an ad on a website. Spencer gets a call from his granddad telling him about a deal he made. If Spencer doesn't get one of his sculptures put in a real museum within 3 years, he'll have to go to law school again. This 3-year deadline ends in a week, so Spencer is kind of cooked. Up in the studio, the gang and Gibby interview potential people willing to be interns. One of the people they interview is Stacy from the last episode I Start a Fan War, who apparently is a character from Zoe 101, though I have never seen that show, but a cool reference regardless. They then interview this kid named Brad, who uses the same editing software as Freddy and seems like a pretty good fit. He even made fudge for the gang, a win in Sam's book. However, they have one more person left to interview, this guy named Court, but he seems incredibly stupid. Carly and Sam think he's really hot though, and so hire him as the intern. In the Spencer plot, he sneaks in his bottle robot sculpture into the Seattle Art Museum, but gets immediately caught. He explains his situation to the woman, who says if he wants to do it legitly, it'll take a good 3 to 4 months. He asks if he can keep it for a few days, but she still refuses, and even tries asking her if he could go out with her. She calls security to escort him out. During the next iCarly, Court comes up with a bag of lemonade. Freddy questions this, but the girls tell him to leave court alone. Freddy asks for notes he took last time, and turns out he wrote over the paper screen using marker and not an app, failing to understand why the paper is needed if paper exists. Freddy has an issue with this but can't do much since the show is about to start. During iCarly itself, Gibby is brought out, and just as they're about to do their challenge of stuffing his mouth with peacock feathers, Court spills lemonade all over Freddy's setup, completely killing the broadcast and of course the laptop itself. Freddy is rightfully pissed and asks if they can finally fire the guy. Sam and Carly reluctantly agree, but after seeing the guy clean Freddy's laptop with his shirt, they say he deserves another chance. In Carly's room, Carly and Sam give Court a to-do list for the show, but the guy thinks the word Todo is a part of the list. Freddy comes in with a girl Ashley saying he's hired a second intern. Carly and Sam, not seeing their hypocrisy, tell Freddy that he only hired her because she's hot, and so Freddy says that if they fire Court, he'll fire Ashley, which is honestly fair because the guy literally cost Freddy hundreds of dollars and neither Sam or Carly seem to care at all. In the studio, the conversation continues, with Ashley bringing up a random baby from the lobby and Court playing with a slinky. Carly still won't fire him. I won't lie, this constant back and forth gets really old really quickly, and the criticisms I had for Three Girls and a Moose, the Victorious episode, applies here, with Sam and Carly acting in ways totally out of character for them, and it's just not very fun to watch. And seeing Freddy get consistently undervalued isn't fun either. They end up firing Court and tell Ashley she's fired too, but turns out Ashley was only pretending to be an idiot, working on a sociology thesis for college the whole time, leaving Carly and Sam to be tricked by Freddy. I feel like the episode kind of picked up with this ending, with Freddy getting the last laugh, which is why I don't dislike this episode as much as some others. Back to Spencer, his new plan to sneak in his sculpture involves distracting the security guard using Gibby. Once the coast is clear, he brings in his sculpture, replaces the plaque, and brings in his granddad, who says he doesn't have to go to law school anymore. The woman from earlier is about to tell Spencer off, but he ends up kissing her before she can finish her sentence. She for some reason likes it though and asks him to do it again. This plot is okay, but that's all I can really say about it. Overall, this episode is just kind of average. I Reunite with Missy is at 85. The episode starts with a gag where Freddy's clothes have been ripped because of Sam, and he wants Sam to explain this to his mom, which she doesn't do. Freddy also exclaims that Sam isn't his friend. Spencer is going to go on a camping trip, and so Mrs. Benson will be looking after Carly while she's gone. At the door arrives Missy, one of Carly's best friends from 8 years ago. She's going to be going to their school since her dad got transferred to Seattle, and Carly is over the moon about it, making Sam feel a little jealous. There's a cruise ship planned at the school for one lucky person, and Freddy wants to go. Carly shows Missy around the school, and Missy says that her dad is going to take a Navy helicopter ride around Seattle and asks Carly to come, but Carly has plans with Sam, so Missy suggests that Sam should tag along too. Carly and Missy come back from their helicopter ride, and Sam comes in holding a piñata, and they wonder why Sam blew them off. Turns out Missy texted Sam the wrong address. She asks Sam to throw her phone, but it ends up getting dropped in Punch. To cheer her up, Missy offers some Persian chocolate, which Sam really likes. Meanwhile, Spencer is looking for his sleeping bag but ends up getting trapped. He's finally free, but Chuck from one of the previous episodes shows up, who takes Spencer's phone and locks him in. Sam gets really sick from the chocolates and believes Missy is trying to get rid of her. She's not fit enough to be able to do iCarly, and so Carly suggests that they cancel the show, which is when Missy asks to fill in. Sam feels very left out, and Carly notices this and claims that Sam is just being very paranoid, suggesting they talk to Missy to straighten things out. Chuck wants Spencer to suffer how he suffered from when he was grounded and is willing to keep him there for 2 days. Anytime Spencer tries to pull a stunt, he sprays him with a substance that isn't water. At the groovy smoothie, everything is cleared up between the girls, but as soon as Carly goes to the counter to get some smoothies, Missy reveals that she is in fact trying to get rid of Sam, but knows Sam won't be able to do anything as Carly will just blame her for starting it. Sam tells Freddy about this, who has a hard time believing it to be true. The next day at school, Missy ends up winning the cruise thing, and so she'll be traveling for the next 6 months. She taunts Sam about this and how she doesn't need to get rid of her anymore, and Carly overhears. Carly claims that Sam is her one and only best friend, and Missy is gone. Chuck ends up finally getting grounded, but Spencer is still locked in the cage. In the end, it's revealed that Freddy was actually the one to win the cruise thing, but gave it to Missy, showing that he does in fact care about Sam. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely real, this episode is so cringe and just not very good. The whole plot of, oh, she was my best friend first, is so corny and I just can't get behind it or take it seriously. I'm not sure if this episode is a fan favourite or anything, but if it is, then I'm sorry, but I'm just not a fan. Missy is just not a good enough villain for me to take seriously compared to someone like Neville, who has actually proven to be a threat. And the whole cruise ship thing felt so incredibly unrealistic and lazy. Like, who's paying for the cruise, or what is its purpose? We don't find out because the writers didn't think this through either. And don't get me started on that mediocre B-plot of Spencer being locked in by Chuck. I've explained my disdain for lazy plots of being stuck in set location before in my Victorious video, and the same applies here. It doesn't help that Spencer doesn't even get out in the end, so the plot gets concluded with no real outcome. There's nothing that special about this episode to me, and you can't really convince me otherwise. Also, there was barely an iCarly segment in this, so that doesn't help either. At 84 is I Get Banned, and the episode opens with Carly getting ready for a date. Spencer has broken his leg after an accident in the shower because he was wearing his rollerblades. T-Bo comes in as if he owns the place to show off his lemon launcher. Carly takes issue with this, but T-Bo doesn't seem to care, breaking some things at the apartment and eventually knocking out Carly's date. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy wonders how two quote-unquote unattractive guys manage to get two attractive girls, and Gibby ends up asking, with the guys revealing that they're in a band. Freddy then comes up with the idea to pretend that him and Gibby are in a band too. That night at 2 AM, Carly is awoken by T-Bo watching a Jamaican film on full blast. She's rightfully annoyed by this and decides to ban him from the apartment. Spencer comes out of his room after being awoken too, and turns out his phone fell inside his cast, and so to answer his calls he needs to slap his leg. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy and Gibby are speaking to two girls while holding instruments, their band plan actually working out. Sam decides to take this opportunity to mess with them, asking various questions. Freddy quickly names themselves the Floors, and when Sam asks when their next gig is, they try to explain how hard it is to book them. Sam offers to find them one, worrying them slightly. Carly goes to the counter at the Groovy Smoothie and tries to order, but T-Bo interrupts her, saying how because he's banned from her apartment, she is now banned from the Groovy Smoothie. On iCarly, the gang try to create a smoothie, Carly's way of proving that her ban from there means nothing. The smoothie, however, tastes horrible. Before concluding the show, Sam asks if Gibby and Freddy can leave the room, and she reveals that the Floors, Gibby and Freddy's band, will be performing at the Groovy Smoothie with no way of cancelling. T-Bo comes up the lift to the Shades' apartment, and dares Carly to spend one night at the Benson's apartment if she wants him to lift her ban, so she can understand just how horrible of an experience it can be. She accepts, and during dinner Mrs. Benson weighs everything they're eating to know exactly how much they're consuming, which seems pretty normal, until she says that they will later weigh whatever comes out of them too. We skip to bedtime, and Carly isn't fully convinced that staying at the Bensons is a problem, but then she involuntarily gets sprayed with anti-tick gas. There's also a fire drill in the middle of the night, with the announcement of another one to be done a few hours later, and Carly has had enough, admitting how difficult it is to live with Mrs. Benson. She lifts T-Bo's ban and he lifts hers. Back to Gibby and Freddy, they try real hard to practice a song, but it sounds horrible no matter what, so Freddy comes up with a plan that they could break up during their first gig to avoid public humiliation by faking a fight. At the actual gig, Freddy tries to prompt Gibby to continue the argument, but Gibby doesn't exactly follow the script and knocks Freddy out for real, which is how this episode ends. It's not the worst episode ever, but the fact that we're so close to the end of the show and we're getting surface level plot lines like this doesn't help its case all too much, which is why it's at 84. At 83 is iCarly Awards. Carly, Sam and Freddy are planning to host iCarly Awards, a super cool way to engage your audience if we're being honest, but Sam isn't dressed yet. Freddy took a while because of some European swimsuit models down in the lobby holding him up. Spencer shows the award itself, but he ends up making one 10-foot award rather than 10 1-foot ones like he was asked. He says that he can make 10 really fast if he has help, but the gang won't be able to if they're doing the show, so he wonders if the swimsuit models from downstairs will help. The swimsuit models turn out to be a bunch of dudes and they don't speak English too well, and so getting the awards made seems like a longer process than expected. The award show starts and the set looks amazing. Sam and Carly dress up nice and Gibby throws around confetti. They show off a video of a guy shooting down 10 glasses using peanuts and a slingshot, and so introduce their first winner for best peanut shooter. Spencer gets an award made just in time and Gibby hands it to them. They introduce the next winner for best mouth closed singer and Spencer gets another award made on time. You get the point. This goes on for pretty much the whole episode. Not that it's a bad thing, you need to have some fillers and this isn't the most boring watch ever. I like how outlandish some of the categories are, and it was cool to see some talent that I assume real iCarly viewers at the time submitted. Also very reminiscent of the first episode of showing off talents, and we even got to see the guy who squirts milk out of his eyes again. The whole plot of Spencer and the swimsuit guys is a fun little subplot too, and Spencer tying up their photographer to allow more time is a little silly, but I don't mind it too much. Then we get the final winner, a guy with a very unusual tongue who's for some reason wearing this shirt. You know, the I Go to Japan cover also has this, and I don't know, it's a little strange, but whatever. It turns out there's one more winner after this, which is Spencer for Best iCarly Award Builder and Best Big Brother of all time. He gets the huge award he made as his trophy, and we finish the episode off with some random dancing. Honestly, not the worst episode ever, but it's so filler for me to place it over whatever episodes are left. At 82 is I Lost My Head in Vegas. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where they talk about how antisocial texting is a big activity amongst children. Still pretty relevant today, I'd say. Ironically, Sam looks at a text message during the show and finds out that her mom is being held in a Las Vegas jail, and her lawyer informs her that she needs $2,500 to bail her out. The gang doesn't have this kind of money, which shocks me slightly because it reminds me a bit of how Tori Vega, someone who has these amazing opportunities to perform and become a pop star, is still a broke high school student. Surely the iCarly gang is making some serious money from their web show, right? Whatever, I'm looking way too into this. Spencer suggests going to Las Vegas and pawning things to get the money. In Las Vegas, Freddy tries to sell a vintage computer, which would get them around $3,000, but it doesn't work, so they get like $4 instead. Carly and Sam try to sell a potato crisp shaped like Texas, but this gets eaten. They then try pawning a punch bottle that Michelle Obama drank from and signed. After explaining their situation, they get the $2,500 they need and put the money in a bag with Gibby's fake head, which he brought with him for some reason. Sam also learns that if her mom is not bailed out by midnight, she will be kept in jail until Monday, which isn't ideal. However, just as they are about to leave, Gibby goes to the back of the store to sell his trousers without the others noticing, so he gets left behind. Before the others realize that Gibby and the money are missing, a man distracts Gibby with a moon rock, which is really just a random rock from the car park, and steals the money. The gang come back to fetch Gibby and they're furious to find out that all the money is gone. Luckily, a little girl wants to buy Gibby's fake head and her dad for some reason offers them $10,000 for it. Gibby refuses to sell it, but Sam pinches him to a state of unconsciousness. Once they get back to the RV, they realize that Spencer isn't in the front seat to drive them, but singing in the shower, taking Gibby's advice from earlier to try it. Again, kind of a disappointing episode for a season 6 edition. I thought we would at least see Sam's mom again, but I guess they didn't have the budget or care enough to even conclude this plot properly. It's just kind of an average episode if we're being real, and Gibby's head being sold for $10,000 just doesn't seem realistic in the slightest. At 81 is I Hurt Lubert, and the episode starts with an iCarly segment where they do their bit messing with Lubert. Freddy sets up a muffin basket that will shoot out confetti in hopes it will scare Lubert, but this goes horribly wrong, resulting in him getting seriously injured and his wart falling off. I don't get it either. Spencer takes on Lubert's role while he's in the hospital, and the gang realize that the least they can do is take care of him as they caused the problem. They go over to his and try to help him out, but they realize this might have been a mistake. with Luba asking them to do all sorts of weird tasks like feed his lizard some flies and scratch his feet with a fork. While taking over for Luba, Spencer catches the reception bell on fire in typical Spencer fashion and messes about with a CB radio he found, trying to communicate with truck drivers or something, I don't actually know. It's been about 5 days and the gang still continually do as Lubert says, including implementing a ceiling fan, but this malfunctions and falls onto Lubert, injuring him even more. But the gang don't need to worry about him anymore since Freddy's mom is willing to take over for them. Back to Spencer, he still tries to speak to the truck drivers, cracking jokes and stuff, but they don't really appreciate him, and Spencer is inconvenienced more by a kid playing with a ball and racket in the lobby, this kid being Chuck, who ends up getting grounded. Freddy, since his mom has been busy with taking care of Luba, is thrilled to be able to do things without being restricted. But Carly reminds him that he should be a little more worried that Luba and his mom are practically dating. Chuck ends up getting his revenge by telling the CB radio guys where Spencer works, so they can confront him about his jokes. Freddy finds out that his mom and Luba are serious about liking each other, and so the gang comes up with a plan that involves Freddy getting injured instead so that his mom can focus her attention on him again. Freddy falls down the stairs and this ends up working, with Freddy's mom admitting that Luba has a horrible personality. He also takes an L for the 3rd time this episode, with the truck drivers beating him up in the end, of course believing that he's Spencer. The episode overall is kinda mid. It's fine, but like not much interesting happens and it isn't very memorable or funny. At 80 is IQ. The episode opens with the gang at the Groovy Smoothie and Freddy explaining how his mom is in a frustrating situation, having spent $20,000 on 2 rare chickens to make a profit as their eggs are very valuable, but can't get the 2 of them to mate. Carly sees a cute boy and decides to shoot her shot. The guy speaks very eloquently in a British accent and this charms Carly. A health inspector gives T-Bow an eviction notice saying he can't sleep at the Groovy Smoothie, so now he's looking for a place to stay. At Carly's apartment, Spencer suggests that because the Bensons have a spare room and Freddy's mom is in need of money, Freddy should let T-Bow rent the room. This is a pretty good idea, but they decide to clean T-Bow up due to Mrs. Benson's very strict policies. I'm going to pretend like there's no undertones with this plot and assume the best, though I wouldn't be surprised in knowing these writers. Carly gets a text from the guy she met, Kyle, who invites her to a movie, so she quickly gets ready for it. The movie is a foreign film that's super long and super boring, and during the intermission, Kyle reveals that his ex-girlfriend wasn't very intelligent and didn't have the mental abilities to appreciate films like the one they're watching. Yeah, this guy's a pretty accurate representation of any film guy you'd ever meet. They end up kissing. Freddy breaks the news to T-Bow and he's thrilled, but he also informs him that he needs to change some things about himself. Carly brings Kyle home and they sit on the couch. He wants to discuss in depth the movie they just watched, which worries Carly a bit, so she asks Spencer to find a way to get him to leave. Spencer gives himself a bloody nose and Kyle leaves. Carly, in a panic, runs upstairs to study for her next date with him. The iCarly segment is basically non-existent, with Carly saying "I don't know" in Chinese when Sam asks why Gibby is dressed up as a snowman. On the date with Kyle, Carly is prepared as she has cheat sheets for when she doesn't understand something or wants to sound more intelligent. Kyle ends up clocking onto what's going on and breaks up with Carly, not for being too stupid, but for being dishonest with him. Freddy, Gibby and Sam make T-Bow look super dapper, making him ready for his interview with Mrs. Benson. She has a very good first impression of him when he speaks in a posh way and mentions church, and in the end he ends up getting a year-long contract to stay with the Bensons. In the C plot, Spencer has been trying to open up a safe that he found in the junkyard, and after some failed attempts with a chainsaw and blowtorch, he uses an explosive at the end of the episode. However, we find that within the safe is another safe, concluding the episode. This episode isn't terrible necessarily, it has some charm to it, but with the very surface level plots it has to offer and also being the first episode after the whole SETI arc, it's just kind of average. At 79 is iStakeout. The episode starts with the iCarly segment, where the gang have set up a camera to catch weirdos in the neighborhood and show them on the show. This results in some detectives coming over to the apartment since someone in the back of one of the videos was a suspected criminal. So they set up a stakeout in the apartment. Sam and Freddy argue over what MPEG stands for, and so they make a bet, and somehow Sam is correct. Somehow the computer nerd gets this wrong, and so Freddy has to now get a tattoo of Sam's face on his body, and so she brings over her cousin, who's a tattoo artist. Freddy ends up getting the tattoo. The stakeout has been lasting a while and the gang is getting a little fed up. They begin the next iCarly, but the detectives bust in to look through the upstairs window since the downstairs one has a restricted view, and they forcibly turn off the broadcast. And to top it off, the cops have been eating things out of Carly and Spencer's fridge and not cleaning up after themselves.
Stupid cops, not cleaning up after themselves, interrupting our web show, making me grumble to myself.
Got a good laugh out of me though. Spencer is getting fed up too since one of the detectives used to bully him back on some camping trip. The detectives say that the stakeout could take weeks since they don't have any solid evidence on the guy yet. Oh, and there is a Spencer plot where he has to make all the food at his friend Socko's birthday party. He makes a cake shaped like a sock, but the detective that used to bully Spencer brought his kid with him and ended up eating the cake. And then he whacks Spencer with a ladle. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely must have outgrown the humour in this episode because not a lot has made me laugh. The gang decide that the cops have just gone too far and that they can get the evidence themselves quicker than them. They dress up undercover and try to be subtle with the shop clerk who doesn't budge. Sam says it outright that she thinks that the store sells pirated movies, but turns out he sells pirate movies. Movies about pirates, not illegal ones. The stakeout was a complete waste of time and they decide to go home. Spencer gets his payback on his bully. Oh, and Freddy's tattoo was fake all along, but his mom mistaking it for real takes him to get it removed. Yeah, I don't know about this episode. I'm not sure I like how wacky and sitcom-y it feels, which is ironic because it is a Nickelodeon kids sitcom at the end of the day, but there's many other episodes of this series that don't feel so whimsical, and to top it off, I didn't really find it that entertaining either. It's okay for what it is though. At 78 is I Pity the Neville, which is a bit of a weird one. The episode opens with Freddy editing a trailer based on stereotypical vampire movies to show on iCarly, and Spencer is really bored and shows off his egg shooter. This sets on fire. Sam comes in all excited and shows everyone a video of Neville going viral where he yells at a little girl at the supermarket for dropping his jar of pickles. The video causes everyone on the internet to hate on Neville. During the iCarly segment, Gibby takes an ice bath and Freddy then shows the trailer he edited, which features characters like the idiot farm girl and cowboy and the talking bra. It's honestly really funny, and if I could be bothered to rank every iCarly segment, this would definitely be up there. After they show the trailer, the gang talks about Neville's downfall before ending the show. They host a karma party to celebrate where they have foods that are named with karma puns, and Freddy catches the attention of some girls who really enjoyed his vampire act on iCarly. We then see Neville in this sad montage thing which is super funny, and once the party is over he knocks on the door to ask for help. The gang rightfully don't trust him, and so to prove he isn't lying, he drinks some punch out of Sam's shoe. The next day at the Groovy Smoothie, iCarly go live to tell the world that Neville isn't so bad by showing him giving out free smoothies and creamed corn that he paid for himself. Freddy also gets more attention. This doesn't work however, as the comments are still overwhelmingly negative. Spencer is also here, counting screws because he has nothing better to do. You can tell the writers didn't really know what to do for a B-plot, so they just kind of wrote Spencer in to break the fourth wall about how he's not doing anything to make a joke out of it. I kind of understand what they were trying to achieve here, but it doesn't really work for me personally, especially since it kind of feels out of character. Someone like Spencer always seems to have something going on in his life. It's just a bit meaningless to write this in. Anyway, Neville thinks his life is ruined, and so Carly suggests that if he straight up confesses that he feels bad, people might have an easier time believing him. So on the next iCarly, after Gibby gets his finger bitten by a fish, Neville reads out an apology he wrote to the little girl and then throws it away halfway through to speak from the heart. Carly and Sam bring out the girl herself and Neville tells her in person how sorry he is. They hug and she gives him a pickle jar as a present. A pretty sweet moment. That night, Freddy is on a date at the Groovy Smoothie, but the girl isn't interested in vampires anymore, saying how werewolves are her new thing. Gibby walks in and takes her, leaving Freddy confused since Gibby has a girlfriend. Neville walks in and thanks Freddy as his apology seemed to work, with the internet loving him again. The episode ends with a guy accidentally reversing his wheelchair into Neville and Neville snapping at him, repeating his mistake. Someone catches this on video, concluding the episode. Kind of a weird one if I'm being honest. Aside from the fact that the whole Spencer bit exists, this episode doesn't really do anything for me. I have zero interest in a forced Neville redemption arc, and maybe that's the point, but him ultimately not changing as a person by the end is annoying and unsatisfying. At 77, I've put I Fence. The episode opens with Spencer practicing fencing. After the iCarly segment, which was barely a segment, Carly and Sam decide to go out and Freddie decides to stay. Spencer is about to go fencing and so Freddie tags along. Freddie is surprisingly really good at fencing after he duels with Spencer. However, during their duel, some guys walk in poking fun at Spencer. The main guy, Doug Toder, seems to be the best at fencing, and so Spencer suggests that he should go up against Freddie, and so they make a plan to do it Friday night. They continue practicing at home while Carly prepares food for her cousins. They plan to go to the fencing studio again, but Carly asks Spencer to stay as she needs help, but he says he'll be back in no time. Oh, and there's another plot about Sam trying to read a proper book for the first time, but just as she's about to, the Dorfmans, Carly's cousins, arrive, and she asks her to stay downstairs for dinner, with Spencer not being back yet, goofing around with Freddie at the fencing studio. The Dorfmans are kind of weird, and Spencer finally arrives home just as they leave. Spencer feels bad, and Carly punishes him by telling him he can no longer fence with Freddie, and that he has to clean the kitchen all by himself. Freddie challenges Spencer again, but Carly walks in, and so she tells Freddie's mom about it. Sam seems to actually be invested in her book. Carly tries to apologize to Freddie, and he's cool about it, but he does explain how it felt nice to hang out with a guy for once instead of the girls, which is a valid feeling, and I'm happy they explored it. Then there's this whole thing that Freddie has fencing in his blood or whatever, and it's like kind of lazy and very rarely gets brought up again on the show. Anyway, Freddie finally fences Doug Toder, and his mom, Spencer, Carly and Sam watch him in the audience, with Freddie's mom bringing a comically large first aid kit. Freddie wins 2 rounds, but then Doug Toder breaks the rules, causing Freddie's mom to jump in and chase him and his goons away. Freddie loses the bet to Sam. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell this episode was. I realize the less the episode is about the actual web show, the less I like it, and this episode is no exception to that. It's just a little weird and reminds me a little of the Victorious episode about ham boning, which I know came way after this, but at least that wasn't taking itself too seriously. Pretty okay episode overall, I guess. At 76 is I Rescue Carly. The episode starts with an iCarly segment where we have baby Spencer and Gibby comes along with a bunch of rats and Carly and Sam place these rats in Spencer's cot. After the show, Sam says that she's about to meet with an old friend who just got out of juvie, Dana, and Carly decides to tag along, eager to meet one of Sam's other friends, despite Sam telling her they wouldn't exactly gel too well. At the Groovy Smoothie, Dana makes fun of Carly's girly behaviour when talking to Sam alone. She also attacks a kid unprovoked, which Sam doesn't agree with, saying that only people who deserve it should get beat up. Dana still invites both of them to a smash party where they demolish an abandoned house. Knowing it would be dangerous for Carly to go there, Sam says that they won't be going, but Carly goes on her own anyway. She quickly realizes that she does not fit this type of crowd at all, but doesn't want to admit to Sam that she can't handle it. She calls Freddie and Gibby for help instead. All 3 of them end up getting tied to a wall and being pelted. Meanwhile, Spencer finds pairs of night vision goggles his dad used to own and starts having fun with them, like tickling people in the dark or stealing their popcorn while they're watching a movie. While he's having a teddy bear fight in the dark with Tebow, Sam interrupts them and learns that Carly went to Dana's party alone. She immediately takes a pair of night vision goggles, Tebow's sock and a pack of butter from Spencer's fridge and goes to the party. After Dana mocks her for having gone soft, Sam turns off the lights and beats up all the party guests using the night vision goggles and the butter sock, saving Carly, Freddie and Gibby, concluding this episode. I guess this episode is kind of good in terms of how much Sam has changed as a person over the course of this show, and it was a great moment seeing her save everyone in the end, but I don't know. I think we're at a point in the show where things need to start wrapping up, and a plot like this doesn't really need to exist, since we've had instances in the past of Sam avenging her friends or being more mature, etc. So it just feels a little pointless and would have made more sense if this was an episode in season 4 or earlier. At 75 is I Bust a Thief, which is yet again another mid-season 6 episode that you don't necessarily gain anything from watching, and it's just a little too silly for my liking. The episode starts with an iCarly segment where they fill an adult diaper with apples and show off a cartoon about them called Bitty Big Heads, which is kind of fun. After the show, Sam notices that her laptop is missing, being all worked up over it since it's apparently the best thing she owns. She pretty much ransacks Carly and Spencer's apartment trying to find it, but to no avail. Freddy gets the idea to access it remotely, similar to how he found out where Sam's phone was in I Lost My Mind. So Sam gets the serial number, which she writes on a marshmallow, and they activate the webcam to see an old lady using the laptop. They spend the next 11 hours collecting clues to the lady's location, and when they finally figure out where she lives, they go over there to get the laptop back. Freddy, however, quickly notices that the peer book that the lady owns is blue and not red like Sam's is. Carly and Freddy check the serial number again, only to discover he misread the 4 as a 9. Disappointed that they are never going to find Sam's laptop, they leave. Back at the apartment, Sam gets some pizza that she left in the fridge, and when she opens the box, she finds that she left her laptop in there and awkwardly leaves the apartment. Now the B-plot. While Sam was frantically searching the Shays' apartment, she hits Spencer in the face with an old lunchbox. Inside, he finds many tickets for Funky Festas, an obvious reference to Chuck E. Cheese's, that he collected 15 years ago to get their biggest prize, which is a huge dolphin plush, but then he misplaced them and never got to cash them in. His plan is to now redeem them, but when he goes there, the guy working tells him that his tickets are outdated and that they use electronic points now. Spencer is committed to just earning the points again, but the guy tells him that he can't go in unless he's got a kid with him, forcing Spencer to leave. I love how proud of himself the ticket guy was, by the way. Later on, Gibby is annoyed that he has to babysit Guppy, and so Spencer takes Guppy with him to Funky Festas. Spencer spends the entire day grinding the games to earn 1000 points, while Guppy sits around to kill time, reading 50 Shades of Beige at some point, which is insane. Long story short, Spencer wins right before the restaurant closes and claims the dolphin. Again, a bit of a silly episode that I don't mind too much, but isn't crazy enough for me to place very high. I enjoyed the Spencer plot a lot more than the main, if I'm being honest, which is kind of saying something, hence placing it at 75. At 74 is I Get Pranky, and this episode starts with an iCarly segment where Gibby guesses what he's standing in. It's hair, and the viewer sends a clip of a prank he did on his dad, where he put fake blood in his pickle. After the show, everyone's hanging in Carly's room, and Carly sends an email saying thanks to the guys who submitted the video, and Sam talks about the greatest prank she's ever pulled off, where she made a cop think that his feet got cut off. Freddy doesn't find this funny, and says that the greatest prank that he's ever pulled off is filling this kid's hat at camp with raisins, which gets no reaction from either Sam or Carly. Sam asks Carly what the best prank she's pulled off is, but she says that she's never pulled a prank on anyone before. Sam and Freddy urge her to prank someone, so she reluctantly agrees to. At school, she puts a trout in Gibby's locker for a prank, but Gibby is super psyched about it and calls his dad to fire up the grill, meaning her prank doesn't count. Back at the apartment, Carly doesn't seem too happy, and Spencer, wearing a spoon hat, asks what's wrong. She says that Sam and Freddy made fun of the fact that she's never pulled a prank before, but this makes Spencer act super weird all of a sudden. He then reveals that he used to be the king of pranks back in the day, until one day he poured garlic powder all over some students at school, making their eyes sting like crazy. His pranks ended up hurting people, which made him stop them altogether. Carly asks if he can at least help her pull one, but he really doesn't want to, until she wears the spoon hat and says please. The following day, Sam and Freddy go up to the studio as Carly asks them to meet her there after school, but she's nowhere to be found. They see a dish placed on a table in the middle of the studio with a note from Neville. They open the dish to find Carly pretending that she's been decapitated, which freaks them both out. She tells them it's a prank and that Spencer helped her with it. Spencer gets a rush from this prank, but Carly tells him that he shouldn't get all prank happy now, but he does anyway, giving us this super random montage of Spencer pulling all types of pranks. Carly tells him to knock it off, but he pranks her too. She gets sick of it and tells him to sign a contract to stop pranking people. Freddy and Sam come up the lift and walk into plexiglass. Spencer cheers, and then we get this random reveal that Sam has a crush on Spencer. Anyway, the gang tries talking sense into Spencer, but he's too far gone, shocking Carly with a pen before running away to his room. Sam, Freddy and Carly try and teach him how bad pranking is, and so in the basement of the apartment they place a $20 bill on the floor and ask Gibby to climb up to the pipes on the ceiling and land on Spencer as he goes to pick up the money, his cue being when Sam yells Gibby. Carly brings Spencer down, but he doesn't fall for the prank, using a broom and some gum to pick up the money. He goes back upstairs and Carly yells for Gibby and he jumps down thinking it's his cue, which is where this iconic meme comes from. He ends up breaking his arm from the fall. The gang discusses what they should do and Sam says there's no stopping it unless he hits rock bottom. Spencer's already hit rock bottom with the garlic powder prank, which is when Sam gets the idea to call up those victims to remind Spencer of how much pain pranking can cause, which is kind of smart. Spencer comes home to see all of his former classmates in the living room. Carly goes to fetch a camera to film this conversation to remind Spencer whenever he gets to this point again, but she comes down to find him getting beaten up by his old classmates, with Spencer receiving the message loud and clear, concluding the episode. It's a pretty average episode, but it's kind of fun. Not much else to say though. At 73 is I Space Out. Okay, so this episode I was very excited going into when rewatching because I vaguely remembered really enjoying this one when I was younger, so I figured it must be really good, but it was pretty disappointing. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where they do some dancing with random iCarly viewers, and a space billionaire guy comes on the screen and offers iCarly an opportunity to do a web show in space, which would be huge for their brand. They agree and go to the Space Center where they do multiple tests to see if they're fit to go to space. Their competition is Exercise Rocks, another web show. They now have one final test, which is to stay in a space pod for 36 hours. Almost immediately the gang starts arguing and randomly pressing the fire extinguisher button or pulling out the beds, which hits Carly in the head and doesn't seem to help them in calming down. Eventually, they shoot an iCarly from within the pod, but this goes horribly too. At night, Freddy is awoken by the sound of chewing and finds that Sam is eating a brisket that she snuck in, breaking the rules as they're not allowed to eat outside food. And Carly is the voice of reason telling everyone to chill out since this is a huge opportunity for them. Eventually, Carly is the one who starts going insane, so she smashes a window and escapes the pod. Yeah, this was pretty lame. I just don't at all find it believable that Carly would tell everyone to calm down in such a professional manner to instantly switch up like that. And it's just annoying that the majority of the episode is spent in this pod where nothing interesting happens. It would have been so cool to see them actually go into space. Granted, it wouldn't work with the timeline of the show, but teasing us with it doesn't make up for this. Also, the Spencer plot is just weird. A random girl comes up the lift and stays in Spencer's apartment, which worries him. The therapist thing was funny, sure, but seeing a random little girl who inconveniences Spencer just for him to admit he's crazy is weird. Carly sees the girl too and just blames it on space madness, and then that's it. We get no explanation of who this girl is, where her parents are, or why she's here in the first place. Just super strange and meaningless, just like the rest of the episode. But I will admit that there is some kind of charm to this episode, although it's not enough to bring it any higher. At 72 is Eyeballs. I genuinely just realised that this title is supposed to be a play on words, sounding like eyeballs. How am I just figuring this out? The episode opens with an iCarly segment with baby Spencer, and a TV reporter wants to interview Carly, Gibby, Sam and Spencer after the show. Freddy wonders if she wants to interview him too, but she says that he's not really a creative member of the team. The TV reporter has an assistant who does various jobs for her, and Spencer is intrigued by this concept, wanting to get his own. Spencer meets a guy named Marty in the bathroom of a restaurant, and after overhearing a conversation that Spencer has on the phone, he's interested in being Spencer's assistant despite the bad pay. Freddy is still pretty salty about the creative comment, and after Spencer tells Carly she has to look after her granddad in Yakima after his surgery, Freddy jumps at the opportunity to co-host iCarly with Sam to prove that he's creative. Sam makes a joke that a trash bag full of yogurt would be more fun to co-host with Carly calling it bagels. Gibby is behind the camera for this show, and Mrs. Benson brings a whole audience of people with her to watch Freddy's first co-hosted iCarly. Among this audience is Mrs. Benson's therapist and his daughter Courtney, who has super bad vision problems. Freddy does a robot bit on iCarly, but it isn't very funny and the audience cringes at it too, so he walks off upset. Sam continues the show with Bagels, which ends up getting a huge reaction from the audience, making this worse for Freddy. Sam tries to comfort Freddy after this, telling him that he should focus on more technical inventions like some 3D technology thing he briefly spoke about in the past. Freddy takes this advice, and the next iCarly is entirely shot in 3D, which works super well according to Spencer. Things seem to be looking good for Freddy, but turns out his 3D technology messes with people's eyesight, with Spencer acting all weird. At the Groovy Smoothie, the people who watched iCarly are experiencing the same sort of thing. iCarly receives a ton of negative comments for this, making Freddy feel even worse than before, but at least the damage to the eyes wasn't permanent. Marty, who's been Spencer's assistant throughout this episode, decides to quit as he doesn't want to make Spencer's life more difficult due to money problems. They reminisce on the good times they had, and Marty walks away. I quite liked this side plot. It was just kind of wholesome. Back to Freddy, Mrs. Benson's therapist is at the door with his daughter, who no longer wears her goggles. Turns out, Freddy's 3D technology actually cured her eyesight problems, with the therapist suggesting that Freddy submit his work to the American Optometric Association. This is a huge win in Freddy's books, as his creativity actually paid off massively, and it was a super awesome way to end the episode, with Freddy getting a nice ending. A filler episode for sure, and kind of mid if we're looking in the grand scheme of things, but still has some enjoyable elements to it. At 71 is April Fools, and I thought I would absolutely hate this because April Fools just as a concept isn't my thing, and because of how much I disliked the Victorious one, but this one was actually somewhat enjoyable. The episode opens with Carly and Spencer getting evicted from their apartment. The reason doesn't really matter, but everyone is pretty bummed about it. They then make a meta joke about a flashback episode in a TV show, which this episode of iCarly ultimately is, and so flash back to the time they watched this TV show. Gibby then comes in, grabs a stop sign, and whacks Spencer in the head with it. T-Bow, for some reason, is a genie, and he whacks Spencer in the head too. He then cuts to the next scene, where everyone is having a leavers party, but Freddy freaks out due to the lack of a party bush. T-Bow spawns one in. The gang then all start reminiscing about moments in their past, like the moment iCarly first started. It was kind of cool to see them recreate some moments we saw on the show, and the costume team did pretty well making Sam and Carly look like their season 1 selves. The memory is different to how we remember it though, with Miss Briggs brawling with another Miss Briggs, which is just Spencer. Gibby comes back to strike Spencer once again. The gang then recall the I Hatch Chicks episode where Carly and Sam find the final chick in the elevator, but then they misremember it, saying their foreign friend was there also. Gibby strikes this guy in the head too, even though he isn't even supposed to be in this flashback. The gang then reminisced on the time their cat ran away, which looked like it was a pretty recent memory and actually got a good laugh out of me. Some more absurd things happen, like T-Bow watering the party bush with a thundercloud, them discussing Carly's bad moods, or the gang ending up in the Victorious living room, with Gibby being replaced by Robbie. They then make a joke about how Spencer's hair used to be really long and recreate the assassin scene from the I Saved Your Life episode when Sam wins. The owner of Bushwell along with Lubert come upstairs to tell Spencer and Carly that they have to go, but they trick them into remembering the moment where they were about to evict the Shays, then changed their minds, which ended up working. Spencer then comes in dressed super weird to take the gang back to the future, since some kids are in trouble or something, I don't even know. So T-Bow takes them there in this magic bubble, which is how this episode ends. Okay, so this episode is super ridiculous and nonsensical, just like the Victorious one, but I don't know man, the fact that there's some kind of coherent plot here that's actually pretty engaging makes this kind of a fun watch. Not my favourite episode of all time by any means, but I wouldn't mind watching this one again in the future. At 70, I put Ice Cream on Halloween. This episode, I believe, is the first mention of Socko, which is cool, I guess. Spencer wants to create a scary jack-o'-lantern for Halloween, but it's way bigger than he expected. There's a mystery about apartment 13B at Bushwell, which is supposedly haunted, and so Carly suggests that they do an iCarly in there for Halloween. I love how 13B uses the exact same set as Carly's apartment, by the way. It's a smart way to do it, to be fair. Carly gives her elaborate plan on how to get inside, but Sam lockpicks it instead. They shoot iCarly and plan to go on until midnight, until the lights go off and something starts touching their legs and it starts thundering outside. All while this happens, Spencer extracts the guts from the giant pumpkin. Freddy turns on the night vision and things start getting scarier with someone yelling at them to get out. The doorknob also comes off and so they can't leave. Some kids then knock on Spencer's door and ask for candy, and I'm surprised kids are trick-or-treating at an apartment complex anyway. Whatever, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this plot. The kids are after candy, but clearly Spencer doesn't have any, so why waste your time? It seemed a little lazy on the writer's part. Lubert lets the kids in and Spencer hides in the pumpkin. Back to the iCarlys, it turns out that the apartment isn't haunted at all and that the old lady that we saw at the beginning actually lives here. The thing touching them was just a kitten, and the lights short circuit sometimes, and the blood was red hair dye. Lubert was just lying to them because why not? Back to the Spencer plot, the kids find out that he's hiding in the pumpkin and so roll him out the apartment and he comes back covered in guts. This episode isn't that memorable to me, to be honest. It's okay for a Halloween special, I guess, but there's nothing to write home about. At 69, I've put I Lookalike. The episode starts with an iCarly segment where they show off a movie that they made called The Tantrum, which is kinda fun. They follow this up with revealing people who submitted their faces to see the closest lookalike to the iCarly gang, and sure, they look close enough. After the broadcast, they check the feedback and get a comment from Kevin Colt, son of a famous MMA fighter who says he's a huge fan. iCarly take this as an opportunity to ask if they can interview his dad, to which he agrees, and they get tickets and backstage passes too. Freddy's mom is not on board with this, and so the gang asks Spencer if he can deal with her. However, Spencer agrees with Mrs. Benson that it's a dangerous environment and doesn't want Carly to go either. This leads to Carly and Freddy planning to sneak out on the day of the interview, but they're a little nervous. The lookalikes mentioned at the beginning of the episode take their place while they're gone. These lookalikes, however, aren't actually aware that the gang is keeping them there as placeholders, as Sam told them that they'll be featured on iCarly, and so they offer them money instead. The plan is simple. They stay in the studio while the gang is away, and if someone asks them something, they have a bunch of pre-recorded sound bites to use, which could work as a response to anything. The actual iCarlys enter backstage and are immediately intimidated by how tough these guys are, especially Jackson Colt, who loses his temper when someone offers him fish instead of meatloaf. Meanwhile, the lookalikes have to deal with Spencer, who's at the door, but the sound bites weren't really working, causing Spencer to open the door and find out about the gang's plan. In the middle of the iCarly segment, Spencer walks in and confronts Sam, Carly and Freddy, but Jackson Colt isn't too fond of this and throws Spencer across the room. They all return to the apartment and Jackson apologizes for making Spencer lose consciousness. The gang decide to finish the show, and Jackson Colt comes along with the lookalikes and they all participate in random dancing, which is how this episode ends. It's okay. It's kind of lame that Spencer doing the right thing kind of blows up in his face, because him getting thrown across the room kind of proved his point, but I guess it's not that deep. Fine episode. At 68, I put I Battle Chip. The episode starts with the gang eating pizza and Gibby comes in holding a replica of a phaser that they used in Galaxy Wars. Freddy nerds over this too, and Gibby reveals that he spent $700 on it. Spencer then abruptly comes in completely naked using a bush to cover up. Chuck, the kid from upstairs, jumped him with the help of his friends and took his clothes. That same night, Spencer blades around the house all jolly because he finally got rid of Chuck by calling the cops on him. Chuck's dad had two choices, to either send Chuck to military school or juvie, and his dad picked military school. Spencer's rollerblades end up naturally catching on fire. The gang is at the Groovy Smoothie and Gibby has to go to the bathroom. He tells Carly to hold his phaser while he's gone. She agrees, but when Gibby goes, a fight just happens to break out behind them with a bully picking on a nerdy kid for no apparent reason. Sam quickly takes care of this, but Gibby's phaser ends up breaking in the process. Gibby is upset and leaves. Back to Spencer, he's enjoying himself blading through the halls of Bushwell until he runs into a kid who startles him. This kid is Chip, Chuck's younger brother. This freaks Spencer out and makes him paranoid again, going to the supermarket carrying weapons and wearing protective goggles the next day. Freddy comes in and shows Sam and Carly the fixed phaser which he'd been working on all night. However, he couldn't get the actual laser to work like it used to, and so after trying something new, turns it into an actual heat gun. Gibby ends up liking it even more and ends up burning a hole through the back door. Spencer comes back from the supermarket and finds a sandwich on the floor. He falls for this obvious bait though and gets attacked by Chip, who wraps duct tape around him. The next day, Spencer repairs the door, but Gibby ends up burning a hole through this one as well. During the iCarly segment, Carly and Sam try to do a bit where they tickle a frog to get it to giggle, but get disrupted by obnoxiously loud music. They stop the web show temporarily and get a video request from Chip, who says that because Spencer messed with his brother, he's going to mess with Spencer's sister. Carly angrily storms downstairs to tell Spencer to deal with Chip, but finds Spencer tied up on the kitchen counter with an apple in his mouth. While the gang try to free Spencer, Chip is in the corridor with his friend planning a trap for him, to get him stuck in glue so they can shave him. Gibby ends up putting his new phaser on overload and Freddy tells him that it's going to explode, so in a panic, Spencer throws the phaser down the hallway. It ends up exploding, causing Chip's plan to backfire, with him ending up stuck to the elevator door. The gang goes to the hallway to check out what happened and Chip tries to play nice to get Spencer to put him down. Spencer, however, enjoys himself and applies shaving cream to Chip's trousers. Freddy comforts Gibby on the destruction of his phaser, which is now unsalvageable, concluding this episode. I didn't mind this episode that much, to be honest. It was kind of fun, but having seen so many episodes of Spencer and Chuck going at each other, it does get a little repetitive here, even if Chip is the one doing the torturing in this episode. At 67, I put I Go to Japan, which is the first 1 hour special on this list. The episode starts with the iCarly segment, which isn't anything special, and then they receive an email from England from the host of the iWeb Awards saying that iCarly has been nominated for Best Comedy and would like to invite the gang over to the live competition abroad, all expenses paid. They soon receive their package, which confirms they'll be going to Japan, and we can't not acknowledge a Spencer fire gag when it happens. Spencer and Mrs. Benson will tag along too. Spencer tries to learn Japanese in preparation for the trip, but does it in the most extreme way ever with a shock collar. Meanwhile, the gang reviews the shows of the other nominees to see their competition and to plan on what they'll do for their bit. After laughing at one of the shows, they realise that it'll be a lot more difficult than they thought to win, and so try to come up with their best material. Sam's motivation is low-key very wholesome. They end up coming up with a space cheerleader bit, which is okay. They've done funnier bits, to be honest. Anyway, everyone packs and is ready to leave, but their journey there isn't exactly first class, being on a cargo plane that one of Soko's contacts had arranged, which isn't ideal to say the least. This is made worse when they realize the plane isn't even going to Japan, it's going to Korea, and so everyone has to jump out using a parachute when they fly over Tokyo, which I won't lie is a little goofy for my liking. It makes for a fun time, but like, was it absolutely necessary? And then they actually land in like this Japanese countryside, which is the most obvious set I've ever seen. It's a little off-putting. Anyway, ignoring that, they finally arrive at their hotel. The
honeymoon couple.
made me laugh more than it needed to. The rooms are pretty nice, and the gang decides to get some early sleep due to their eventful day. They're woken up by Kyoko and Yuki at their door, their competition for the Web Awards, who welcome them to Japan and even offer to go shopping with them before the awards start. We are then shown the worst green screen drive I've ever seen in a show. Like, wow, this is horrible, and I'm not sure age can even excuse this. Also, don't Japan drive on the left side like the UK? Like, shouldn't the driver be sitting on the right side here? Also, am I going crazy, or is the background literally Los Angeles? Man, I am looking into this way more than I should. We soon start to notice that Kyoko and Yuki are not as nice as they seem, setting up both the adults and Carly, Sam and Freddy. Both Spencer and Mrs. Benson were tricked into getting a massage, but instead get wrapped up in seaweed. Kyoko and Yuki fake an argument while in the car when they were supposed to go shopping, and there's 2 hours left until the award show itself. Spencer finds that because seaweed is edible, he can just chew his way out, and this works. Meanwhile, the argument turns into a full-blown fight and the gang is unsure of what to do. Sam ends up taking them both down, which stops the fight, but they end up driving away anyway. Carly tries to make things more positive, but a lorry drives past and covers the three of them in mud, depressing them even more. But now that Mrs. Benson and Spencer are free, they are able to help them out. Mrs. Benson is able to find their location because of a tracking device that was implanted in Freddy's head, which is not weird at all and most definitely not a lazy way to resolve this. Long story short, they end up finding the three of them 5 minutes before the show starts, which isn't so bad because comedy is the last category that's going to be shown, so they have time. They arrive outside but aren't let in because they don't have any form of valid ID and can't prove that they're supposed to be on the show. Also, Good Charlotte is here, for whatever reason. They end up getting in after Mrs. Benson distracts the guards, but the guards confront them inside too, with none of them knowing how to speak English. Kyoko and Yuki meanwhile do their bit, even though iCarly was supposed to go on before them. Carly and Sam still try to explain everything that happens but by acting it out instead, which isn't going too well, but Freddy finds a way to record this whole interaction and showcase it on one of the stage displays, so the whole world can see what's going on, and the audience of course cracks up at what they're saying. And once the host finds them, he reveals that they won just from their impromptu charades thing, and that is how this special ends. This was a lot worse than I remembered if I'm being completely honest. The title, I Go to Japan, makes it seem like this really grand episode of the gang exploring Japan and seeing how a foreign audience reacts to them, etc. But it seems this episode just follows the super sitcom-y trope of, oh, the main characters are stuck in this one location and need to come up with a plan to get to their intended destination, and the actual destination isn't the main bulk. You already know how I felt about these types of episodes on Victorious, and my opinion is no different here. Nothing about Japan was represented here, and what was stereotypical and kind of lame. This episode had huge potential but was wasted on a mediocre plot. I will say though that the ending is pretty enjoyable, and the fact that the show tried to go for something so grand is pretty commendable. At 66, I've put I Must Have Locker 239. The episode opens with the iCarly segment where Carly, Sam and Freddy each draw a bunny because of an email request and showed them live, with Freddy's being a simple bunny, Sam's being locked up and Carly's being this. Freddy and Sam make fun of Carly for it, and Carly says it's at least better than her first attempt, which we as an audience don't get to see unfortunately. On to the main bulk of the episode, Sam reveals that the best locker at the school, 239, will finally be available since the student who owns it is moving and Gibby doesn't get the big deal. The gang says that the locker is 4 times the size of a regular one, it is right next to a window so it has a good view, and also the cheerleaders walk past it every day. Sam reveals that there'll be some kind of contest for it soon. After school, Carly asks Spencer if she can get art lessons since her bunny was laughed at, and Spencer agrees after looking at the drawing. Everyone at school marvels at the now vacant locker, and Principal Franklin finally explains that the contest to win it will involve guessing the number of fat cakes inside a glass tank, with whoever getting closest winning. Freddy wants to calculate it Mark Rober style with some maths involved, while Sam guesses immediately, claiming she knows her fat cakes. Gibby's method is this, for some reason. Man, I love him. Spencer wakes Carly up at 2 in the morning after stepping on something green and asks Carly to draw it as it's a good subject, but she refuses after being disappointed by Spencer's art lessons so far. At school, Principal Franklin is about to reveal the winner. He reveals that Gibby was the furthest away from the right answer, guessing 5, showing concern for him. He then finally confirms that Freddy guessed the number of fat cakes exactly right, but it turns out Sam guessed this number too, meaning they have to share the locker. Spencer gets Carly to help out on a spatula sculpture, saying this will ultimately help her with her 2D art, but Carly is fed up and doesn't want to take the lessons anymore. Spencer is upset while working on a new sculpture when Carly walks in with a sketch pad in her bag. Turns out Carly is taking an art class at the community center and Spencer feels betrayed. Carly says that Spencer is a sculptor and doesn't know anything about drawing bunnies, which is when he immediately sketches a bunny without even looking at the page, proving her wrong. At school, Sam takes advantage of the new locker and sets up an entire Guitar Hero system, which annoys Freddy and also gets him in trouble. At the community center, Spencer interrupts the class and sits in to see what a quote-unquote good art teacher is like. The teacher tells everyone to draw 4 straight lines to teach the students about patience and control, which Spencer has an issue with since it limits creativity and passion. The teacher ends up painting on Spencer's face and he paints on hers, and so they go back and forth. Back at the apartment, we find the outcome of this altercation, with Spencer entirely covered in paint, and Carly is upset with him. She does come around to the idea of him being her teacher though, when he promises not to go all psycho. The teacher follows Spencer home and agrees that creativity and spontaneity are important for art, and they end up kissing, which I can't say I wasn't expecting.
Want to make purple?
Please.
Was pretty smooth. Then we get to the ending, which is super lame. Freddy offers Sam some money for her half of the locker, but she was going to let him have it anyway. Sam reveals that her mom got laser eye surgery and is going to pick up Sam from school. This results in the car reversing into the wall and destroying the locker. Freddy gets in trouble for this, for some reason. Pretty okay episode. I liked the concept, but the ending does ruin the episode for me, and the whole art plot isn't as engaging as it could have been. At 65, I've put I Give Away a Car, which is kind of a fun one. Carly, Sam and Freddy host a contest for a free new car from Flanken Motors after a boy called Jeffrey claims that his dad suggested the contest. The winner of the contest ends up being Neville Papperman. When Freddy and Sam go to retrieve the car for him, the two find out that the owner of the car dealership never authorized a contest with them and doesn't even have a son. After arguing with Neville, they find out that he was the one who sent Jeffrey to them, but iCarly must still provide him with a car or they will get shut down for fraud by the LCC. Since they can't afford to buy Neville a car, Spencer calls Socko's cousin to sell them a used car for a lower fee. Unfortunately, Neville doesn't consider the used car new, and according to statistics, what qualifies as a new car is one that is unique, state registered, and can travel under its own power at least 25 miles per hour. In the B plot, Spencer buys a space cruiser prop from Galaxy Wars online, but finds out that he was simply fooled by a replica. He decides to return it to a storage facility as he cannot bear looking at the fake. However, when he requests for the movers to bring back the couch, he gets charged with an extra fee. They take the couch when Spencer tells them that he cannot afford their rate. In the end, Spencer hires another one of Socko's cousins to steal back their couch. The two plots end up combining, with the iCarly team deciding to fit the space cruiser with an engine and give it to Neville as his new car. When Neville crashes it into a flower shop, the LCC decides that their makeshift car fits the technical definition of a new car, and iCarly is saved. At the end, all of them go get popsicles. It's a fun little episode, and it's always great to see a bit more of Neville. There's not that much else to say though. At 64 is I Half-a-Ween. The episode opens with the iCarly gang going to the Groovy Smoothie to find that every customer is wearing freaky costumes. This is because of some costume convention going on down the street. The costumes make the gang wonder why Halloween can't be celebrated more than once a year, and so they decide to celebrate it halfway through the year, coining the holiday Half-a-Ween. In the iCarly segment, we get this pretty funny bit with Carly breaking up with her old shoes. They then reveal that they're celebrating Half-a-Ween, and to get in the mood, they show off half a jack-o'-lantern, half a skeleton, and half a gibby. However, we find that someone is ominously watching this web show and planning for revenge. The gang decorate the apartment and dress up in costumes, with Carly being Sushi, Sam being hand sanitizer, and Freddy being Lubert. Spencer shows off the game he'll be hosting during the party called the Jerk Basket, where there'll be a giant basket full of prizes in the middle, with Spencer lowering someone in for 8 seconds using some rope, with them trying to grab as many prizes as they can in that time. He gives a demonstration using Gibby, but he suspends him a little too fast. It's honestly a pretty cool concept and a fun game. We skip to the party, which seems to be going pretty well. A guy comes in wearing a purple robot costume and holding a tray of sweets. He offers them to Sam, Carly and Freddy, who eat one each. However, they quickly realize that their voices are beginning to get really deep and freaky. They manage to get Spencer's attention, and he also gets freaked out by their voices. He tries to get them to remember if they all collectively ate something, and Freddy remembers the candy that the robot gave them, and so the three of them go on a hunt to find the guy. Freddy ends up finding the robot in the iCarly studio, and he's revealed to be Neville. Freddy calls Carly to tell her it was Neville all along, but Neville's bodyguards take his phone from him and force him into the robot costume instead, silencing his voice and magnetically sealing the head so Freddy can't tell anyone it's him in the suit. Carly and Sam end up getting their voices back, and we find that Gibby and Spencer have captured the purple robot, not knowing Freddy is inside. As a punishment, Spencer suspends and lowers Freddy in the basket 20 times, and everyone cheers, but Neville reveals that he isn't in the suit at all. Neville is still as salty as ever, saying that it was iCarly's responsibility to portray Neville in a good light after the supermarket incident and they failed, despite it ultimately being Neville's fault for ruining his reputation again. Carly pretends to feel apologetic and lets Neville stay at the party, allowing Neville to tell his bodyguards that they may leave. But after they leave, Carly switches up immediately and makes Sam dangle him above the jerk basket. They finally let him fall and he collapses into the basket. Everyone cheers and they drop him again once more, concluding this episode. This was a fun one for sure. Not that memorable, but still enjoyable with no major critiques. So I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, I wasn't too certain on what I wanted to do for the intermission sections for this video. With the Victorious ranking, the songs just seemed natural to do a tier list on because they're so integrated with that world. But with iCarly, it's a little more tricky. Realistically, I could just do a tier list of every iCarly web show segment, but for one, that sounds like an absolute nightmare to do and would probably increase the video's runtime by another hour, which is not ideal. And two, the web show segments are a very difficult thing to rank because sometimes episodes won't have them at all, or they'll be like 10 seconds long or whatever. My point is, they're not standardized enough for me to really rank them compared to songs. So instead, what I will be doing is playing some iCarly / Victorious related games on Roblox, because Roblox is a website full of creative people. Maybe we'll find some hidden gems, though I'm not too hopeful. Hopefully this spices up the video enough to still be entertaining. I'll be doing all this on my Rey Mysterio 537 account, which is my first ever Roblox account created all the way back in 2013. Man, I am getting old. I figured that since the Victorious video is still fresh in my mind, why don't I just search up Victorious and see what type of games we come across. Okay, so right off the bat, there are more games here than I initially thought there would be, so maybe this is a good sign. Let's first check out Hollywood Arts Roleplay with the Hollywood sign as the thumbnail. The like to dislike ratio isn't too bad. This was created in 2019 and was updated a couple months ago, so maybe this will be good. Okay, so this is Hollywood Arts Roleplay and it's already asking me to buy something. Okay. We got some lockers over here. This is cool, they got like screen caps from the show. That's Tori's locker. Oh my god. This isn't bad, honestly. The thing with Victorious is that it's all filmed on a set, right? So this entire interior was kind of made up by the person who made this game, just kind of making sense of it all. It's kind of a tricky task, honestly. This is the black box, because this is where Tori did her tech theatre exam. Look at me knowing all the Victorious lore. Oh my god, what am I looking at? This is kind of cool. The black box does feel a little smaller than it does on the show, but that might just be because the Roblox character is really big. You got makeup rooms here, and there's like a little backstage thing. Where does this take me? Oh, okay, so it loops around. Fair enough. Can I go through here? I cannot. I'm on the catwalk. And there's a door here, and I'm upstairs. Okay. Do we have any classrooms like Psychowitz or anything? Is this Psychowitz? Oh, okay, this is the table tennis room. I don't know, I feel like they've made up the interior just a little bit, but it's you can tell what it is. You can tell what it's supposed to be. This is honestly really cool. I'm actually like blown away by the detail they put into this. Obviously, like a lot of it could be just free models, but like it's not bad. For a recreation, it's not bad. I can go outside, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. I just want to explore the inside a bit. Okay, so they've like really gone all out here with the interior. This is completely made up. I don't think we see this on the show. Does this lead anywhere? No, it doesn't. Okay, that's cool. They've snuck in Blackpink. Fair enough. Okay, so I've explored all of the bottom floor, but I haven't actually seen Psychowitz's classroom yet. I always kind of assumed it was downstairs, but maybe it's up here. I don't actually know. Okay, so I assume this is Psychowitz's class. Yeah, okay. If you were into roleplay, this is honestly a pretty good recreation. Alright, I'm really interested to see how they've managed to pull off the outside. Oh my god, wait. They kind of cooked. This is cool. They've managed to integrate like the the stock footage outdoors bit that are used in like the transitions with the actual set that they filmed on. Obviously those are two entirely separate locations, but they've managed to like merge them in a way that makes sense. Props to the people who made this, like genuinely. And this is the outdoors bit where everyone eats. I don't remember the name, something cafe, asphalt cafe, I think. I kind of thought that that was attached to the actual school, but I guess not. This is where like Tori and Andre perform. This is where Robbie's car got stolen. If you worked on this and you happen to watch this video, well done, because this is a very good game and like you can tell that you've put a lot of time and effort into it. So yeah, this was fun. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I've just found another one called Hollywood Arts Victorious Roleplay. Similar name to the last one, and this was also updated in 2024. This looks promising. I mean, look at that thumbnail. That looks very promising. Yeah, let's try it out. Okay, we're in, and immediately this looks phenomenal. Okay, so for the lockers, they've done just straight up screen grabs from the show, which actually doesn't look too bad. They did repeat one here. I think that's Beck's locker. They just kind of copy and pasted, but it doesn't look terrible. This could have been distorted slightly to fit this square better, but you know what? Minor gripes. This looks a little empty. I think it looked empty in the last game too, but I don't blame them necessarily because I don't think we ever see the school from this angle. It's always from like here, right? Or here, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. They even have the janitor's closet, which I realized I forgot to check in the other game, but it's fine. Doesn't look bad. I think it's more spacious than it is in the show. Let's check the black box, which they've put here. Okay, this looks more like the black box, honestly. They've even done the backstage. Oh, did I just get teleported? What just happened? This lighting kind of reminds me of the whole Trina Vega Chicago thing. I don't know if that's what they were going for, but if they were, they kind of nailed it. The catwalk, same sort of stuff. This is like St. John's Station. And we end up upstairs too. Okay, so I think this game might have taken inspiration from the other one I just played, or maybe the other way around. But it makes sense because trying to piece together the sets is a bit of a tricky task. I'm walking on an invisible block. I don't know what's going on. They probably put this here just so you can't enter this room. Let's check Psychowitz's class. Okay, so some of these doors you actually can't walk through. This should be Psychowitz's. Oh, okay. Looks pretty damn nice. Wow. Beautiful picture of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson there. I want to see if they did the outside too. Okay, I don't know what any of this means, but cool. All right, let's go outside. Oh, okay. Okay, I can't leave. They've done a different approach, but this is very cool. I am very impressed with this one also. I speak like I'm knowledgeable on Victorious or something, but whatever. Just as a fan of Victorious, this is very, very good. I almost completely forgot about the select character section in this game. This is cool. This is really cool. You can... I'm Robbie Shapiro. I mean, he doesn't have glasses, but I'm Robbie Shapiro now. Okay, that's a cool element. I have a payphone. That... Oh, okay, it has loaded in. It's just very small. Cat Valentine. Oh my god, this is so funny. No Trina. Okay. Do I give negative points for having no Trina? Maybe. Okay, I feel like maybe some more thought could have been put into what the characters are wearing, because I don't know, this doesn't really fit Tori's vibe, if I'm being honest. And Jade, I don't know about the crop top. I don't know about that. But this is cool. I like that they have this option. I would be interested in seeing like other locations from the show, like Karaoke Dokie or Tori's house, but maybe I'll find a game that actually has recreated them. But for Hollywood art recreations, these are very, very good. Okay, so I just went on another one called Victorious Roleplay, and I have no clue what I'm looking at right now. Is this a free model house? This is bad. This is honestly really bad. If we were to grade them, this gets an F. What is this? Nothing about this screams Victorious. We've got a trampoline for some reason. Bob the Clumsy Man. I don't know, man. You kind of didn't cook with this. I can change my face if I wanted. That's cool. Okay, well, that doesn't even... Oh, it does work. Okay. Yeah, that's disappointing. At 63 is I Think They Kissed. This episode starts with an iCarly segment where they show off a commercial they made for the sack, a silly but funny bit. After showing the commercial, Sam and Carly take a bite out of a squash and Sam ends up losing a tooth from it. Sam continues to eat things like corn despite this, and it's revealed that the last time Sam went to a dentist was 12 years ago. Spencer is getting ready to go to a prison to teach art to some prisoners as part of a valuable skills scheme. Carly takes Sam to a dentist and she freaks out after hearing they'll drill into her teeth. Spencer tries to teach his prisoner class, but one of the guys tries to attack him. Once the guards take him away, Spencer tries to find out what the prisoners are interested in, and they all eventually agree on sculpting a pair of pants. Sam gets her tooth replaced and 3 other cavities filled, but she's on laughing gas, meaning she will be a bit loopy for a while. She's being super funny without trying to be, but then eventually reveals that she kissed Freddy, which surprises Carly. Once the gas wears off, Sam doesn't seem to remember what she said, and once she leaves, Carly tells Spencer the big secret. Spencer proposes that Sam may have made it up because of the gas, and Carly convinces herself that this is the truth. Carly then tells Freddy about the whole dentist situation. Carly then reveals that Sam told her the secret, and Freddy fails to play it off. Freddy says that it was a one-time thing and he promised to never speak of it, eventually convincing Carly not to tell Sam. Spencer and the prisoners make the pair of pants together, and it honestly looks pretty good, and it's cool to see Spencer in this context. However, after being offered punch from a toilet, Spencer excuses himself, giving the prisoners time to get into the pants. Spencer brings the sculpture home with him after the prisoners urged him to. Spencer then leaves to go to some Armenian place to eat. Carly calls Sam over, tricking her into thinking there'd be bacon flavoured ice cream so she can confront her about the secret. Freddy walks in right as Carly mentions it, which leads Sam to believe that Freddy spilled first and grabs him back into the apartment after his attempt of running away. Carly reveals that Sam is the one who said the secret herself, and she feels betrayed that neither of them mentioned it. But as they're having this conversation, the prisoners get caught sneaking out the trousers. Freddy threatens to call the cops, but the prisoners use duct tape to tie the gang to chairs instead. They take this as an opportunity to work through their problems, and Sam and Freddy make it clear that they'll no longer be keeping secrets from Carly. Carly then curiously asks how they felt about the kiss, but we don't end up getting an answer. In fact, the entire ending of this episode is just kind of bad. Spencer comes back from the Armenian place to fetch his banjo as he met a girl there, completely ignoring the fact that the gang is tied up, and then he leaves. The gang try to set themselves free but fall backwards. And that's it. The prison plot isn't explained further or concluded in a satisfying way, so we just have to assume that these prisoners escaped with 0 consequences. It sucks that Spencer doesn't find out about this either, and the kissing plot all built up to nothing basically. The gang is no longer going to be keeping secrets. That's pretty much all we learned from this episode. And they don't even end up keeping this promise. This had good potential to be a really solid episode, but the mid-ending brings it down significantly. I've put I Open a Restaurant at 62. The episode opens with the iCarly segment where Carly and Sam start drilling some holes in some ham. We then get this Einstein cosplayer saying that you'll explode if you drink clam juice and soy sauce together. Spencer tries it and explodes, but Freddy turns the camera around just in case to show that Spencer didn't actually explode and this was just a bit. The gang comes down after the show and find that both the TV and the computer have been robbed. Freddy confirms this when he sees the lock on the door has been broken. At school, Freddy and Carly wonder where Gibby is, and Sam comes over saying she found him in the basement of the school. Carly says that the school doesn't even have a basement, which is what Sam thought initially too, and so she brings them down to see it for themselves. Gibby then says that his dream has always been to open his own restaurant, and he has a chance to fulfill that dream now. Freddy and Sam seem pretty on board with this, but Carly isn't so sure. It is also revealed that Freddy has redeveloped a little crush on Carly. After school, Freddy asks Carly if they want to study together, but when Carly opens the door, she gets blinded by a huge flash. Turns out that since the robbery, Spencer has been trying to improve the security of their home, and so has built a burglar alarm that uses a motion detector to trigger 36 lights to go off and blind the intruder. Carly tells him to take it down, and Spencer has to think of another security system since he can't afford a real alarm. Back to Gibby, his restaurant seems to be going pretty well, calling the place Gibby's with a pretty fancy menu. Carly and Freddy get the full experience, but Freddy worries that the place will get busted. Gibby tells him not to worry since he's only letting cool people in. Sam comes down too when Gibby reveals that she's his partner for this whole operation, with the two making pretty good money from this. Carly gets her pasta, but for some reason Gibby sprinkles this with red hot pepper despite her saying no. She finds it extremely hot and so drinks her lemonade, which also has red pepper in it, and she runs for the stairs panicking. Probably the goofiest part of this whole episode, just felt a bit unnecessary. We then fast forward to the restaurant again, which seems to have upgraded since we last saw it, with a super nice interior and business booming. However, a bully named Billy comes down to the restaurant having just been released from juvie. He starts harassing and irritating Gibby, telling him to take his shirt off despite Gibby saying that he doesn't do that anymore. He pushes Gibby a little too far, but Sam tries to defuse the situation by sending Gibby to take a walk and talking to Billy. She asks one of the workers at the restaurant to prepare her buttersock. Gibby comes back down and tells Billy to leave. Billy decides to throw a punch, but Sam attacks him from behind and gives him a good beating with the buttersock, which was super satisfying to see. Because of this, Billy decides to tell Mr. Howard about Gibby's operation, and he threatens to tell Principal Franklin about this to shut it down. Principal Franklin, however, is seen dining at the restaurant. In the end, Principal Franklin tells Gibby that because this violates school rules, he should shut the restaurant down, but as soon as the coast is clear, he tells Gibby it's fine to keep it running in secret. It's a bit of a shame that we never get to see this restaurant again. Back to the B plot, Spencer makes another security device, a robot that shoots unpopped popcorn kernels at intruders, but it malfunctions and starts attacking them. They try to have it focus on Mrs. Benson so that they can unplug it from behind, but Spencer doesn't manage to pull the plug out of the outlet before the machine runs out of corn, so Mrs. Benson is heavily pelted. And this is just kind of where this plot ends. I don't know, the Gibby plot was pretty enjoyable for the most part, but this B plot is just so average to me and doesn't conclude in a satisfying enough way for me to rate this episode higher. Also, the mention of Freddy's new crush on Carly that doesn't go anywhere felt so random too. Mrs. Benson getting pelted wasn't too fun to watch either. Pretty enjoyable episode I guess, but has some iffy parts I wasn't too fond of. At 61 is iPie, which is a bit of a strange episode, but I don't mind it too much. The gang tell Freddy to try one of Galini's pies since he's never had it, and he's blown away when he tries one. However, Mr. Galini ends up passing away and the shop is about to close because he didn't share the recipe with anyone else. The iCarly crew tries to find a way to save it, and the owner's granddaughter Trudy doesn't want to keep it open, and Mr. Galini's assistant Mario is unfamiliar with the pie recipe. Trudy agrees to give the recipe for her grandfather's famous coconut cream pie to Spencer in exchange for a date, but later confesses that she never had it in the first place, but does reveal that he kept the recipe in his computer somewhere. On iCarly, they request viewers to send over their own coconut cream pie recipes, but unfortunately none of these come close to Galini's pie. Eventually, when Freddy and Sam try to find the recipes on Mr. Galini's computer, they get into a fight and knock it over. To their surprise, Carly finds that the recipe cards were put inside the computer itself, and they fell out when the computer was knocked over. In the end, Trudy and Mario reopen the pie shop and continue running it as normal. I don't know what the writers were smoking when coming up with this plot, but I actually found it somewhat enjoyable. I find Lubert's Lost Love is at 60. This episode opens with a messing with Lubert segment where the gang puts a bunch of golf balls in his office cabinet. After the show, Carly pulls out some red velvet cream filled cupcakes from her fridge, but Sam has eaten out all of the filling. Carly says that Sam has to order some more, but realizes that she left her phone in Lubert's office and forcibly takes Freddy with her to retrieve it. Spencer comes back from building watch as there's been high cases of robberies in the apartment, and Mrs. Benson assigns him a partner to help, and it's of course Chuck. Sam and Freddy head on down to the lobby where Lubert has successfully picked up all the golf balls and placed them inside a basket. Sam topples over this basket and Freddy is blamed as a distraction. Sam goes into the office to get her phone but finds a box of personal items instead, which she ends up taking. Not sure which person actually labels a box of personal items with a deeply personal item sticker. Up in the studio, Freddy and Sam are having fun looking through the box, with them even finding a modeling portfolio. Freddy then finds a CD from a woman named Marta, and they play it to find that Lubert actually used to have a girlfriend and was very visibly happy. Carly then suggests that they should find Marta because if Lubert was happy, their lives would be a lot less miserable living at Bushwell. Freddy finds Marta's splash face MySpace page where she says that she's feeling lonely, and so the gang plans to email. During building watch, a woman approaches Spencer and Chuck and explains that she's been robbed, and Chuck out of nowhere tells her to relax in a really professional manner. Spencer is impressed and the two of them seem to be getting along. The gang bring Marta into the apartment complex and call out Lubert from his office, who goes nuts at the sight of her. Carly and Sam try to understand what's wrong, and we find out that the video they saw was from Marta and Lubert's relationship 2 weeks in. Apparently she's relentless and would refuse to break up with Lubert when he tried to many years ago, and his wart was also caused because of the stress. The only reason they are apart is because he managed to run away after jumping off a cruise ship, moving to Seattle and changing his last name. It's honestly kind of cool to learn some Lubert lore from time to time. The gang fully realize their mistake when watching Lubert and Marta through the hidden camera they set up in his office, where she's very aggressive and abusive, forcibly cutting his hair. Carly tries to calmly suggest to Marta that she isn't right for Lubert, but she for whatever reason believes Carly is trying to get between them. God, jokes like this make me so uncomfortable. Sam and Freddie try to tell Lubert that Carly is trying to get rid of Marta, but that's when Carly runs downstairs being chased by her. Sam hits her with a pineapple. Meanwhile, Chuck and Spencer are working well together. They confront a suspicious guy holding a gym bag, but he isn't the one responsible for the robberies. Spencer then finds that Chuck is acting suspicious, leaving someone else's apartment holding a bag. Turns out Chuck is the one behind the robberies, stealing TV remotes from everyone. His reasoning being that because he was grounded for watching TV, no one else is allowed to watch TV, which weirdly makes sense. Spencer tries chasing Chuck, and they run on down to the lobby where the whole Lubert situation is unfolding. Cops walk in and Spencer is ready to reveal the true robber, which is when Lubert confesses so he can go to jail, to be away from Marta. He'll only be there for 30 days, and so he slaps a cop, increasing his sentence to 6 months. Honestly, a bit of a lazy and rushed way to end this episode, but still decently good for the most part. At 59 is I Hatch Chicks. Carly and Sam get paired up for a science project while Freddie is paired with this bully from school. Sam and Carly plan to keep chicks and show the incubation live on iCarly up until the point they hatch, with a live cam left on at all times, which is a super cool idea. After Spencer finds a baby chick in the shower and almost mistakes it for a bar of soap, Carly and Sam realize that the chicks have hatched earlier than they expected and escaped from the incubator. The gang then search the apartment to find them. They are under pressure to find them quickly because they learn that chicks can't stay out of the incubator for more than a couple hours. Spencer, in an attempt to save one of the chicks, gets stuck in a heating duct, so Carly, Sam, Freddie and Duke keep searching without him. After saving 5 of them, Carly and Sam find the last one in the elevator shaft. They ask Freddie for tools, but Freddie accidentally hits the elevator button on his way up, and the chick escapes just before the time runs out. Luckily, it crawls into Spencer's mouth, and when he finally gets out of the heating duct, he coughs it up. All 6 chicks are saved. It's a very simple concept, but still pretty fun regardless. I'm at the stage in this ranking where all the episodes from this point I actually don't have huge issues with, which just goes to show how much of an incredible show iCarly is. So let's say these next couple of episodes make up the peak in a normal distribution. Also,
Wait, come by the other one!
Was pretty funny. At number 58, I've placed I Can't Take It, one of the 5 episodes that make up the SETI arc. If you don't remember the show too well, discussing the SETI arc in separate parts can make it a bit challenging to talk about without referencing the arc as a whole, but I'll do my best to keep things clear, as ultimately these episodes are standalone additions to the show. The episode starts with Sam and Carly hanging out in her room, discussing how things are going well with Freddie, with them not fighting as much anymore. Freddie comes in to show a trailer he edited for iCarly, but Carly has been cropped out of it due to Freddie's feelings for Sam. Gibby comes in with some sandwiches and Sam is way more meaner to him than usual, knocking him to the ground. Carly thinks that since she is no longer mean to Freddie, she turns to someone else to release her anger. Gibby asks if his jaw is broken, but he's all good, proceeding to go take a nap in Carly's bed for some reason. Freddie and Sam are late to their movie and so decide to go, saying that they'll re-edit the trailer afterwards, but immediately come back in because Freddie sees his mum coming out of the lift, with the couple still keeping their relationship a secret. She knocks on the door and Sam asks if Spencer can lie for their sake, but he refuses to, claiming that one lie leads to another, which leads to to another, and so on. He eventually gives in, telling Mrs. Benson that Freddy went to the supermarket to get some yeast for his bread baking business. Later, Mrs. Benson goes into the lift and Gibby is inside with her. He stops it from moving and reveals to her that Sam and Freddy have been dating this entire time, his reason for telling being that he hates how mean Sam is being to him as a result. Back at the apartment, Spencer is actually making bread to make his lie seem like the truth. Carly and the gang come in and Freddy talks about how he got rejected from the summer camp he really wanted to go to, confused as to why, as his grades were high. Gibby gets a text from Glittergloss, a company that appeals to women, I guess, saying that there's a big sale going on for the next hour. Sam and Carly decide to go to the mall after hearing this. Gibby then brings Mrs. Benson in, who's holding a bar of palladium, worth around $100,000. She gives this to Freddy, and Freddy asks why he's getting this, and Mrs. Benson says that it's his on one condition: to stop dating Sam. Freddy rightfully says no, and Mrs. Benson runs back into her apartment after ripping her shirt. Later that day at the studio, Carly wonders where Sam and Freddy are since iCarly is about to start soon. She has enough and ends up starting the show with just Gibby, but immediately ends it when she realizes that Gibby has no clue what he's doing. Sam and Freddy finally arrive with Carly patiently waiting for them. They apologize but say that the reason they're late is because Mrs. Benson was outside the movie theater, so they jumped on a boat to escape her. Carly then lists the problems that she's been having ever since the two of them got together, and Sam thinks that the reason she's feeling this way is because she's jealous of their relationship, with Freddy believing that perhaps it was her who told Mrs. Benson about them. Carly then lets slip that it was Gibby who told, not her, and Sam out of anger tackles him down to the ground. Spencer tries to separate them but gets kicked in the groin. After that whole altercation, Gibby ends up with a dislocated breastbone and a clump of his hair gone. Mrs. Benson suggests that Carly should help them separate Sam and Freddy and to give in to her anger, which is when Carly reveals that it was Sam who sabotaged Freddy's application to the summer camp months before they started dating. Up at the studio, Carly and Gibby prepare for the moment, with Carly being extremely nervous about this. Sam and Freddy come in on time for the next iCarly, but Freddy's mom comes up the lift holding the application that Freddy submitted. He tells her to leave it since he got rejected, but his mom urges him to take a closer look, with the answers being nonsensical and stuff he didn't even write. Sam reveals that it was her who wrote it, and Carly, not being able to take it, runs downstairs. Sam tries to explain it was long before they started dating, but Freddy is too hurt to say anything other than it was a dream of his and that it could have helped him get into any college he wanted. Sam apologizes, but Freddy does not respond. Carly, watching from the computer downstairs, can't take the guilt anymore and runs upstairs to explain that Freddy shouldn't break up with Sam over this. Mrs. Benson tries to attack Carly, but Gibby stops her, saying that he can't interfere with young love, and escorts her out. Carly tries to explain to Freddy that Sam is spontaneous like this and that she's still lovable, and eventually the two kiss and make up. Gibby comes in and starts singing, and Spencer watches from the computer, sobbing while eating yeast, which is how this episode ends. Now, the reason I put this so low in comparison to the other episodes in this saga is because it completely wastes a good premise. I personally love the SETI arc, but I can acknowledge that there definitely are some glaring issues with it, and this episode is a prime example. As soon as Sam and Freddy start dating, we as an audience already kind of sense that Sam's past mistreatment of Freddy would come back to bite her in the ass, but it was just handled so horribly in this episode. Sam sabotages Freddy's life-changing application for an absurd reason, and while the past can't be changed, this was a perfect chance to give Sam meaningful character development and humanize her. Instead, Freddy quickly forgives her and downplays the situation, making it feel unearned. I can admit I enjoyed it, but what a huge missed opportunity this was. At 57 is I Spy a Mean Teacher. The episode is about wondering what happens in teachers' lives outside of school, so the gang decide to do their next web show on that. Miss Briggs is a teacher they're really interested in. Freddy gets a pie camera to spy on Miss Briggs, and Carly and Sam laugh at it, and so he tests it out on Spencer, who's talking to a girl, but the two clock on immediately. They use the pie anyway, but find that Miss Briggs' life is really boring. I can't get over how much of a set Miss Briggs' house looks like. Like, I know this is an old episode and all, but it's a bit distracting. Carly and Freddy get distracted by a bee and end up going inside Miss Briggs' house. I don't really get why that's the first thing they do, but I guess it works for the plot. Miss Briggs comes back from taking out the trash, and so Carly and Freddy hide in her closet. She does yoga in the front room so they are unable to leave. In the closet, Freddy finds a light switch and finds a bunch of posters and cutouts of Randy Jackson, meaning Miss Briggs has a serious obsession with him. What is this episode? Meanwhile, Sam helps Spencer with his new sculpture. She poses as his model for a couple of hours, but he makes a fish instead. Carly calls Sam to help them out and so goes to Miss Briggs' house too. Sam calls Miss Briggs as a distraction but ends up getting caught in the process. Carly and Freddy try to escape, but he ends up stepping on Miss Briggs' bagpipes and so they get caught too. Miss Briggs has the opportunity to get them in trouble, but instead demands she be on iCarly to perform a bagpipe song, a solution that would benefit them all. Now comes the actual iCarly segment. I love how unenthusiastic Carly and Sam are about the whole thing. Somehow they have the biggest audience they've ever had on the one day Miss Briggs performs. I just find that kind of hard to believe, but it is pretty funny. The viewers significantly drop and the gang is concerned. In the end, the green screen at the beginning of the episode comes in clutch and they end up making Miss Briggs' performance entertaining. They get their audience back and all is well. Everyone cheers for Miss Briggs at school, which is surprisingly wholesome. Overall, not a bad episode, but not a standout either, so I've put it at 57. I Dream of Dance is at 56, which is the third ever episode of this series. This is our first introduction to Gibby, which is amazing because he is the best character this show has to offer. I felt so bad for him when Sam destroyed his locker. On iCarly, the gang announced a dance contest where fans could send them videos of them doing their dance moves, and if they're crazy enough, they'll show them on iCarly to the world. However, they get over 3,000 videos submitted and so settle on watching 500 a night in preparation for the next show. The iCarly gang try watching the dance clips, but soon end up falling asleep and having dance-related dreams. They all start by sharing the same dream. The dream starts when Carly, Sam and Freddy arrive at school, tired from watching the 500 clips, and they all admit that they don't even remember waking up that morning. Just then, the school bell rings and the lights dim, and the other students and some teachers, except for the trio, start dancing, leaving them to wonder what's going on. In some ways, this feels like the April Fool's episode of Victorious, but if it was actually decent. They each have their own separate dreams. Sam's involving Miss Briggs and her bagpipes, Freddy's being about winning over Carly's love through dance battle, and Carly's being with cute boys in her apartment. Spencer wakes them up to show off his helmet so he can demonstrate his firecracker dance, but we don't get to see this. Spencer ends up going to sleep and having the same dream as Carly, but he's in her place. It's a fun little episode, not one that I'm dying to rewatch or necessarily think about when iCarly comes to mind, but it's still pretty enjoyable. At 55 is I Shock America. The episode opens with Spencer watching the Jimmy Fallon show with a girl, but he doesn't pay her much attention. Not particularly a fan of this gag if I'm honest. Jimmy does a bit where he sends thank you cards. He mentions iCarly and Spencer freaks out, pushing the girl off the sofa. He pauses the show and runs upstairs to wake up Carly and goes to the Bensons to get Freddy too. Carly and Freddy freak out also and again push the girl off the sofa. Carly rushes to her phone to see a call from Sam, who's also watching Jimmy Fallon. Gibby comes in too, who ran as fast as he could through the rain. He ends up walking the girl home with his Gibby charm. On the next iCarly, they decide to pay tribute to Jimmy Fallon and do their own version of his thank you bit. Jimmy excitedly watches this with one of his managers, flattered by the gang. The next day, Gibby tells an inside joke to the girl and Spencer, getting jealous, decides to walk her to her job despite Gibby offering. Freddy reveals that he's getting a video chat request from Jimmy Fallon and so he accepts it. I love Gibby's one-liner, man.
Your show's a lot of fun.
I don't know when exactly he started saying it, but the way he delivers it is so funny every single time. Jimmy Fallon asks the gang if they want to come to New York to be guests on his show, and they of course agree. Jimmy doesn't know how to turn off the call, and so Tina Fey makes a cameo to turn it off for him. The gang arrives in New York and loves the atmosphere. Gibby's luggage ends up getting lost however, and so is in need of some new clothes, and so Carly and Sam offer to take him shopping. They find some guy selling clothes on the street, and Gibby finds some jeans he likes the look of and so buys them for real cheap. The gang finally arrive on the Jimmy Fallon show, and I love the fact that it plays out like an actual segment from the real show. He asks them to do an impromptu idiot farm girl bit. He then gets everyone to come to the side to do a variation of random dancing where the gang has to take off a hat and a pair of gloves simply by dancing, without actually touching the items. Things seem to be going pretty well until Gibby's trousers fall down, shocking everyone watching. Jimmy cuts to commercial and runs off worried. Backstage, the gang ensures that Gibby's trousers stay on by wrapping duct tape around his waist. One of Jimmy's producers confronts the gang backstage wondering what happened, and they admit it was a complete accident. He rolls back the incident to show how hard it was to miss. After commercial, Jimmy awkwardly wraps up the show. Jimmy's producer tells them that they have a meeting tomorrow with the NCC. Carly and Gibby go up to Jimmy to apologize, and he seems cool with it, but you can tell he's worried about the future of his show. The internet seems to be blaming Jimmy Fallon for allowing nudity on his show, so iCarly go live from their hotel room to make it very clear that Jimmy was completely unaware about what was going to happen and that iCarly is entirely to blame. At the hearing with the NCC, they reveal that the fine for showing nudity to an audience with underage viewers is $500,000 US, and since iCarly took the blame, they have to pay. Sam tries in a last-ditch effort to shift the blame to Jimmy so that they don't have to pay the fine, but the NCC play back the last iCarly where they very explicitly take the blame. This means that the gang has to pay the fine or shut down iCarly for good.
Either that or we'll have to shut down iCarly.
Was so funny for no reason. The gang is very on edge since the meeting as they don't know what to do, and while they pack to go back to Seattle, the producer from earlier comes to their hotel to tell them that Jimmy wants to meet with them. Turns out this isn't an actual meeting but an invitation to the actual show where Jimmy tells them that he sent out a tweet asking for donations and within a day received $576,000. This now means that iCarly can pay the fine and carry on their web show, concluding this episode. I'll be honest, I didn't hate this episode necessarily. I quite enjoyed it, but the fact that Dan Schneider had the opportunity to get Jimmy Fallon on the show and this was the plot he came up with really baffled me. I believe Noah Monk was like 16 at the time, and so the plot doesn't really sit right with me. The whole NCC stuff was fine, but they couldn't have done anything else that's prohibited, like Sam cussing or just literally anything besides Gibby's trousers falling down, and so for that reason I've placed this episode relatively low. But besides the weirdness, I quite liked the plot and it actually felt like we were in New York for the most part, unlike the Japan episode. At 54 is I Sell Penny Teas. This episode opens with this super hilarious fever dream of an iCarly segment. Sam blows her nose into some noodles and puts them in Guppy's plate. Sam and Carly then reveal behind a red curtain some items from past iCarly broadcasts, as some fans are eager to buy some old stuff, and there's some really cool callbacks here like the tech foots and the wheel of hammers. Gibby eats the noodles and likes the sauce, resulting in Carly making a snot pun and Spencer playing the banjo. I just love this whole segment for whatever reason. After the broadcast, the gang is packing up the things people bought on the show, with Freddie revealing that the best-selling thing by far were the penny tees, which are the t-shirts using impact font with some witty text that we've seen the characters wear constantly across the show. The gang then decide that a penny tee business could be really lucrative for them. There's someone at the door and Spencer eagerly opens it, receiving a package. He reveals that he got a foreign movie for an Uzbek girl that he met. Random Uzbekistan mention, but pretty cool. She doesn't speak English though, and so Spencer communicates using signs, and this has worked enough for him to secure a third date with the girl, which is when they'll watch the movie together. As they're watching the movie, the girl speaks Russian to Spencer, but he doesn't understand a word she says. Out of curiosity, I did do some digging and found this guy on Reddit who translated all of her lines into English, and it was actually a super funny read, and a cool little Easter egg I suppose you could call it for Russian speaking viewers. This whole bit is just really funny, and I love how hard Spencer is trying to make this work. Freddie and Carly have successfully made about 70 penny teas ready for shipping and are wondering where Sam is and why she isn't contributing. She comes up to Carly's room with about 90 penny teas, and the duo are curious on how on earth she's managed this. She then shows how in the basement of the apartment, which I honestly completely erased from memory because wow, this is really dark and honestly not what I was expecting in the slightest. She's exploiting kids, to put it bluntly, paying them $5 a day to make the t-shirts. She's also feeding them food found in the bins. Carly and Freddy are rightfully not on board with this, but instead of condemning it entirely, they let Sam keep half the kids and take the other half to make the t-shirts their way. A more ethical way, but let's face it, there's nothing ethical about this. I get that they have a lot of orders and stuff, but this is just not it, man. And I get the show's critiquing it too, don't get me wrong, but it's still uncomfortable to watch regardless. Anyway, back to Spencer and his date. They're at the Groovy Smoothie now. Communication is still an issue, but Gibby comes out of the bathroom and tells Spencer that his bus driver is from Uzbekistan too, and Spencer asks if he can have him as a translator. Gibby agrees, and I just absolutely love the running gag of a guy leaving the bathroom with Gibby absolutely terrified with zero context. Freddy and Carly are treating the kids nice, I guess, giving them regular snack breaks and letting them vibe to music while they work. Sam, on the other hand, is the complete opposite, giving them food that isn't even made for human consumption. The kids are fed up and leave. Freddy and Carly's kids turn on them too, where they get a little too comfortable, not doing much work at all. They also decide to walk out. Back to Spencer. Turns out Gibby's bus driver doesn't speak English either, and he ends up stealing Spencer's girl. Spencer asks Gibby if his driver can't speak English, how did he even get here? And Gibby reveals that the driver's brother does, which is so incredibly dumb. Freddy, Sam and Carly try to reason with the kids and apologize, asking if they want to start fresh, but turns out they started their own penny tea business instead. This episode was really random and a bit dark, but was a fun watch for sure, especially since I didn't remember it at all when rewatching. At 53, I put I Move Out. The episode opens with the iCarly segment where the gang gives Gibby's dog a makeover, but as they're shooting, Mrs. Benson interrupts by walking in holding a bag of asparagus that Freddy did not eat from his dinner plate. Sam shoots the whole thing and Freddy gets super embarrassed. The next day at school, people tease Freddy and Carly explains that he shouldn't let his mom treat him like a baby anymore. Sam is holding a huge wad of cash, explaining that people would love for their pets to get dressed up and have a photo shoot like how they did with Gibby's dog. Mrs. Benson then walks into school, embarrassing Freddy even more, and a crowd starts to form. She then takes this as an opportunity to show his baby pictures to everyone, and Freddy can't handle it anymore and leaves the building. Back in the studio, there's a huge line of people holding their pets waiting for their turn. Spencer is super confused, not realizing how huge this pet photography business would be. These two guys barge in holding a cat and explain that they have the largest pet photography business in Seattle and won't let the kids ruin that for them, and so ask them to shut the business down. iCarly refuse, of course, and the guys threaten them with making things ugly and back out of the room. Later, Freddy is sleeping on Carly's couch, which is when Mrs. Benson walks in and asks to de-wax his ears. Spencer says she should let him sleep and returns to his room. Mrs. Benson sneaks back in. Freddy wakes up and out of anger says he's going to move out. Later that day, Carly, Sam and Spencer come home from ice skating and find the two guys from earlier coming down from their studio. Spencer tries sorting the situation out but gets attacked by their cat. The studio has been wrecked and they decide to call the cops. The cops, however, have a strong bias as one of them got a free photo shoot from the guys. I also really appreciated the callback to Pee on Carl. The cops were ultimately useless. Sam suggests that they should keep taking pictures and not lose to these guys, but the possibility of the guys coming back and trashing the studio again is very high. Freddy comes in and suggests that they should set up in the studio in his new apartment, which is right next to the elevator system in the same apartment complex and is kind of a dump. Sam then suggests that they go and trash their studio as payback. Mrs. Benson walks in to try and get Freddy to move back in, but he says no. She tells him that he will soon regret it. The iCarly gang break into the photographer's studio and Carly gets super nervous as this is her first vandalism. It's too late anyway, since the guys come back before they can trash the place. They hide as the guys walk in and bail as soon as the coast is clear, except for Sam, who heads back in sneakily. Back at Carly's apartment, Carly and Freddy wonder where Sam's gone, and that's when she comes up the elevator with a bag. Inside that bag is the photographer's cat. They email the photographers saying they can have the cat back on the condition they clean up the studio and leave their business alone, and if cops get involved, the cat is going to get shaved. At night, Freddy sneaks into Carly's apartment and asks Spencer if he can sleep there for the night as he got too scared to sleep on his own. The next morning, Mrs. Benson is worried sick that Freddy isn't in his apartment, but Freddy comes in and is happy to move back in as long as Mrs. Benson stops embarrassing him in public. They hug it out, which is a sweet moment. The photographers clean the studio and ask for their cat back, which was in Spencer's bathroom. It scratches his face again, but apparently has ran away. Freddy confirms it's on the ledge from his apartment window. They try and get it to come back inside, but it isn't listening. This is when Spencer goes out there to attract the cat, since it enjoys scratching his face so much. This works and the guys end up taking their cat and leave. Honestly, not a bad episode at all, but for the title to be I Move Out, I expected a more hard-hitting plot revolving around that, but it seemed to be the subplot rather than the main here. Still, what they did do for the plot was fine, just a small gripe. At 52, I put I Hate Sam's Boyfriend. Carly and Freddy pair Sam up with Freddy's friend Jonah. The two soon become inseparable, and Sam begins neglecting her friends. When Jonah interrupts iCarly rehearsals and ruins a claymation movie that Spencer is making, everyone starts to hate him, except for Sam, who ignores the fact that he's being disruptive and disrespectful to her friends. She also finds him extremely funny even if his jokes aren't very good. Carly tries to talk some sense into him, but he tries to kiss her, even though he's in a relationship with Sam. Carly doesn't want to tell Sam about it because Sam is happy with Jonah, but Sam accidentally overhears Carly telling Freddy. On iCarly, Sam hooks Jonah onto the wedgie bounce and lets him hang there for more than 2 hours. In the end, Spencer shows Carly, Sam and Freddy his claymation movie, The Alien, the Space Hamster and the Burrito, but it's only 10 seconds long because Jonah messed it up and made Spencer start over, which is pretty annoying because I actually wanted to see more the way that the episode built up to it. All of them enjoy the sight of Jonah getting wedgie bounced. Honestly, a decent episode, and it's interesting to see Sam in a relationship dynamic for the first time on this show. At 51, I put I Make Sam Girlier. Carly wants to throw Sam a really cool birthday party since her last one was so lame. Spencer shows up in a tuxedo and secures a date with a girl that he got rejected by before. The gang does their iCarly segment, and before they finish the show, they surprise Sam and throw a party right after. Carly invites over a boy, Pete, who Sam has a crush on. Spencer goes on his date. Everyone says a few words for Sam, but it turns out that all of the things people say are praising how tough and rebellious she is. It doesn't help that Pete calls her one bad dude. Spencer comes back from his date, which doesn't go too well, and after a light joke Carly makes about the girl only liking Spencer when he wears the tuxedo, he realizes this might actually be the case. The next day at school, Carly notices that Sam is acting all weird, and so she tries to figure out why. A senior is seen bullying a kid way younger than her, and Carly suggests that Sam jump in, and Sam doesn't do anything. Sam then reveals that she doesn't want to be seen as someone who's vicious, but as someone who is lovable, and asks Carly if she can help her. She asks Freddy if she can roleplay with Sam, but this doesn't end too well. Also, Spencer wearing the tux actually ended up working for him, with his second date going super well. Carly dresses Sam super girly and they go to the groovy smoothie, with Carly knowing that Pete would be there. She sits with Pete, who's surprised by her new appearance. He finished with his burger, but Sam has to stop herself from eating the rest. Pete ends up asking Sam out Friday night, to which she agrees. Oh, and Sam does end up finishing the burger. Spencer and the girl Veronica are planning to go jogging, but he is wearing his tux underneath. She claims that she likes Spencer for Spencer, and so he goes ahead and changes out of it. At school, Sam talks about how awesome her date with Pete was, and that's when the senior bully walks through the halls, who starts to intimidate the gang. Sam stands up for herself and says she doesn't want any trouble, and the girl slams her against the locker. Carly advises her not to fight, even though she really badly wants to, and eventually resists the urge. Spencer and Veronica come back from their jog, and Spencer seems to be really tired despite not even jogging that much, and it turns out he was wearing his tux underneath. She says this isn't going to work out and runs away, only to come back to say that Spencer does in fact look good in the tux, which, you know what, fair enough. At the groovy smoothie, Sam discusses how she's got another date with Pete. The senior bully is back again and humiliates Sam, but Carly is still not allowing her to get into trouble, so she tries to de-escalate the situation herself, but the bully just shoves Carly to the ground, which is when Carly finally gives Sam the green light to go crazy, and the two girls brawl it out, with Sam coming out on top. but Pete sees the whole thing. Turns out that he actually likes this side of Sam, concluding this episode. This episode was not bad at all. It's nice to see some hard-hitting Sam-centric episodes from time to time, with this one showing how she struggles with her identity, and I like the message at the end that Sam is perfect just the way she is. It's simple but sweet. I Rocked the Vote is at number 50. The iCarly crew loves the show America Sings, I guess a nod to American Idol, so they tell their viewers to vote for a guy called David, whom they want to win over his competitor Wade Collins. After a series of commercials, David wins, which initially surprises everyone. The next day, a news report talks about David's win, and the reporter speculates that iCarly may be the reason why. Carly, Freddie, and Spencer see an interview on TV where Wade Collins says that his mother is ill and that he wanted to use the earnings, if he had won, to help his mother get the surgery that she needs. They feel sorry for Wade and invite him on iCarly, hoping to help him get more popular and get his own contract. When they learn that Wade got nothing for coming in second, they volunteer to help make a music video for him. After the show, Wade reveals his true colours as obnoxious and just nasty, calling everyone a hobknocker in a very British accent and insulting them. He continues to be nasty and opinionated towards everyone, insulting them every chance he gets, while they continue to make his video. Gibby unfortunately gets the worst of this treatment. During an iCarly rehearsal, Freddie finally finishes the video and Wade comes to collect it with his mother, revealing that his mom isn't actually sick and that Wade lied about it all just to get sympathy. Carly has had enough and refuses to give him the video, but Wade steals the DVD. David from earlier makes a guest appearance on the next iCarly, where they show a video of what Wade Collins is really like. They end up, for some reason, pulling a Sniper Wolf classic and doxing the hotel that Wade is staying in and ask anyone in America who dislikes him to go there. David can't sing because he has a sore throat, so they have Spencer play iCarly out on the banjo. It's a bit of an absurd episode, I won't lie, but I can't say I didn't enjoy it. As a British person, the British stereotypes were pretty funny, and even though I don't necessarily agree with the doxing, I like that Wade gets what he deserves in the end. For some reason in my script, I completely forgot to talk about the subplot with Spencer being bad at lying. So Spencer gets a letter from Video Village that claims he hasn't returned a video that he rented 10 years earlier. Sam teaches Spencer how to lie so he can tell the video store clerk he actually did return it, but he's just unable to do it. In the end, it turns out the video store owner just sends out letters to scare people. The clerk promises to take it off the system and she and Spencer begin flirting with each other. It's fine as a subplot, it doesn't really affect the ranking, like, at all, so this episode is still at 50. At 49, I put I Cook. This episode starts with a segment with Jojo the Gigantic Baby, which I for some reason really liked, and then Sam and Carly are about to make spaghetti tacos, but Sam had eaten all the meatballs. I loved a word from our Spencer, and diphthong is a pretty great word. At school, Sam puts a shocking system on her locker, so if anyone tries to open it, they'll get electrocuted. Spencer comes running into school explaining how Food TV called their house and wants to do a show on iCarly about spaghetti tacos after having seen the last iCarly. Spencer then leans against the locker and gets shocked. Back at the apartment, Spencer says that when he got shocked, he saw a vision of the future where Nug Nug, I guess a reference to Jar Jar from Galaxy Wars, hugs him at the Groovy Smoothie, and so he makes his way over there. The Food TV channel introduce iCarly and are really fascinated by spaghetti tacos, and that's when Ricky Flame, the food fight guy, comes in and challenges the gang to a cook-off, claiming he can make spaghetti tacos better. If iCarly win, they'll get a year's supply of free steaks. Spencer meanwhile spends his day at the Groovy Smoothie waiting for Nug Nug. T-Bo tells him to buy a smoothie or get out, which makes him realize that he does in fact drink a smoothie in his vision. Ricky and the iCarly gang prepare their dishes and bring them to the table, where 3 judges will decide which is better. The first judge votes for Ricky, the second iCarly, and now it's down to the third, who ultimately goes for iCarly too, meaning that the gang has won the cook-off. Ricky lost for the first time ever and feels humiliated. The next day, it turns out that Ricky quit everything.
What? Why?
was so unexpected but funny. Carly suggests that the least they can do is talk to Ricky. He seems to be really depressed to the point he's bedbound, and the gang try to cheer him up by making him realize how much he actually enjoys cooking, but this doesn't work out too well. Spencer is still in the groovy smoothie and it seems all hope is lost, but as he leaves, some guy dressed as Nug Nug finally comes in. He goes to freshen up in the washroom, which is when Spencer comes back to pay for his smoothie, narrowly missing him again, and you start to wonder if the show is going to pull a stunt and not make them meet up at all, which seemed like a very sitcom thing to do, but they don't, and I'm glad they don't because I honestly really liked this moment. The next morning, Freddy shows a message from Ricky where he finally got out of bed and seems to be doing well, and asks them to come over to see. Turns out he's wrestling kids because it wasn't cooking that he loved, it was winning. Sam ends up humbling him. The ending wasn't that great, but overall the episode was pretty enjoyable, especially the Spencer side plot. At 48 is I Go Nuclear. Sam, Carly and Freddy need to make an environmentally friendly science project for National Green Week, which will be a huge chunk of their grades, so it's important that they succeed. Carly's idea is to make a composter of worms, but is beaten by Freddy, who does the same thing but way better than Carly would have ever been able to, especially since she isn't fond of touching the worms. Spencer suggests that she should create an electric scooter using an electric motor he got a while back. The scooter isn't very fast and it starts thundering, making Carly's situation worse. Sam of course doesn't make anything at all. Freddy shows off his project to the class, but the teacher isn't impressed because it isn't innovative or exciting, so he gets a D-. Sam is up next and on the spot creates a reason as to why an orange is so good for the environment, not requiring packaging or anything. She does a demo by sticking her thumb into the orange and drinking out of it, and then disposing of it by throwing it to the plants outside. The teacher is somehow really wowed by this and gives her an A. Carly finally shows up to class but is also given a D- because of how large the battery is and how much power is required to charge it. And it of course, like any Spencer invention, sets on fire. The teacher gives Carly another chance and so she tries to come up with another project, which is to make an environmentally friendly pesticide, but this doesn't go too well either. Luckily for Carly, a guy named Cal, who recently moved into their apartment building, is an expert in physics and is willing to help her create a power generator that causes no pollution, and so they get to work. It seems to be going well and it's now time for the power supply, which Cal claims comes from nature. The power generator works super well and is even able to power the entire iCarly broadcast. Carly takes this opportunity to do the web show with the teacher present to show off her project and ends up getting an A+. They go to the Groovy Smoothie to celebrate, but it turns out Cal is actually a criminal who buys and sells black market uranium rods to create nuclear power, which is super illegal. This is what powers Carly's entire project. This now means that both Carly and Freddy have failed their projects and need to get extra credit by going on the root and berry retreat with the teacher. The timing of
A-? Root and berry?
was hilarious, by the way. The episode ends with them on the retreat, with Gibby and some others there too. A bit of a silly episode, but not one I mind too much. At 47 is I Saw Him First, which is the first episode of season 2, and I love how they acknowledge Freddy's voice getting deeper. In the actual iCarly segment, they goof around as per usual, but then Freddy's friend Shane walks in, who's going to be setting up a cool magnetic system on the show, and Sam and Carly lose their cool because they find him handsome. The next day, they reveal that they both want to ask him out. They try to figure out who saw him first to see who gets the right to ask him out, but they both saw him at the exact same time. They decide that they should both ask him out, and are fixed in their belief that this won't ruin their friendship. However, it's apparent that they aren't as mature about this as they think, with Shane buying both of them smoothies at separate times, causing them to bicker a little bit. They then start to get really competitive. Sam apologizes to Carly as she feels bad about their fight, but immediately after, when Shane shows up, they start fighting for his attention again. They decide that both dating him isn't going to work, and so they decide that whoever Shane kisses first, meaning he initiates the kiss, not them, will get to date him. Sam decides to set up a Kisses for Charity booth, but Shane was unable able to kiss her because of class starting. Carly tries to pretend that she is a playwright and performs a scene with Shane in which he kisses her, but Spencer walks in, interrupting them, talking about how he managed to toast his bread outside, which fascinates Shane, and so he goes to check it out. Sam tries receiving CPR from Shane, which doesn't go to plan either. Carly's new plan revolves around pretending that the electricity is out, and this almost works too until Sam walks in. Oh, and in the Spencer plot, he's stuck in the elevator. He calls someone over to come help fix it, but it seems to be taking a while, and I guess the problem doesn't get solved in this episode. Anyway, Sam and Carly start arguing again, and Shane is sick of it and decides to leave by going into the elevator, which is still broken, and so he falls like God knows how many stories down, and I completely wiped this from my memory because what a dark turn of events. Honestly, I did feel that this ending was unnecessarily harsh for no reason, but I was still pleased with this episode regardless. I did really like the reoccurring joke of,
How long do you think it'll take before the elevator's fixed?
I don't know, 3 or 4.
3 or 4 what?
it's just too dumb to not be funny. At 46 is I Will Date Freddy. The episode opens with the iCarly segment where they introduce a new thing called the Blab Cam, where they can chat to viewers live. This girl called Valerie, that goes to their high school, says that she thinks Freddy is cute, and so the gang set up a date with her. Freddy's mom, being her overprotective self, is happy for Freddy to finally get a date. Freddy is unsure if he wants to go out with her, but they all convince him that he should do it. I love this episode for being the first reference to spaghetti tacos, by the way. Freddy gets dressed up by his mom, and so Carly and Sam go upstairs to fetch his backup clothes. Spencer then gives him some advice since he's a little anxious. He also tries to set the mood, but naturally messes it up. Sam and Carly spy on Freddy on his first date. The date seems to go well, and Freddy and Valerie seem to be hanging out a lot. Valerie wants to do her own web show and wants Freddy's assistance, but he can't help out since he has to film iCarly that day, putting him in a difficult position. Carly and Sam are upset that Freddy quit, and so they go to confront him. Freddy won't open the door, so Sam picks the lock and barges in. Carly realizes that they shouldn't get in Freddy's way, and so they let him be Valerie's tech producer. This results in Jeremy being the tech producer for iCarly. The iCarly webcast doesn't go too well because of Jeremy's constant coughing and yakking. Valerie taunts Sam about how bad the last iCarly webcast was and tells her that she should be on her show instead, even willing to name it Sam and Val. Sam, of course, tells Carly about this, and so Valerie's plan is revealed. She isn't actually interested in Freddy at all, she just wants to become the hottest show on the web while burning iCarly to the ground. They tell Freddy about this, but he doesn't believe them. Freddy eventually does the right thing and breaks up with Valerie. However, Freddy isn't back to do iCarly because he raises an important point. He isn't treated as integral to the show as he should be, and I like that this episode explores this. Too bad it is short-lived, and Sam reluctantly tells him he's important, but the fact it is addressed is nice. Freddy's back, and so is good quality iCarly. Valerie's show, on the other hand, is a disaster without him. Honestly, a pretty good episode that highlights Freddy's importance to the creation of iCarly. At 45, I put I Go One Direction. Spencer and Carly come back from an 8-day holiday, but Carly is riddled with jungle worms, so isn't feeling too well. The doctor in their building checks Carly's condition, and she's fine now for the most part, but is still contagious, and so she shouldn't let anyone have any contact with her saliva. Spencer comes up the lift with a machine used for exercise, apparently called the Omniflex, which he found in the junkyard. His plan is to repair it and use it. Freddy then comes in with exciting news. One Direction will be in Seattle and want to perform on iCarly, and Sam and Carly freak out. Gibby also freaks out, a lot more than the girls, accidentally revealing that he's a huge fan of the band. There's no shame in it, Gibby, we all were in 2012. Also, since this is the first episode in season 6, they added new transitional graphics and they look amazing. Up in the studio, Freddy prepares for the band to arrive and Carly asks where Sam is, and it's revealed that she's visiting a friend in jail. Freddy almost drinks out of Carly's water bottle, but she throws it out of his hand, saying that he could get worms if he does. Gibby comes in dressed all dapper, ready to meet One Direction. Sam then comes in telling everyone that the band is on their way, and we cut to them performing What Makes You Beautiful as a test run before the actual show tonight. The gang then offers them some food and go downstairs to fetch it, but Gibby decides to stay so that he can get his quote-unquote sister's scrapbook signed. Harry then asks if there's any water around, and Louis points him towards Carly's water bottle, which he takes a big swig out of. The actual show is about to start, but Harry has fallen seriously ill, and so the band can't perform on iCarly until he's feeling better. The doctor checks his condition after a week, but Harry is still sick, and the doctor is also just kind of useless. Yeah, turns out an entire week had passed since we saw Harry drink out of Carly's bottle, which just kind of confuses me a little bit, because what was the purpose of this time skip? Yeah, I guess it was to show that Harry was faking his illness the entire time so Carly can take care of him, but like, an additional scene during this alleged week would have been nice to see. We just kind of have to imagine the special treatment Harry is receiving. It's a minor gripe, but does kind of kill the flow of the episode a bit for me. Anyway, the band and the iCarly gang discuss at the Groovies movie what they should do, and Freddy comes up with the idea that in order for Harry to confess that he's faking, he has to believe that he's being replaced in the band. So, they make up a lie that Gibby is replacing Harry with him performing What Makes You Beautiful alongside the rest of the band. Harry can't take it and stops his sick act almost immediately. The plot continues with 1D performing the song in full on iCarly, and as the song ends, Sam kidnaps Zane and Gibby shows off his head replica to Harry. In the Spencer plot, an attractive woman in the building sees his Omniflex and Spencer pretends to be a personal trainer in order to impress her. It turns out, however, that it isn't her who wants to be trained, but her daughter Bethany, who's just kind of rude. She uses the machine but hates it and starts to break down in tears about how no one likes her. Spencer is surprisingly good with kids and tries to comfort her, saying that if she changed her attitude and didn't have mucus covered clothes, maybe people would actually want to be friends with her, though she demands a makeover instead. The makeover, however, doesn't really work, and so the girl runs away, and Spencer makes a remark about how this plot can't just end like this, the reason for this being because this is actually how this plot ends. A little bit disappointing because I actually was kind of engaged, so the lazy route felt kind of cheap, but I do understand that they had to make it so the One Direction plot had more screen time. Overall though, it's a very enjoyable episode. There's just a few minor issues that bring it down a little bit. I Have a Lovesick Teacher is at 44. Miss Ackerman, a history teacher at Ridgeway, gets dumped by her boyfriend and as a result, cries and begins to treat her students very harshly. She tells them to write up a 10-page essay on a chapter they haven't even covered yet, and so Carly tries to explain this to her. But Miss Ackerman takes this as sass and sends her to the principal's office. Because of this incident, she calls Spencer in for a guardian-teacher conference, but as Spencer explains that Carly feels bad about it, Miss Ackerman starts to cry, thinking of her breakup. Spencer starts crying with her, and Miss Ackerman wonders why. Spencer explains that this is how he'd get Carly to stop crying when she was little, which is really sweet actually, and the more Spencer starts comforting her, the more she falls for his charm, and I can't say I blame her. Soon after, the two start dating, and as a result, Miss Ackerman becomes an extremely fun and easygoing teacher. She gives the whole class A+, she hands out caramel apples, and invites the students to go ice skating with her and Spencer. That night, Carly opens the door to find Miss Ackerman in a dress looking all glammed up and is taken by surprise. Freddy has a similar reaction. Spencer comes out of his room looking dapper too, and Miss Ackerman gives him a gift for their 1-week anniversary. A PayPod with 500 illegally downloaded songs on them. Their dinner seems to be going well until she starts asking questions about where Spencer was at a very specific time, having written down every time she calls him. He realizes that she's a total control freak who wants to know where he is 24/7, and after she freaks out on him, he decides to break up with her. The mature thing to do in my opinion. We then cut to the iCarly gang up in the studio, and I loved the whole
"What? You talk about squash and Carly talks about asparagus. What?" You see, this is why Carly and me are the creative ones.
You could just kind of tell that the writers didn't know how to segue into this segment. They all talk about how great their lives have been since Spencer and Miss Ackerman have been dating, but Spencer comes up the lift to tell them that he's dumped her. The next day at school, everyone is super worried about how badly Miss Ackerman will treat them, but she comes over still being super friendly, and it turns out she just thought that her and Spencer had an argument and are still very much together. She comes back the next day and brings Spencer a panda pig, which she made by cutting the head off a stuffed pig and sewing it on the body of a stuffed panda bear. Spencer breaks up with Miss Ackerman again, making it explicitly clear this time, and she retaliates by ripping the panda pig apart and throwing it at Spencer. At school, she starts treating the students even worse, especially Carly, Sam, and Freddie, making them do jumping jacks in lesson. This inspires Carly to come up with a plan to get rid of her for good.
iCarly. Our web show?
No, our potato farm.
Was pretty funny. They invite her to appear on the next iCarly to talk about her relationship with Spencer and trick her into admitting that she gave him a PayPod with 500 illegally downloaded songs as a present. The iCarly fans vote for whether they think that Spencer and Miss Ackerman should make up or break up, and the fans vote for them to break up. The next day, after being tipped off by the iCarly gang to watch the show, the FBI comes to the school and arrests Miss Ackerman during class for illegally downloading music. I don't know how realistic it is to get arrested for piracy, but hey, I guess it works for the plot. The kids consider telling Principal Franklin that Miss Ackerman was arrested, but decide to go ice skating instead, just as Miss Ackerman had promised. It's a pretty enjoyable episode with a pretty interesting plot. I did feel slightly bad for Miss Ackerman, but it's clear that dating isn't healthy for her and she needs help, and the students getting rid of her at the end, while harsh, would hopefully help her re-evaluate things. It was also nice to see Spencer be super mature about the relationship, deciding to break up the moment he saw red flags, instead of pretending to still date Miss Ackerman and create bigger problems. A good episode to end off season 1. At 43 is I Stage an Intervention. Spencer brings home a really vintage arcade machine, Pac-Rat, an obvious parody of Pac-Man, from the junkyard and cleans it up to play on it. Sam and Carly tease Freddie because he didn't forward one of those chain letter emails claiming that he now has bad luck. He doesn't believe them, but after his white clothes turn pink due to a laundry mishap and his laptop smoking up, it seems to be less and less of a coincidence. Pac-Rat seems to be consuming Spencer's life, with him now growing a slight beard and working really late on a sculpture that he has due in a day, which he was supposed to start a while ago. Freddie googles that the highest Pac-Rat score was 1 million set by a girl, and Spencer, scoring over 800,000, believes that he has the ability to beat it, but Carly tells him no. He then very hastily makes the tail for his sculpture so he can play the game as soon as possible. This causes him to stay up all night again, with him finally admitting that he's addicted to the game. His client is annoyed at him but gives him another chance, since the sculpture isn't actually needed for another week. Spencer immediately plays again, knowing that he has more time. Freddie has more cases of bad luck, with his bike falling apart randomly and his lunch getting ran over by the bus. Also, what is his lunch? Because a ran over sandwich doesn't grow in size if I'm not wrong. Like, what am I looking at? Anyway, Sam suggests that they should find the girl who set the high score so that Spencer can finally beat her in person and get over his obsession, but she seemed to have dropped off the face of the earth, so the gang asks their audience on iCarly if they know of her whereabouts, which is a pretty smart idea. They finally locate her and Spencer is willing to go face to face with her. A bunch of reporters barge in too, since this is a big deal in the video game world or something. Sasha, who set the Pac-Rat world record, plays her game, which lasts about 6 hours, setting a new high score of 1,300,000 something, and now it's Spencer's turn and he ends up winning, surprisingly. He then kisses Sasha and gets to working on a sculpture. His client and his wife seem to really like it. This did feel a little rushed in my opinion, but the video game stuff was really entertaining and took up a good chunk of the episode, so I guess it makes sense. Turns out Freddie didn't have bad luck after all, and that Sam was pranking him the whole time, but Freddie catches on to this and pranks her back with a text message from a hot senior guy. In the end, Carly tries out Pac-Rat and gets hooked on it too. A fun ending to a fun episode. I Date a Bad Boy is at 42, and this episode is technically classed as a movie. It opens with your standard iCarly segment. Sam and Carly give a kid a haircut to prove that they shouldn't be trusted to give haircuts. Spencer's motorcycle gets stolen by a new boy in the building named Griffin, and from the get-go, Carly strongly dislikes him. Spencer, however, doesn't decide to press charges. He claims that Griffin could be a good kid and that he just needs a bit of guidance, and so tells him to come by after school to help him with his new sculpture. Sam has 2 subplots this episode, and the first one revolves around her getting Freddie to make her a website full of all the the weird videos she finds. Freddy doesn't want to do it unless he gets paid, and so Sam offers $50 and to make it official gets a contract made. Spencer and Griffin work on the new sculpture with a beat up block of, I assume, aluminium with some sledgehammers. Carly comes in to see this and pulls Spencer to the side to have a word. Spencer explains that he's keeping Griffin under his wing and decides to fetch some smoothies for everyone. Carly goes upstairs to study with a classmate, but Griffin deliberately disrupts them by playing loud music. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy shows Sam the website he made, but Sam has a lot of things that she wants to add to it, having pages of notes written down. Freddy says that this is too much work, which is fair, but Sam says that the contract that they signed states that Freddy must make all the changes Sam requests, which is a little exploitative, but I guess this is Sam we are talking about. Spencer comes back from the Groovy Smoothie to find that Griffin and Carly are making out on the couch, which freaks him out. He kicks Griffin out and tries to understand how Carly switched her mind about Griffin in such a short time period. Carly says that she's the one who kissed him first because she realized he was cute, and Spencer grounds her for till college and bans her from ever contacting Griffin again. I don't actually blame Spencer here. While yes, it's true that it is a bit hypocritical that he was willing to take Griffin under his wing, it's valid to be concerned that your impressionable younger sister is getting close to a delinquent who has a knack for trouble. Carly runs upstairs upset with Spencer. Back to Freddy and Sam, she's beginning to like the way the website looks, but has even more ideas that she'd like to incorporate. It's a ridiculous amount of work, and Sam pulls out the contract again, only for Freddy to rip it up, not even caring about the money at this point. Griffin surprises Carly at school since they can't meet in Spencer's presence, but Spencer is disguised as a janitor and catches them kissing. He later installs some pressure plate that will set off a siren, preventing Carly from sneaking out. Spencer tries to explain that he's just looking out for her, but they get interrupted by a delivery guy. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy runs into Sam and she reveals that she sold her website for $1,000, since a guy named Sam Puckett was trying to purchase the domain. Freddy says that the contract entitles him to 50% of that money, but since he ripped it up, he doesn't get anything, concluding this subplot. To be honest, I think the purpose of this subplot was simply to get this episode to hit the 1 hour mark, because it's kind of bare bones, and another example of Sam coming out on top and Freddy taking an L. There's really not much else to say about it. Anyway, we cut back to Spencer and Carly, who are on their way to see a movie. They run into Griffin and an argument breaks out. He calls Spencer an idiot and Carly gets defensive, resulting in the two of them getting heated. The conversation ends with Griffin walking off, making it seem like the two were done for good. Spencer tries comforting Carly and asks if she still wants to see a movie, and she suggests that they should rent a movie and stay in instead, and so the two go their separate ways, with Spencer getting food and Carly getting the film. This, however, was just Carly's plan to make it seem like her and Griffin got into a fight, and the two meet back in the lobby shortly after. However, they come up the lift to find Spencer sitting in the living room, which is when he finally gives them his blessing for them to see each other. We then get Sam's second subplot, where she discusses with Spencer a recurring nightmare she has where a monster eats her soup. Spencer tries helping her figure out why she's having this dream in an attempt to stop it, but he isn't very helpful. Griffin invites Carly to his apartment, and she is shocked to learn that he collects and obsesses over Pee-wee babies, which are these animal plushy things, and this instantly weirds Carly out. And I'ma be real, I honestly kind of get Carly in a way, cause I'd be weirded out too. I know there was like a whole discourse about this and how she should have been more open to his hobby or whatever, but he was weird with it. You can't deny that. If it was just collectibles, fine, whatever, people collect things all the time, but the fact that he'd play and talk with them, yeah, I don't know about that one. It's giving Gabe from Gravity Falls. She ends up telling Sam about this, who agrees it's pretty bad, and if that wasn't enough, Carly asks what Freddy thinks if someone collected Pee-wee babies, and he asks,
I don't know, depends. How old is she?
When Sam reveals that they're talking about Griffin, Freddy cheers, loving every second of this. Sam and Spencer still try and figure out this whole dream thing, and Spencer tries this activity with her to probe her mind, but we get this funny ass sequence instead.
Food.
Hungry.
Lunch.
Sure.
Ribs.
Absolutely.
Now?
Let's.
In a final attempt, Spencer dresses up as a monster to find out Sam's reaction, and she ends up beating him. This, however, does make her feel better, but Spencer ends up having the nightmare instead. I definitely preferred this side plot way more than the whole website one, which didn't even feel like the same episode. This was pretty enjoyable, and I loved the dynamic between Sam and Spencer, which we don't often get. Anyway, Carly tries to break Griffin out of his weird habit, but is unsuccessful. Up in the studio, Sam and Carly start joking about it, but Griffin overhears and asks if she wants to break up with him since she can't accept his hobby. Carly doesn't answer because she gets distracted by her own imagination, causing Griffin to walk out on her. Carly lets him walk away and just accepts this, concluding the episode. This was a really fun one, and apart from one subpar side plot, I think this episode deserves its runtime, and I think the twist was pretty well done. I Enrage Gibby is at 41. The episode starts with an iCarly segment with Gibby talking about nuts. This gets boring though, so Carly and Sam interrupt his bit to keep the show entertaining. They show that they're starting a new segment called Let's Watch That Food Rot, and for the first one they're leaving out a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for a week, and after that period Freddy will speed up the footage and show it on the show. When the show ends, Gibby's girlfriend, who we saw in the speed dating episode, comes to take him from the studio, and Carly and Freddy can't believe it. After school, Spencer is found shredding a bunch of newspaper, and his reasoning for this being because someone wrote a super mean review of his sculptures, so he's trying to make sure it has minimal reach. Sam reads that whoever wrote it thinks Spencer actually died, and Carly tells him that they should correct this, but Spencer doesn't mind since nobody really reads newspapers anymore anyway. The next day, Spencer goes to sculpt with the angels, some program thing, and someone from the apartment building comes over to give their condolences to Carly for her loss. Carly is a bit confused, and it doesn't help that mentioning the angels can be looked at metaphorically. He ends up paying $2,000 for a sculpture that Spencer was planning to give away for $500, claiming that art gets more expensive after the artist dies. Carly also receives flowers from Principal Franklin, and Spencer comes home and puts the pieces together. After a hobo party that Carly hosts, Spencer comes out of hiding, playing along with the fact that he's dead so he can make more of a profit off of his work. Gibby's girlfriend wants to buy a camera for his birthday and asks Freddy for advice, so he takes her to the studio to show her one. She ends up tripping over and falling onto Freddy on the beanbag, and Gibby walks in as this happens, getting super angry and challenging Freddy to a fight. At school, Freddy wants to talk to Gibby, but he stays home to prepare for the fight on Friday. Back at the apartment, Carly tells Spencer that she feels bad for scamming people, but in Spencer's defense, the newspaper is the one entirely at fault here. The door rings and Spencer hides as it could be a potential customer, and it turns out to be the guy who wrote a negative review about Spencer's work. The guy takes back what he says, and as Spencer overhears, he texts Sam to tell him to write a positive review about Spencer in the paper now, to which he agrees. Sam and Carly also rip him off while they're at it, with him paying $4,000 for a sculpture. At school, Freddy tries to explain to Gibby what happens, but he doesn't want to hear it. Sam comes over and it's revealed that she's training Gibby, and the fight will now take place on iCarly instead, live to the world. Spencer can't take faking dead anymore as staying at the apartment is getting super boring, but continues the act when he hears a knock on the door. It's Veronica, the girl who only liked Spencer in a tux, and she admits to Carly that she misses him and wishes to hold him one last time, and Spencer hears this and comes out of hiding, freaking her out. On the iCarly segment, Gibby is ready to fight, and Tasha, Gibby's girlfriend, comes up to explain to him one last time that nothing happened, but Gibby still doesn't want to hear it. She stays to watch the show. Freddy does the countdown to start the show, and after some introduction, he remembers the camera that's recording the peanut butter and jelly sandwich for a week straight. This footage shows that it was all just a misunderstanding and the fight is off. Freddy and Gibby make up, and Gibby and Tasha get back together. There's not much to say about this one. I love me a Gibby-centric episode, and this was a super fun one. At 40 is I Rue the Day. The episode starts with this kid named Benji, who can fit his whole foot in his mouth, not wanting to be on iCarly anymore because the plain white tees are in town. Sam wonders if Gibby has this talent too and tackles him to the ground. In the iCarly segment, things seem to be normal until they try showing a video on the screen, but technical difficulties happen. The gang wonders what went wrong. The Plain White T's are in Seattle, and Spencer ends up saving one of the band members' lives by moving him out the way as a menu board was about to hit him. The guy says he owes Spencer one, and so the gang asks if the Plain White T's can perform on iCarly. In the next iCarly segment, Freddy makes sure his equipment is working fine, but as Sam is about to do her bit, it revolves around her feet, but that's standard at this point. Things start bugging out again, like the green screen coming down or the TV screen popping in and out. They eventually end up going offline. Turns out Neville Papperman, who we were introduced to a couple episodes prior, is the one responsible for all the issues. Yes, Neville is back with his feel the rune nonsense again, and honestly it's pretty cool to see him so soon. It builds him up as this perpetual yet spontaneous threat to the gang's success, never really knowing when he's back. Since his mom is going out of town, the gang has no leverage over him, and so he threatens to continue to disrupt iCarly. Carly feels they should stop iCarly because there's no point in continuing if Neville will just wreck everything. This is awfully timed because Tom Higginson of the Plain White T's agrees to Spencer's request about performing on the show, but this special web show will never be possible if Neville is still causing problems. Freddy comes up with a plan that they should ruin Neville's website back in hopes he'll stop ruining iCarly. They break into Neville's house, but for some reason Freddy comes from the ceiling and is stuck because of his latch, and so Carly and Sam have to listen to his instructions while they're in Neville's nerd cave. Neville's grandma walks in and mistakes Freddy for a spider because she's hopeless and confused, according to Neville, and so starts whacking Freddy, making the operation more difficult than it needs to be. Eventually they get it done and they all flee after distracting Neville's grandma. The plan, however, fails as Neville was 2 steps ahead and things look hopeless again. However, Carly and Spencer's dad has a friend in the military who's in Seattle for a while, and so Carly calls him to stop and humiliate Neville, and this was honestly a great way to put a stop to him. iCarly is back live, and so the Plain White T's can perform without interruptions. Again, another really solid episode that was genuinely really funny. At 39 is iChristmas. The episode opens with an iCarly segment with a Christmas theme. Fans decide what costume Freddy should wear, and for some reason they settled on a flashlight. Spencer makes a sculpture of a Christmas tree with scrap metal instead of getting a real one, which disappoints Carly. In the middle of the night, the sculpture catches on fire, which ends up burning Carly's presents that she put under the tree, upsetting her even more. "I wish you'd been born normal" was not at all what I was expecting her to say though. She's upstairs in the studio when a short guy named Mitch randomly appears claiming to be an angel, and he freaks Carly out. The next morning she goes downstairs to find that everything seems very normal all of a sudden, with the interior of the house not looking so funky. Spencer is also seen in a business suit with his hair combed, suggesting he works a normal 9-to-5 corporate job, and he's also in a relationship with Mrs. Benson for some reason. Carly is confused, so Mitch reappears and claims that he made her wish of making Spencer be born normal come true. Carly is super confused and goes to school in hopes that everything is as it should be there, but Mitch claims that Spencer being normal creates a domino effect that makes everything in Carly's life different. Freddy is dating a super mean girl, and Carly herself is dating Neville. Carly hates this, and so she tries to get Mitch to reverse what happened, but he claims that he can't unless he gets his wings, and the only way for him to do that is by granting someone a wish that causes unintended consequences to teach them a valuable lesson, which is so dumb and low-key very lazy in terms of writing, but I can't pretend I didn't find that funny. I guess what they're trying to go for in this episode is a Christmas Carol type thing, even though Carly was kind of justified in her frustration in comparison to Ebenezer Scrooge, but whatever, it makes for a super wacky episode. Anyway, Carly asks where Sam is, and so Mitch explains that because Sam was a bad influence, Spencer never let Carly hang out with her, and so they just never became friends in this reality, with Sam ending up in juvie. Carly speaks to her, and Sam doesn't really know who she is, and so Carly tries to tell her all this information about her so she can prove that they're actually friends. Carly returns home to the news that Mrs. Benson and Spencer are getting married, which makes her freak out even more, and explains how she wants her old life back.
And I want you to be my friend and say in 5, 4, 3, 2, but not the one which I never understood, but I liked it.
was so much more funnier than it needed to be. Carly runs upstairs super upset, asking for Mitch to change everything back, but he's nowhere to be found. She starts crying, but turns out everything was just in her head, and so now, in the real world, she seems grateful for everything, which kind of got me emotional. I don't know why. Carly starts hugging everyone and tells Spencer to keep the tree, and they all decorate it together in the end. Mitch ends up getting his wings, which is just a plate of chicken wings. All in all, I really enjoyed this episode, so much more than I expected to. It's super sweet as a Christmas special, and I don't know, I feel like they really pulled it off in terms of the emotional aspect. A super underrated episode in my opinion. Okay, so it turns out this episode was inspired by It's a Wonderful Life and not A Christmas Carol, but It's a Wonderful Life itself is loosely based on A Christmas Carol, so I was kind of right. At 38 is I Believe in Bigfoot. The episode opens with Carly and Freddie coming down from the studio dressed in 80s costumes, confused as to why Sam isn't up there with them to rehearse for iCarly. Sam says that she's watching the news about Bigfoot, which is when Carly loses it and goes crazy over the Bigfoot sighting shown. Carly explains that in 5th grade they had to write a report on a rare creature and she wrote it on Bigfoot, only to be given an F since Bigfoot isn't real. Spencer comes in trying to shake water out of his ear, and Sam and Freddie explain to him what happened, so he reiterates to Carly that Bigfoot isn't real. Carly then tells him that there's no such thing as a beef coon either, which is a creature that Spencer believes he saw on a camping trip, a beef coon being this weird blend of raccoon and beaver. At school, Freddie rants to Sam about how he's tired of seeing everyone speak about this Bigfoot sighting, with it even causing fights. Sam takes this as an opportunity to fuel the fight by creating more debate. Carly comes over and tells everyone to watch iCarly tonight, as on the show, Sam and Carly will settle the debate once and for all by interviewing this guy who's been studying Bigfoot for the last 10 years. On iCarly, they bring out the guy who says that he believes that the recent sighting of Bigfoot was real and even predicted it would happen. Spencer barges in and asks him about his opinion on beef coon, to which the guy has no comment. After the show, everyone is doing their own thing. Spencer does intense research on beef coon, Carly and Sam look into Bigfoot some more, and Freddie watches celebrities underwater. As you do. After finding out that this one hot dog place is right near some woods where Bigfoot has often been sighted, the gang takes an RV to go to the woods to truly find their answer, eating the hot dogs on their way. They finally arrive, and both Sam and Freddie go off to set up their own little devices to capture Bigfoot. Spencer still has water in his ear, and so he asks Carly to use a turkey baster to get it out. Freddie comes back screaming after seeing something unusual. Turns out it's two guys also looking for Bigfoot, but Sam takes care of them. The gang eventually run into the guy they interviewed, and after a brief conversation, he walks into the woods to continue his search. Freddy's tree cameras detect some movement, but it's the two guys from earlier. They end up taking the cameras. Spencer dresses in camo to try and find the beef coon, and Freddy puts a cam on his head so they can see what he sees. As they look at the cam footage, Sam's rope trap goes off, and so they go to check it out. Spencer runs into something, but since the gang has left the RV, they completely miss this. They find that the rope trap is holding onto a Bigfoot looking creature. Sam quickly notices that this is a suit though, and it's revealed to be the weird guy who studies Bigfoot. It's actually kind of crazy how I thought this felt like some Scooby-Doo plot before Freddy even made the comment. Turns out the guy did this to create buzz about Bigfoot to ultimately get more sales on his book. Spencer comes running back saying that he ran into Bigfoot, and so the gang force him to take them to the spot. They don't find anything, but hear the RV start up, and so run back to find the RV is missing. But it isn't the creepy guy, since the two guys from earlier catch him. In the end, it's implied that Bigfoot stole the RV, and we get confirmation that a beef coon is real, and that is how this episode ends. It's kind of a weird one, but I didn't mind it at all. The ending is a little too sitcom-y for my liking, but other than that, it was a really enjoyable watch that kept me pretty engaged. By the way, I can't be the only one thinking it smells crazy in Sam's locker, right? At 37, I put I Start a Fan War. This is the first special of season 4 and it is a pretty good one. Carly has a crush on a guy at school and really wants to go out with him. In the iCarly segment, there's a bit involving blowtorching a pickle, and Sam and Carly reveal that they'll be going to this year's Webicon, mentioning how they planned to last year but couldn't make it because of Nora. In Carly's room, Spencer is found gaming, saying Carly's screen is amazing for games. The game is World of Warlords, a parody of World of Warcraft presumably, an MMORPG, and both Freddy and Spencer nerd out over it. Spencer goes downstairs to get some cheese to eat while playing, and Carly receives a video call from Adam, the guy she has a crush on. He's curious on whether or not Carly and Freddy are dating due to online discourse shipping the two often, but Carly denies this and says she's single. Adam asks if she wants to go out with him on Saturday, but Carly can't make it because of Webicon, and so they decide to reschedule. Spencer comes back to reveal that he'll be going to Webicon also, as there'll be a World of Warlords booth there and whoever wins will get a big prize. The next day, the gang comes home after school to find Spencer working on his costume. Freddy of course nerds out over this and they start speaking gaming jargon and irritate both Sam and Carly, which I guess is fair. At Webicon, the gang is surprised by just how many fans are here. Freddy ends up getting dragged into the crowd and so Sam has to get him out. He enjoyed it though, after Carly points out he was being torn to pieces by obsessed girls and so goes back in again. Spencer arrives in his costume, which is supposedly a one-to-one recreation. Adam comes along too to surprise Carly and has front row seats to their panel. Gibby is also supposed to be here, but his granddad is the one who's dropping him, which results in him not showing until the very end because his granddad wants to order soup and doesn't like corn, despite Gibby clearly enunciating Webicon. It's okay, I guess, for a C-plot. Spencer shows up at the World of Warlords booth and everyone loves his costume and he starts to boast too, but people warn him not to get too cocky as Jack Black is playing an aspartame, canonically the enemy of whatever Spencer is playing. This whole plot is just super funny. How it goes from the two critiquing each other's costumes by pointing out small errors to doing this like singing duet thing to just straight up brawling it out. The nerd talk did get a little too much for me because I'm personally not into stuff like this, but I'm sure there's some relatability here if you enjoy partaking in MMORPG culture. Jack Black was just really great here. Back to iCarly, they're at their panel to answer questions. I loved Ado, by the way. The questions start out normal, such as someone asking how Sam's remote has so many sounds if there's only 6 buttons, to which Freddy says that he changes the buttons to sounds that work for the web show for that week. But the questions start slowly turning into queries about Carly and Freddy's relationship, with half of the audience shipping the two and the other half shipping Sedi. Things start getting out of hand, and despite the amount of times they specify that no one on the show is dating, the fans are so caught up in their delusions they refuse to believe them. Sam also stirs the pot by saying Freddy and Carly are dating, upsetting Adam. This is oddly really relevant as someone who used to be a huge part of the Swiftie fandom. I've seen firsthand what some of those fans are like, especially when it comes to truly believing that their favourite artist is dating someone else or some other loserish fantasy. It's really strange, and I think it's quite interesting how the producers critiqued this exact thing over 10 years ago.
Many of these people don't have jobs or lives to get back to!
Was a really funny joke, and I loved the whole flare gun thing too. Eventually, Carly gets everyone's attention and tries to explain that getting caught up into this shipping nonsense isn't the point of iCarly and that it's just meant for mindless fun with family and friends. She reveals that the only person she's looking to date is Adam, but of course, in typical sitcom fashion, the audience doesn't actually listen to her and start attacking Adam for quote-unquote getting in between Freddy and Carly. The gang end up admitting defeat and leaving. Very, very fun episode. The ending was a little annoying, but I can't say I didn't have fun with this one. Both A and B plots were interesting, and the additional C plot with Gibby wasn't the worst either. At 36, I put I Like Jake. Everyone at school goes crazy over this boy Jake, who just broke up with his girlfriend, and Carly goes crazy over him too. With Sam's help, Carly gets a chance to talk to him, and turns out Jake has seen iCarly and actually seems interested in Carly too. It was funnier than it needed to be when the teacher walks in and Sam and Carly immediately stop screaming and talk about how important homework is. Carly helps Spencer paint his sculpture and Jake knocks on the door. Carly, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly goes up to get changed. Freddie is a bit jealous of Jake and so tries to intimidate him in the hallway, and the height difference is just so funny. Carly comes back and invites Jake in, and it's cool to see how much Spencer cares for Carly, wary about her going upstairs with Jake alone. Jake is wowed by the set, and it's so funny to see Carly act in such an unnatural and awkward way around him. He reveals that he is a singer, so Carly prompts that he should perform on iCarly. We then cut to Spencer, who is making a head for his sculpture using his own as a mold, and this whole bit is so hilariously dumb, with him drinking coffee through his breathing pipe, making it a perfect opportunity to say that I just love Jerry Trainer. I don't think there's a single other actor who could have played this character better than him. Anyway, during a run through before the show starts, they find out that Jake is actually a horrible singer, and Carly, Sam and Freddie need to figure out a solution as they do not want to embarrass themselves or him in front of all the viewers. Jake being bad at singing was something I genuinely forgot when I rewatched this, and the comedic build up to it was really well done. After trapping Jake in the elevator doesn't work, though I'm surprised they even tried it, Carly suggests that Freddie can edit his voice to a clearer tone with like autotune or whatever, and this works surprisingly. Carly is so happy that she gives Freddie a kiss on the nose. The episode ends with Jake getting back together with his ex after she heard his singing, and Carly getting rejected because Jake thought her and Freddie were together, which is pretty funny actually. A super fun episode that isn't the most complicated in terms of plot, but is super effective in delivering an entertaining time. At 35 is I Fix a Pop Star. The episode starts with the iCarly segment where they scar a bunch of kids with the statue of Gibbety, a fun gag. They then also reveal that the music video that they made for Wade Collins in one of the previous episodes ended up becoming the third most downloaded video of the year. The kids come back to attack Gibby. After the show, Freddie is watching the music video they made, and out of curiosity, him and Sam look at what the most downloaded video is, which is a music video of artist Ginger Fox, who ended up going insane. Spencer comes home to tell the guys that he met a girl while grocery shopping and is going to go on a date with her. We then cut to Ginger Fox, who is seen trying to train her rabbit when her manager comes in telling her that the director is asking for her to come out to rehearse. Turns out she actually fired the director, and after watching the Wade Collins video, demands to have whoever made that video direct hers. That person of course being Freddie. At the apartment, Spencer and his date seem to be really getting along. Spencer has a feeling he's seen her somewhere before, but before he can finish his sentence, there's a knock at the door. It's Freddie and Gibby, who want to install something up in the studio, which is when it's revealed that Spencer's date is in fact Gibby's mom. Spencer can't get over this, and so is super depressed as all he can think about is Gibby when he sees her. Ginger Fox's manager comes to their apartment to have a meeting with the iCarly gang. They show up to meet Ginger, but she isn't showing, but eventually the manager shows up with a fork wound on his face telling them that she's out of her room. The gang realizes that everything is a hot mess, including Ginger herself, and things are looking a little hopeless. Freddie ends up with a fork in his shoulder. A camera crew comes over and it's framed as if iCarly are going to revive Ginger Fox's career, despite them trying to argue that they don't want to do this, but since this is live, they have no choice but to proceed. Spencer and Gibby's mom are cuddling on the couch, but despite Spencer's attempt at trying to make things seem normal, he still sees Gibby in her and freaks out. The iCarly gang fully realize how screwed they are when Ginger comes 4 hours late to rehearsal and just sounds horrible during the mic test. Gibby's mom knocks on the door and explains how Spencer has been ignoring her. Spencer says that he can't carry on with this, but Gibby's mom says that if she can handle the fact that Spencer resembles Carly, then he should be able to handle her looking like like Gibby. They kiss and things seem to be looking good until Gibby's mom starts seeing Spencer as Carly, which triggers Spencer into seeing Gibby, and the two run away from each other. Back to the iCarly gang, they watch through Ginger's old music video and wonder what went wrong, and the pressure of pulling this off is starting to get to them. Eventually, Sam comes up with the idea to use autotune to fix her voice, good lighting and makeup to make her look appealing, and Freddie adds that creative choreography could distract from her lack of movement. They now feel a little more positive about this. Oh, and they're responsible for looking after Ginger's baby. For some reason. At the Pop Music Awards, the gang try all the things they mentioned, and things actually seem to be going okay. They switch cams whenever something looks off, like the mismatched lip syncing, or initiate smoke whenever her face becomes too visible. The fans for some reason really love this though, so iCarly are off the hook. They watch back the recording at home, disappointed at the fact that Ginger Fox is super untalented. Spencer is still fixated on the fact he feels like he kissed Gibby, and this is how this episode ends. This was a really good episode. I enjoyed both plots almost equally, and there were some really funny moments here and there. I also do appreciate the fact that they mentioned Ginger Fox in Freak the Freak Out, the victorious episode. It's a cool nod to iCarly and kind of makes the worlds feel connected in a way, which does eventually end up happening in Sam and Kat. I've put I Win a Date at 34, which is a Gibby-centric episode. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where Sam and Carly paint on a shirtless Gibby, but he seems pretty glum. They ask him what's up, and Gibby reveals he has a crush on this girl at school called Shannon, but he gets all shy around her. In order to help him, they do a dating segment on iCarly named I Win a Date. Shannon also seems to have feelings for Freddie, which isn't ideal. I loved Gibby's friend Ruben, by the way. He has a crush on Sam and he speaks in his own weird language that only Gibby seems to understand, and it's super funny, and I wish we saw more of him on the show. After Shannon and her friends accept Sam's invitation to join them on iCarly, Sam and Carly inform Gibby that before the show, everyone's voices are going to be electronically disguised to keep their identities secret. When Gibby is worried that he'll be unable to pick Shannon, they make it very obvious to him which girl Shannon will be by emphasizing the word to in their sentences. However, Gibby, being Gibby, thinks they're making random words in their sentences louder, and so just responds with,
Okay.
On the show, only Shannon shows up, and so Carly and Sam become contestants in Shannon's friend's place, with Carly being girl number 1, Shannon of course being 2, and Sam being number 3. Freddie has to now host the show. Whoever Gibby picks will join him for dinner at the Cheesecake Warehouse. As the game begins, Gibby begins asking each of the girls questions. To ensure that he picks Shannon, Carly gives loads of silly responses while Shannon gives more traditional ones. In the middle of the show, Sam gets bored and sneaks downstairs to eat, leaving Carly and Shannon as the remaining contestants. At the end of the show, however, Gibby accidentally chooses Carly instead of Shannon, and Carly has to go on a date with him. Gibby realizes his mistake and tells Carly that she doesn't have to come to the date, but she doesn't want to hurt him, so she agrees to go. At school, Gibby reminds her of the date, and Ruben, in his own way, suggests to go on a double date, bringing Sam along.
Tell Sam I'll be ready to hang my socks on the monkey parade.
Absolutely.
I love this kid. Carly immediately agrees to this, as the thought of being alone with Gibby for 3 hours frightens her. Freddie receives a ton of love cards from Shannon, and so Carly decides to turn it into a triple date in a final attempt to set her up with Gibby. During the date, they try to make Gibby be more like Freddie, to get Shannon interested in him, but to no avail. Sam also ends up upsetting Ruben, which was quite sad. Gibby has had enough, and tries to explain that he's ultimately not Freddie and that he's all Gibby, and takes off his shirt and dances on the table. Shannon, however, gets weirded out by this and leaves. Carly tells him that he'll find someone better, and a girl from the restaurant decides to dance on the table with him. I love this plot, man, and just loved seeing more Gibby. I feel like this was the episode where the writers realized how much potential he has as a recurring minor character, which of course eventually leads into him becoming a part of the main cast. The B plot revolves around Spencer. Spencer has a bad experience with a blind date, and so Carly suggests that he should try using using an online dating site called whynotdateme.com. Spencer ends up posting several videos on it, but none of these seem to be charming. Spencer then decides to post a 9-minute video of him eating cereal instead, which Sam and Carly found pretty lame. This video, however, ended up getting 9 responses, most of them convicts though. It's a fine subplot, not as great as the main by any means, but still pretty fun. Just a good episode all around. At 33, I put iCarly Saves TV. In this episode, a TV producer realizes that his daughter prefers watching iCarly online over his new show designed for children, so he decides to turn iCarly into a television hit. Carly, Sam and Freddie are thrilled by the prospect of being a part of a major production, and Freddie gets the title of supervising producer, which initially seems impressive. The show starts off well with Carly and Sam delivering entertaining performances supported by a studio band led by Harper, who is literally just Andre Harris. However, problems arise when the producer begins altering the show, deviating from what made iCarly special. He introduces an annoying dinosaur character named Zebo, dismisses Harper's band, and eventually forces Harper to play Zebo after Sam fights with the original actor. Tensions escalate when Sam is fired and replaced by child star Amber Tate. Also, Freddie's role as supervising producer turns out to be very far from glamorous, as he is reduced to running errands for the producer. Carly considers leaving and returning to the webcast, but discovers that the studio now owns the rights to iCarly's name and format. During a rehearsal, conflicts between Carly and Amber surface, leading to Harper quitting and Carly confronting Amber for exploiting Freddie, who is tasked with caring for Amber's dog. Freddie finally has enough when he is ordered to plunge a toilet, quitting on the spot. Carly then vents her frustration at the producer for transforming the show beyond recognition. The producer has a new idea when Carly points out that it no longer resembles iCarly. In the end, Carly, Sam, Spencer and Freddie gather at the apartment to watch the debut episode of the producer's revamped show, which is essentially his original uninspired teen sitcom we saw at the beginning, but now includes Zebo and Amber Tate, making it worse somehow. The iCarly crew resume their original webcast, with Harper performing a song as their musical guest. In the B-plot, Mrs. Benson and Spencer start acting like a family, with Mrs. Benson treating Spencer as she does Freddie. Initially resistant, Spencer warms up to the perks, like sugar-free lollipops and a soothing spray from her industrial-strength first aid kit. Overall, it's a really entertaining episode that manages to fit a lot into its 23-minute runtime and serves as a critique of out-of-touch TV producers who fail to understand what appeals to kids, and I think that's a really interesting topic to tackle. iTwins is at 32. The episode opens with an iCarly segment where Carly and Sam show a clip where Freddie wore a clown costume to school, believing their fake email that it was Clown Day. They tease him about being gullible. The next day at school, Sam is stressing over the fact that her sister Melanie is coming over for a while, and when they eventually tell Freddie about this, he thinks it's another prank. He wonders why he's never seen a picture of Melanie, and so Sam tells him that he has. He just didn't realize it because they're twins. Freddie's
twins
was so valid, by the way. Spencer finds Carly in the kitchen with some books, and she says that she got a tutoring job for a kid in the building. This kid turns out to be Chuck, and so Spencer freaks out and tries to explain how that kid is evil, but Carly doesn't believe him. Freddie comes in asking for a pair of scissors, and shortly after, Melanie comes up the lift. He still believes it's a prank. Melanie and Carly go down the lift and Freddie leaves too, which is when Chuck, who's been hiding in the kitchen the whole time, comes out to mess with Spencer. Freddie runs into Sam in the hallway and applauds her for her efforts. The next morning, Spencer finds that his fridge and cupboard doors were unscrewed and clocks on that Chuck was responsible, but it's too late, as Chuck is right behind him and sprays him with a chocolate-looking substance. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddie sits with Carly and Sam and wonders where Melanie is. Carly reveals that she went to the bathroom, but Sam needs to go back to school since Miss Briggs found out she was ditching detention. When Sam leaves, Melanie comes out the bathroom, and these coincidences don't exactly convince Freddie that they aren't pranking him. He tries to ask Melanie out on a date to finally catch Sam out, since Sam would absolutely hate the idea of that, but she accepts, which he doesn't expect. Back at the apartment, Carly is tutoring Chuck and Spencer shows this red goo that he found in his helmet. Carly still doesn't believe Chuck was behind this and goes upstairs to fetch Spencer's other helmet. Spencer tries to confront Chuck, but Chuck takes him down onto the table and slaps him a bunch. Carly comes down wondering what Spencer's doing on the floor, which is when he drags her upstairs and shows her what happened on a laptop, with a hidden video camera capturing the entire thing. Carly has a plan to get back at Chuck. She makes up a number, DERF, and teaches it to him, so he can use it on his next maths test. Back to Freddie and Melanie, they're on their date and Freddie tells her to give it up already. A slow song starts playing, and to test quote-unquote Sam even more, Freddie suggests that they dance, and Melanie accepts. Freddie still can't believe Sam is willing to do this, and Melanie kisses him. I love the callback to I Kiss, by the way. Freddie freaks out and runs away. The next day, at the apartment, Chuck and his dad are at the door, and he explains how Chuck failed his test and made up a number called DERF, and so would like to stop the tutoring. Carly pretends like she doesn't know anything about this, and then Spencer suggests to Chuck's dad to send Chuck to maths camp over the summer, and even provides a brochure. Chuck's dad loves the sound of it, and Chuck looks furious. I love the way this B-plot ends. It's super satisfying to see Chuck get what he deserves in the end, and to see that Carly helped out too. Since they've momentarily got rid of Chuck, Spencer goes to take a victory bath, and Freddie's at the door. He still refuses to believe that Melanie is a real person, and so Sam quote-unquote admits to Freddie that there is no Melanie and they were pranking him the whole time. Satisfied, Freddie heads back to his apartment, and shortly after, Melanie arrives to go to the mall with Carly and Sam, proving her existence once and for all to the audience. This was a really fun episode. It is a little annoying that Freddie doesn't find out that Melanie was real in the end, and I guess he doesn't ever because Melanie literally never appears on this show again, but I think it's fine, honestly. I don't hate the fact that Melanie is canon because the writers didn't necessarily create any loopholes in regard to Sam's family, and so it's kind of believable. It is a shame though how underutilized she was. I feel like seeing her at least one more time would have been nice, but one can dream, I guess. They've silenced us, Stan Trina from Victorious. Okay, I'm intrigued. Okay. What is going on? We got a picture of iCarly. We got someone from Splatoon. Oh, ew. We got a sign pointing to hell. I'll check that out in a second. Our goddess's beautiful singing got deleted by the evil, horrible company named Roblox. The screams that replace her singing represent our pain. Okay, so I assume there's some audio to this game that I cannot hear right now because I do not have headphones, but I think it's better that I don't hear it. This wall is full of people we stan. There's also other people we stan, but they're not on the wall. Okay, fair enough. I don't know what to make of this. When I wanted to check out Roblox games related to Victorious and iCarly, this was not what I had in mind. I guess I'm going to hell. I don't know. Oh, okay. What? This is hell where all non-Trina stans and haters go. This is Satan. He is the boss here. Okay. I think that's enough of that. I'm gonna give that a thumbs up. Okay, I guess I can't, but cat lover and I hate poop. Keep doing what you're doing, okay? Before I move on to iCarly related things, I kind of just wanted to see Tori's house. So maybe if I simply just type in Tori house, it will come up. I guess Roblox search is as bad as I remembered. Okay, so this is another game simply called Victorious Roleplay. And I don't think this is finished. Okay, A for effort for actually trying to physically make Tori's locker. That hasn't gone unnoticed. Okay, so they have a janitor's closet. I don't think you can go inside. Okay, I guess you can. Oh, okay, this isn't bad. If this isn't free model, this is very impressive. But if all of this is free models, then I don't know. It's not terrible though. A bit spacious, but you know, what can you do? Oh no. This is bad. I'm sorry. I can tell that there's a lot of heart put into it, but I don't know. This ain't for me. Victorious Roleplay World TM. The TM is kind of making me want to check this one out. Okay, so this person did exactly what I wanted to see. Tori Vega's house. This is cool. This looks great. I mean, it's a bit spacious. Makes sense because we don't really see this side. The piano looks great. You can't go here because we don't see that on the show. There's no TV on the table, which I don't understand why, but it's fine. Pity Mitrafa. Alright, this is the guy who made it. Shout outs to you. Can we go outside? I didn't think so. Oh, we got more creators here. TRG Lenny. Okay, shout out to you as well. You can't go upstairs. Lighting could be a little better, but this is the only game I've seen that's actually done Tori's house. So, hey, it's a win in my books. What more could you ask for, really? So, yeah. Okay, let's move on to the actual topic of this video, iCarly. Let's see if there are any iCarly related games that are worth checking out. Okay, so we have this. Victorious iCarly and Sam and Cat. The thumbnail isn't exactly enticing me to play, but I'll check it out regardless. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what is happening here. What is that? Why is that moving? I don't know. I'm not too sold on this one. Okay, so we have Robbie and Rex. And you have Beck. You have Kat on the rabbit from, I don't remember the episode name. The club one, Gorilla Club. The Gorilla Club episode. And we got some images from Sam and Cat, iCarly, and Victorious. The title of the game makes somewhat sense, but I don't know about this, man. Steve, I'm not entirely sure who Steve is. Kind of a dud. It's fun, but nah, not for me. Look at Bushwell Plaza, by the way. That looks incredible. Okay, I'm excited now. Oh my god, it's making my computer lag. Hold up. I'm so frustrated that the internet isn't working in my favor today, because if everything loaded right now, this would look phenomenal. Look at that. That's Bushwell Plaza. I assume this is the Groovy Smoothie because it's supposed to be opposite the apartment, right? You can teleport. Okay. Whoever made this map, I love you. Just know that. I love you. Oh my god. This is cool. This is sick. This might be the best thing I've played today. Okay. Wait, is this... Wait. I don't actually know where I am right now. Wait, what? Wait. Okay, I get it. This is sick. This looks so good. Okay, it's not exactly a one-to-one recreation, but it's pretty close. Like, this is the sofa. This is where the TV. Oh yeah, okay. The TV is on a separate stand. The door should be here, but they did what they could. This is honestly very, very good. Can I go up? I can't use the elevator, but can I see the iCarly studio? Okay, you can teleport. Okay. Wait. Hold up. Let him cook. Wait, what? Okay, wait. I keep messing up the interact. Wait, what? Okay. I finally made it. Okay, no, stop. I think it's my connection that's really ruining this experience. I really want to go inside the studio. Oh. Where have I ended up? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that happened. This is cool. This is sick. Oh, wait, what? Are there two different studios? Wait, what? Okay. I'm a little confused now. This is the studio. This is for sure the studio. Freddy's Station. This is where they do the iCarly bits. Okay. I'm so confused what the other room was then. Regardless, this is very, very well built. Oh, okay. This might be the revival that I didn't watch. That makes sense. You know what? That actually makes total sense. I didn't watch the revival. So, oh, maybe that's why the interior looks a bit different as well. Okay, that makes sense. Do they have the old exterior? Please tell me they do. I really want to see the old one, but... Alright, I feel like an idiot slightly. But, okay, cool. It's cool they had the old iCarly studio, though. That was very nice to see. Oh, okay, everything loaded now. Okay, this looks great. This looks amazing. We have the Groovy Smoothie. I would like to see the Groovy Smoothie. Oh my god. Insane. This is insane, dude. This is the toilet that Gibby always goes in. It's where Tebow works. We don't really see this part. We don't really see upstairs either. Nah, this is cool. This is really, really cool. I'm just trying to like take it all in right now. The amount of time that it must have taken to do this is unimaginable. Oh my god, and the payphone. The payphone! Dude. I feel like a little kid right now, man. Insane. You can't beat that. This is insane. I Meet Fred is at 31. On the iCarly segment, Sam and Carly praise Fred, who is canon in this universe, and talk about how funny his videos are. They even show a clip for those unfamiliar. Freddy then gives his hot take that he doesn't find Fred all that funny. Once the show ends, Spencer shows off his magic meatball that he used to carry around 7th grade, claiming it gives perfect advice. Spencer then starts asking its opinion on everything. When picking a drink, it says no to 2 good options, and Spencer jokingly asks if he should drink ketchup instead, and the ball says yes, and so he listens to it. Freddy comes over after getting a message from Carly to check Splashface, and him and Sam find a video titled Fred is Dead. In the video, the creator of Fred says that he's no longer going to be posting Fred videos because Freddy from iCarly doesn't find him funny. Sam is annoyed at Freddy, but they get interrupted by Spencer, who is going to go surfing despite going to his room for a nap. His meatball told him to. At school, everyone is hating on Freddy for killing Fred, and subsequently iCarly as a whole is being blamed. Freddy as a result gets kicked out of pretty much every club except for the junior bow and arrow club, until now. And the comedic timing of the arrow coming into frame right as he said that was really well done. The iCarly gang come back to the apartment and Gibby texts them saying that someone made a website called neverwatchicarly.com. They check it out to find that 307 people have visited the site, so not many. But each time Freddy refreshes, the number goes up like crazy. Spencer comes up the lift with a giant ostrich, and it's pretty obvious why. Paparazzi also come to the door, bombarding the gang. The paparazzi video ends up on Nevelocity, turning Fred vs iCarly into a bigger thing than it needs to be. Fred finally responds to an email Carly sent, and while he doesn't agree to make the videos again, he is willing to meet with them. We then cut to Spencer, who has a huge opportunity to have his sculptures displayed in an art exhibit, but he can't agree unless the meatball tells him to do it. The meatball says no matter how many times Spencer asks, and so he decides to throw it away after realizing it's not magic at all. The guy who offered to put Spencer's sculptures in the exhibit ends up getting weirded out anyway and runs away. The gang then travels to meet Lucas, Fred's creator and portrayer, at his home in Idaho, so Freddy can apologize for his comments about the Fred videos. Lucas later apologizes, saying he wasn't really mad to begin with. He reveals that the so-called feud between Fred and iCarly was a plot he set up to get both the iCarly web show and his Fred videos bigger ratings, and this worked too, and the gang never realized it since they were so fixated on the negative. At the end of the next iCarly webcast, they all make up on camera, including Freddy and Lucas. They then present a new Fred video where Carly, Sam, Freddy and Spencer guest star as themselves with squeaky, high-pitched voices like Fred's, except for Carly, for some reason. It's a fun little video, I guess. The humor just isn't for me in the big 2024 though. And this is how this episode ends. I really liked this episode. Yeah, sure, it's super dated and the internet has changed drastically since, but it's still a pretty good episode and weirdly relevant in the sense that feuding is still a very big way to create buzz and publicity. Heck, the whole Mike Tyson-Jake Paul thing is an obvious recent example of this, and for that reason I have no choice but to respect an episode like this. At 30, I've put I Heart Art. As a surprise for Spencer, the iCarly gang invites Harry Joyner, Spencer's art idol, to the apartment, but the plan backfires after Harry criticizes Spencer's sculptures instead of praising them. This causes Spencer to become deeply depressed, and you kind of feel for him, because if your whole reason for starting something you're passionate about starts to spit on you, it's not gonna feel great. To make it up to him, Carly decides to showcase all of Spencer's sculptures on iCarly. The beatboxing flute was sick, by the way. But despite the sculptures on the webcast getting many positive comments, Spencer decides to give up on art entirely to become a dental assistant because ultimately Harry Joyner's opinion matters the most. Carly and her friends try to help him to get back to his old self by convincing Harry Joyner to admit he actually likes Spencer's sculptures. So, Harry Joyner does eventually admit that Spencer's sculptures are good, and he lied because he was jealous that Spencer's sculptures are better than his own recent works. I really loved the entire dentist scene. It was so funny with how the dentist let Carly stay in the room because she's famous and the patient agreeing. And when Harry Joyner comes in, it's the same thing. Now, with Spencer's mojo restored, Spencer and Harry together create a giant sculpture of a mouth with rainbow coloured teeth for the waiting room of the dentist. And Spencer gives the iCarlys $40 as thanks for helping him. In the B plot, Sam tries to resist the temptation to insult Freddy for a whole week, or she will have to pay him $5 for each insult after Freddy bets her she can't do it, which almost drives her insane because there's many opportunities when she could have made a comment, such as Mrs. Benson making Freddy sign a shampoo contract, or him coming to school dressed as a character from Galaxy Wars looking like Obi-Wan. When the dentist pays Spencer and he gives that money to the iCarly gang, Sam cashes in those $40 to insult Freddy and it felt worth it. It's a fun little season 1 episode that isn't crazy in terms of plot, but I'm really fond of it for whatever reason. I love Spencer as a character, and so us getting a deeper insight into his love for art is really nice and appreciated. I Fight Shelby Marks is at 29. After seeing MMA fighter Shelby Marks, played by Victoria Justice, do you kind of see why I can't take the Victorious crossover seriously? Win the female CFC title as the youngest person ever, Carly jokingly challenges her to a fight on iCarly. However, the paparazzi twists the fake challenge to make it seem like Carly is really challenging Shelby. Spencer decides to take experimental allergy pills that have numerous side effects, and we see those throughout the episode, like itching, sweating, constant thirst, short-term memory loss, and muscle spasms. Shelby ends up showing up at the apartment, saying she's ready to fight. Carly ends up running away from her, knowing that she is going to lose. Shelby assures her that she's not angry or offended by Carly's challenge and simply wants to hold an exhibition match with her for publicity and charity. Although Carly is deeply worried about it, she agrees when Shelby and Sam assure her that she won't actually get hurt. At a press conference before the fight, Sam starts a riot by trash-talking Shelby, which she believes is good to do to really sell the fight, but Carly ends up getting pushed into Shelby's grandmother, knocking her over the stage. Shelby, thinking that Carly had attacked her on purpose, is furious and wants to seriously hurt Carly now. On the next iCarly segment, Carly cancels the fight out of fear, but afterwards she is ridiculed by her classmates and Neville. She manages to calm Shelby down and explains that what happened with her grandmother was purely accidental, and so the two agree to the exhibition fight again. Neville, seizing a chance to cause trouble for iCarly again, manipulates a video of the press conference to make it seem like Carly and Sam planned to push down Shelby's grandmother. If only it was that easy. Shelby is furious again. At the actual arena, Carly is ready for the fake fight and waves at Shelby, who isn't having any of it, but Carly believes that she's doing it for the crowd. Gibby also comes over with a bucket of popcorn, but due to Spencer's muscle spasms, he knocks it out of his hand. And this happens again and again. Yeah, this gag got old really quick and just wasn't very funny to me. Anyway, during the actual fight, Shelby ends up attacking Carly for real, and Carly, confused, manages to get over the scheduled 3-minute round by holding onto Shelby's leg, which I guess is allowed, and flees as soon as the door to the cage is opened. A little anticlimactic, but it is what it is. When Shelby finds and confronts Carly, Shelby tells her about the kid who showed her the video of the press conference, and the iCarly team comes to the conclusion that it was Neville, tricking her into believing that Carly did mean to attack her grandmother. After Freddy and Gibby find him, they pull him into the ring where Carly, Sam and Shelby beat him up. In the end, Shelby appears on an iCarly webcast. This episode was a little goofy, but I personally didn't mind it at all apart from a couple minor gripes. It feels grand and delivers on that front too, which other hour-long specials like I Go to Japan and I Party with Victorious didn't really do. I have no problem placing this at 29. At 28 is I Promote TechFoots. Daka Shoe Company wants to promote their new shoe on iCarly because they're getting over 300,000 viewers consistently on their web show now. I really loved how when they revealed the shoe, it's in this fancy smoking dome thing. The gang asks how much they're going to get paid for this, and so the company asks them straight up what they want to get paid, and they say $100 because they're just kids and don't really understand money, and the Daka guys take the deal, thinking they meant $100,000. They get paid in cash and spend the money on whatever, since again they're just kids and I don't blame them. I loved Carly's little jingle, by the way. Carly buys a bunch of sunglasses, Freddy buys a new laptop, and Sam hires a personal chef. They're having tons of fun enjoying the fruits of their labour, but when it comes to the actual iCarly segment when they need to promote the shoe, they realise the shoe doesn't actually look like what they showed at the meeting, and they're also very squeaky. They ignore this though and promote the shoe on their show. The next day, a bunch of people are wearing the TechFoots, showing that the sponsoring really worked. However, the shoes suck. They're uncomfortable to walk in, they made Freddy's new computer crash because of the shoe's faulty inbuilt Wi-Fi system, and shock Carly after she stepped in a puddle. Other people think that the product stinks too, and as a result are planning to boycott iCarly, and this is what really interests me about this episode because it's so relevant to YouTubers and sponsorships in the current age. When a video gets sponsored and there's an ad shoved in the middle, the authenticity of that video gets lost, and if the product is horrible, like for example with the whole BetterHelp scandal, the YouTuber has kind of tainted their reputation a bit, but on the other side of the argument, a YouTuber needs sponsorships to make sustainable income so that they can produce more content and entertain more viewers, and capitalizing on these opportunities is a smart move. It's a tricky situation and I'm glad iCarly covered it. The gang tries to tell Daka to fix the problems with their shoe or they'll stop promoting it, but they refuse, saying they had a deal. In the B plot, Spencer isn't fond of public transport after accidentally sleeping on a bus and ending up in Canada, and so he decides to ride a bike. But after having trouble with that, he decides to rollerblade instead. This goes awful for him too. The gang want to get out of this legal mess and so ask Spencer, who did 3 days of law school, to read the contract to find a loophole. On the next iCarly segment, they end up making sarcastic comments about how bad the shoe is, showing how easily it can catch on fire and how it can crash your computer, and the Daka guys aren't having it, and so they show up to the Shays' apartment threatening to sue. However, Spencer explains that during the broadcast, while they were poking fun at the shoe, they did only express positive things about the shoe, like how it can roast wieners. This means that the Daka guys don't have any legal hold over the gang, and so they agree to buy them out of the contract for $30,000, cash of course, and offering full refunds to anyone who bought the shoes. In the end, Carly buys Spencer a bike with that TechFoot money, concluding this banger of an episode. Yeah, this one's just really great, for the reasons I mentioned above, but also because the plot directly puts the iCarly web show center stage, and I'm a huge fan of the plots where the writers explore situations the gangs are put in as a result of their newfound fame, and the marketing/sponsorship plot here was really well executed in that regard. At 27 is I Take on Dingo. The episode starts with the iCarly segment, where they have a bit with wireless controllers and do a messing with Lubert segment, where they place a soda machine outside of Carly's apartment and trick Lubert into putting money into it, which results in him getting violently grabbed. At school, Sam gives her idea for a new iCarly where Gibby and someone else wear bras and fight with dog food, which of course Gibby isn't on board with.
I have some dignity.
was kind of funny. Sam tries getting Freddy to wear a bra, but they're interrupted when someone tells them that a show, Totally Terry, on the Dingo channel ripped off an iCarly bit, doing random jumping, which is a lot like random dancing. Sam says that they should do something about it, and Freddy tries not to jump to conclusions and assumes maybe it's a coincidence. Also, Gibby comes back to say that he'll wear the bikini but without the fighting or the dog food, which is valid, I guess. The gang watches through Totally Terry and find that not only did they copy random dancing, but also messing with Lubert, with the doorman on the show also having a wart and is named Rupert. Spencer says that the Dingo channel is ran by freaks, having heard that the guy who owned it had his head stored in a freezer when he died, in case they have the technology in the future to give him life again. I assume being a reference to Walt Disney. And the gang feels that they should take some action and confront the Dingo channel, but their studio is located in Hollywood and Spencer isn't willing to drive that far. That is until Carly convinces him that he can try and find the head of the Dingo owner when he's there, which makes him immediately change his mind. They make their way to Hollywood and are disappointed by their hotel room, but it doesn't matter since taking down Dingo is more important. Freddy makes fake IDs for them to get in and locates the writer's room for Totally Terry, and Spencer finds out how to get to the basement to find the frozen head, despite the claims on the internet that the story is fake. They successfully make it inside the Dingo building, and Carly urges Freddy to tag along with Spencer, which he reluctantly does. Sam and Carly are ready to go inside the writer's room, with Sam holding a buttersock, with this episode being the first time to mention it, which got me really excited for some reason. Honestly, one of the coolest and most memorable things from this show. Carly says that they won't be needing the sock, since they're going to go about this professionally, and so they barge in. The writers pretend that they don't know what iCarly is, and so Sam whacks one of them with the sock, which is when somebody comes in holding a flash drive with iCarly segments on them, exposing their operation. Carly and Sam tell the guys to stop stealing bits from iCarly and start coming up with their own, to which they say that writing their own bits is difficult, and that stealing from iCarly is ironically an idea in and of itself. The guys are pretty shameless about it and don't feel scared when Carly threatens to sue, as the Dingo channel have the money and lawyers to allow these guys to continue their operation. Security is called over, and so Carly and Sam have to leave, and Sam makes a joke about how she'd like to be carried out, and the writers start writing it down.
They're stealing our banter right in front of us!
Actually had me laughing out loud. The girls are fed up and have no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, Freddy and Spencer make it to the basement, and after cleverly getting rid of the security guard, they open the cryogenic freezer to find that the rumors about Dingo's head are true, and they run off terrified. At the hotel, the gang wonders what they should do, and Carly feels hopeless, suggesting they go back home, which is when Freddy suggests that because they have the keys to the frozen head, they can use this against Dingo. The next day, they barge into the writer's room holding Dingo's head, which no one is supposed to know about, leading to the gang filming the guys saying that they'll never steal an idea from iCarly again. If they do steal an idea, iCarly will reveal this secret to the whole world. They admit defeat, but Sam isn't done with them just yet. On the next iCarly segment, she gets the Totally Terry writers to do her bit of guys in bikinis wrestling with dog food, which is pretty funny but looks like an absolute nightmare to clean up. Again, similar to the last episode on this list, this was a super enjoyable watch, mostly because it emphasizes the effects of running a popular web show, which makes it unique and sets it apart from your average sitcom. And this episode is a prime example of what makes this show so good. I put I owe you at 26. Sam borrows a lot of money from Freddy and Carly on the regular and seems to never pay it back. So she says that if they figure out exactly how much they owe her, she'll pay back every dime. Spencer is greeted at the door by a single mother and her daughter who is looking to sell fudge balls in order to win a bike, and she isn't very successful because of how shy she is. Spencer is willing to help due to his attraction to the mother. Freddy and Carly figure out that Sam owes them over $500. Spencer tries to sell the fudge balls outside of a grocery store, but isn't very successful, and it doesn't help that two other girls have set up their stand right outside too. In the actual iCarly segment, Sam and Carly goof around, which eventually leads them to mention the financial situation that Sam is in, and she asks people to send her money, seemingly as a joke. Spencer still has a rivalry with the girls who just aren't willing to move and even end up hurting him. Very sitcom-y, but what can you really expect from this show? Sam gets called to the principal's office regarding the amount of mail the school received, all containing cash, and the principal tells the girls that this is illegal, meaning they'd have to send back all of the money they received to whoever sent them. They realize that this will take forever and are frustrated. Sam also gets a job to repay the money the proper way and so has to leave while Freddy and Carly sort the mail. Spencer's operation is still not going too well. Sam's job is worse than she thought, having to deal with annoying customers and cleaning the men's room. Sam is upset and Carly comforts her. Spencer ends up finding a solution to both their problems in the end. He mentions the law school thing, which again, I love that they do that, and suggests that it isn't illegal to take money from people if they provide a service in return, meaning that all the people that sent money will be sent fudge balls. This ends up working and Sam can now pay back the money that is owed, but Freddy claims that Sam wouldn't want to take that money since it wouldn't feel earned, and so they come up with a plan to tip Sam the money at her job. Sam gets the money and she goes nuts, and I just love the way this whole sequence is shot for some reason. It's really good. Spencer also wins the bike for the girl and teases the other girls for not winning, which feels satisfying. Sam doesn't pay back the money directly to Carly and Freddy, but instead buys a trampoline, which concludes this episode. This was a really fun plot that gives some depth to Sam's character with a goofy yet enjoyable Spencer side plot to accompany it. No complaints from me. I've placed I Meet the First Lady at 25. The episode opens with the iCarly gang preparing for Carly's dad's birthday, who's going to be coming home for a few days, with this being the first birthday that Carly gets to spend with him in 3 years, so she's super psyched about it. Spencer is dressed up all nicely so he can keep up the lawyer act in front of his dad. He put candles on the cake that haven't been lit, having a device that will light them with a push of a button, but this is Spencer we're talking about, so the cake explodes. After the title sequence, Sam and Freddy come into the apartment to find Spencer on the phone with his dad. Once the call ends, he says his dad can't make it anymore. Spencer really doesn't want to break the news to Carly and turns to Sam and Freddy, who don't want to either. Carly comes in all giddy with a new cake and Freddy and Sam make a run for it. Spencer ends up telling her and an upset Carly runs upstairs. They start the next iCarly and Carly isn't really feeling it. They're about to start a bit where they dress up pineapples, but Sam says there's been a change of plan and that they have a surprise for Carly. Freddy has found a way to connect to Carly's dad through video chat and so they can throw him a birthday party live. They manage to make a connection but the video isn't clear, but this doesn't matter as he can still see and hear Carly and everyone else. Freddy puts the chat on screen and it's just a super wholesome moment. Spencer blows up the cake again. The connection can't be held much longer, so Carly quickly tells her dad how proud she is of him and that she loves him. And man, you can't help but smile. The next day, Carly's mood is super positive because of what everyone did for her, but they come back to find a bunch of Secret Service agents speaking to Spencer, saying that their recent broadcast had attracted the attention of someone super high up in the US government, and that the gang shouldn't relocate until they're contacted again. This, of course, worries everyone, even affecting them at school. Sam comes to school in a disguise, with her bag full of fake IDs and wigs, with a plan to flee the country, but the Secret Service agents show up at the school.
Put the cuffs on loose, would you? I don't like it when they dig into my wrist.
Was really funny. The agents escort them back to Carly's apartment, and when they open the door, they find Spencer casually chatting to Michelle Obama, who was the first lady at the time. It turns out the kids aren't in trouble at all, and Michelle Obama, a fan of iCarly herself, saw the webcast and was impressed by how much Carly cares for her dad and how much Sam and Freddy care for Carly. She has to run to a meeting, but the gang ask if she wants to be on iCarly, to which she of course agrees to. They have this silly segment with Gibby, and we finish off with some random dancing. I honestly still have no clue how Nickelodeon managed to get Michelle Obama on the show, but I'm so glad they did, because this was a fun, light-hearted episode. The appearances of Dan Schneider at the end were a bit of a jump scare though.
At 24 is I, Neville, which is our first introduction to Neville Papperman. Carly, Sam and Freddie give out flyers for an upcoming iCarly webcast, but this girl says it's not worth checking out because it wasn't praised or mentioned on Nevelocity. Meanwhile, Spencer needs to create a butter sculpture for a bread convention. Carly writes an email to whoever runs Nevelocity to get them to review iCarly. The actual iCarly segment that they promoted is a huge success. There's a weird foot bit, which is standard, and Sam orders Chinese during the show, and they end up impromptu interviewing the delivery guy. I also think this is the first official random dancing segment, which is cool. Neville responds and wants to interview Carly, and so Carly goes. Neville, however, turns out to be an 11-year-old kid, which surprises everyone. This reveal kind of reminds me of how Gideon was first revealed in Gravity Falls. Also, sorry for the constant Gravity Falls mentions. I love that show too much, man. I can't help myself. Anyway, Neville is kind of self-centered and weird, smelling Carly's hair and asking invasive questions. Carly is creeped out and calls Sam, who's at her apartment watching TV. Sam tells her that this is important, so she should just roll with it, but also ends up changing the temperature in their house, which Spencer deliberately turned down so his butter sculpture wouldn't melt. Neville invades Carly's personal space and eventually kisses her. Carly is super weirded out and decides to leave after covering his face in tapenade. Back to the apartment, I love how Spencer doesn't immediately notice his sculpture melted. As a result of Carly and Neville's interaction, he writes a bad review of iCarly and the gang is ready to seek revenge. They try to capture him using Jeremy, who always coughs, since Neville is a huge germaphobe, but this doesn't end up working. They then do the next best thing, telling his mom on him, which works, surprisingly. She scolds him and sends him to his room to write up a good review of iCarly. Spencer ends up remaking his sculpture. While simple, this is a really good episode and a good introduction to a reoccurring villain on this series. I Am Your Biggest Fan is at 23. The episode opens with Spencer revealing a seat he made for the car up in the studio, and come to think of it, we never get an explanation as to why that car is even there. Anyway, the seat he made is super comfy and definitely an upgrade, but it catches on fire. And I believe while this isn't actually the first instance of Spencer's creations catching on fire, it becomes his thing in this episode with how prominent it is, and I think that's really cool. Up in the studio, Freddie tells Carly and Sam to check out a super positive comment they received, asking about if they ever considered having a live audience on iCarly. They decide that it would be cool to try it out, and so invite Mandy Valdez, their self-proclaimed biggest fan, to attend a webcast, with the audience consisting of Mandy only. However, Mandy quickly reveals that she's more than simply a fan of the group. She's obsessed, to the point where she sneaks into Carly's apartment in the middle of the night so she can join Carly and Sam watching TV. Her whole thing of saying, "Remember on iCarly," and mentioning some random obscure moment from the show was so damn funny for no reason. Like, they perfectly encapsulated what an obsessed fan is like, and it actually gets on your nerves. It's kind of genius. On top of just being a creep, she sends them countless thank you cards and pointless gifts too, and even transfers to Ridgeway so she can attend the same school as the group. It reaches the point to where Mandy starts to disrupt their broadcasts while doing her duck impersonation, which involves a duck mask too. Spencer tells them that they should tell her to leave them alone, but Mandy won't listen. They even got her to do some random side quest to find fladoodles, which is something Carly made up, but she ends up managing to find some anyway, meaning Mandy is impossible to get rid of. On the next iCarly, the gang keeps getting interrupted by her, right before they were about to do a messing with Lubert segment too, and I was kinda bummed we never got to see it. In the B plot, Spencer tries out to be the new drummer for Backflesh, a local band, despite having no drumming ability, using a kit he found and repaired in the junkyard. The band decides to keep him on because he lets them use his apartment for rehearsals. Spencer later calls in a favor to get Backflesh booked on the Seattle Beat TV show, which is a huge opportunity for them. But before the show, they fire Spencer and steal his drum kit, which is pretty sucky. However, this bites the band in the ass when Mandy sneaks into Carly's apartment and hears a Backflesh CD playing and starts dancing. Immediately, she falls in love with the band and they become her new obsession, as Carly, Sam, Freddie and Spencer discover when they see Mandy disrupt the band's Seattle Beat performance with her duck impression. They watch amused with their drinks and laughing happily, concluding this episode. Season 1 in general just had some gems on it because this episode was just really funny. I also love how we see the evolution of iCarly's fanbase throughout the show. Early on, we meet simple, over-the-top fans like Mandy, and later we encounter fans with deeper investments like the Sedi and Creddy shippers, and I don't know, I think it's really cool to have episodes like these as reminders of where iCarly stood in terms of its global reach and impact. Really good, memorable episode. I Don't Want to Fight is at 22. Carly and Sam reminisce about the first time they met 5 years ago, and we get a flashback sequence of the two of them becoming friends after fighting over a tuna sandwich. I'll be honest, the flashback is a little bit unnecessary, and the young actors they found don't really look like Carly and Sam, but it is what it is. Also
I just adore tuna.
Tuna.
Yeah, don't play along, alright?
Gave me such secondhand embarrassment, oh my god. Anyway, Carly gives Sam an iCarly t-shirt to celebrate their anniversary, and Sam promises to get Carly tickets to the Cuddlefish concert despite the tickets being sold out, and Sam tells Carly that she has her ways. Spencer comes out of the bathroom after having flushed his dead goldfish, and Carly critiques him about being a bad pet owner. Spencer, however, already bought another goldfish. At school, Sam goes up to some guy named Ripoff Rodney to try and get tickets off of him. Loved seeing Jeremy again, by the way. He does have the Cuddlefish tickets, but he's selling them for 100 each. Sam doesn't have that kind of money, but Rodney asks if she's up for a trade, exchanging the tickets for the iCarly shirt that Sam is wearing, with Rodney finding value in such a shirt. Back at the apartment, Spencer tries using his sculpturing skills to create an automatic fish feeder as he constantly forgets to feed his fish. The fish he is currently feeding is also a different fish from the one we saw a few moments ago, which is pretty dark but funny. Freddie and Carly wonder where Sam is since iCarly is about to start very soon, and that's when she finally comes in wearing Rodney's shirt, showing that she went through with the exchange. She shows the tickets to Carly, who seems pretty excited about the concert, but then Sam reveals that she traded the shirt for them, and Carly's expression drops immediately. The two get into a very bad argument, and honestly it made me wonder whose side I was on in this discussion. I think ultimately Carly was in the right because the gift she gave was deeply personal, clearly thoughtful, and something she made herself. Even if Sam had good intentions, she could have at least discussed the idea with Carly before making the exchange. That said, I can understand Sam's perspective too. The concert is a rare opportunity, a chance for the two of them to make amazing memories together, and it's only available for a limited time. Both sides of this argument have valid points, and I find it really interesting how the writers created such a relatable and thought-provoking conflict that has no objective right or wrong. It's good writing on their part, and probably why I like this episode so much. Anyway, the argument continues during the web show to the point it ruins it, and both Carly and Sam storm out. At school, Freddie tries to get the two of them to make up already, but neither of them want to apologize to each other. Freddie tells them to think of their fans and the future of iCarly, and more importantly, him, and the two are pretty close to making up, until it's revealed that Sam ended up going to the concert after all with someone else, which makes conflict start again. Freddie, not knowing what to do, comes to Spencer for advice. This whole sequence of glum was so funny, and the cherry on top was when Spencer said,
"Yeah, I've been worried about Carly. She's been really glum. Glumpy."
Turns out Spencer doesn't actually have any useful advice, but shows off his new automatic fish feeder, which ends up breaking the fishbowl entirely. Freddie then figures out a solution to the Sam and Carly conflict, and so on the next iCarly, he declares that he's the one responsible with how the show goes tonight, and demands both Carly and Sam tie their hair up in ponytails. He attaches their hair to ropes and starts the show. He then tells them to tell the story from their point of view to the iCarly viewers, who get to vote for who they think is right after the show. If either girl interrupts or says something insulting, her ponytail will be yanked, and according to Freddie, hard. However, when Carly interrupts Sam's testimony, Freddie allows it because he loves her, thus resulting in both girls yanking each other's ponytails. After the show, Freddie counts the votes, but he put up 3 options instead of 2. 1. Carly is right, 2. Sam is right, and 3. They are both acting dumb and should just make up. The third option wins by a landslide, and Freddie tells them firmly that the fans don't like them fighting, and after Sam starts to tear up, both girls apologize and hug each other, and at the same time, Spencer finally shows off his new and improved automatic fish feeder, which is overly complicated and involves setting up a ball and dominoes, and when Carly reminds him that he has to reset it every day, he is depressed and goes to bed. Carly then takes the goldfish to take it back to the pet store, concluding this episode. I really like this one, man. I know we get more extreme Sam and Carly fights later on in the show, but this one is much more simple, but in a good way, and realistic because you can't expect 2 friends to get along all the time. I think the conflict was handled quite well, with both of the girls admitting in the end that it was blown out of proportion, and I really enjoyed seeing Freddie become the mediator in all of this. I Still Psycho is at 21, and it is a brilliant 2-parter that is in a way a sequel to I, Psycho. The episode opens with the iCarly segment where the gang does the idiot farm girl bit, and once the show ends, Freddie mentions an email they all received about Nora, the girl from I, Psycho, who's having a parole hearing next week, the gang being invited to give their opinions on whether she should be kept in prison or be released. Carly wants to go to the hearing to ensure Nora stays behind bars, but everyone else, including Gibby, who has made a 1-to-1 replica of his head, is open to giving Nora a second chance. Tebow comes up the elevator as he's changing into a suit, still trying to keep up a certain persona to impress Mrs. Benson. Spencer is hanging out with a British girl, but he gets cock-blocked by Tebow, who's in a towel, asking to shower at Spencer's since Mrs. Benson doesn't have hot water. Despite Spencer saying no, he showers at his anyway. At the hearing, Carly is still adamant about locking Nora up, but starts to feel sympathy when she sees Nora and her parents start to cry. She eventually agrees with everyone to let her go, believing she's truly changed. Nora is grateful and invites them all to her home, where her mom has prepared a special Norwegian supper, and the gang doesn't really want to go until Nora's dad says he won't be there. Back to Spencer and British girl, she surprises him with a video game, but his TV doesn't turn on, and Tebow comes in again, once again cock-blocking Spencer, because he hates the game he is forced to play with Mrs. Benson. Thankfully though, Mrs. Benson has to go stay with her sisters for the night, and so Tebow can stop living a lie, suggesting they play the game on Mrs. Benson's TV. Back to the iCarly gang, they arrive at Nora's and try to enjoy their time there, with the food not exactly being the most appetizing. They can no longer take the last train to Seattle, and so Carly texts Spencer to pick them up. Spencer and the girl play the game with Tebow, but Mrs. Benson comes in. Tebow tries to explain what his life is really like, but Mrs. Benson isn't having it, kicking him out. Spencer arrives at Nora's but really badly needs to pee, and so Nora's mother takes him to the bathroom, but she ends up trapping him in the basement, locking the doors and making it impossible for the iCarly team to leave the house. Turns out Nora's mother, who is so incredibly irritating by the way, oh my god, is just as psychotic as her daughter, and the two plan to keep everyone at the party that will last forever and ever, to make up for Nora's last birthday party that got her into prison. If the gang try to escape or attack Nora or her mother, Spencer will be spun on a wheel he's been tied to. The party starts getting even weirder, with random dolls dressed up to be party guests and Nora trying to kiss Freddie. Nora also blends up all of their cell phones after sending text messages messages to loved ones telling them that they're safe. When Nora and her mom go to the kitchen, the gang needs to come up with a plan quickly. Sam pulls out the butter sock, but this will only end up being worse for Spencer. Gibby then makes a remark about Santa, which gives them the idea for him to climb up the chimney, with Gibby's head model being used as a substitute. Gibby ends up getting stuck, however, unable to call for help. Nora and her mother find out about Gibby's absence after trying to force him to eat cake and spin Spencer out of anger. A day passes and everyone is still stuck at Nora's. Gibby also gets harassed by some kids. Nora's dad is home, but turns out he's just as insane as everyone else in the family. Freddy then randomly remembers the chip that's been implanted in his head, which after the Japan episode I genuinely thought wouldn't get mentioned again. His idea is to short circuit the chip, triggering an emergency signal that Mrs. Benson will receive, and so Carly shocks him with a shock pen that Sam stole from the prank episode. T-Bo comes to get the last of his possessions from the Benson's house, and Mrs. Benson gets the alert, immediately panicking. T-Bo offers to drive since he owns a motorcycle and so they can avoid traffic. Long story short, T-Bo and Mrs. Benson burst through the door and things go down. Mrs. Benson uses her fencing skills to fend off the Derschlitz, an appreciated callback, and T-Bo breaks down the basement door so Carly can rescue Spencer. Sam gets the final blow by shocking all three of the Derschlitz, and Mrs. Benson allows T-Bo to stay since he helped save Freddy. Everyone gets home safe and sound except for Gibby. Carly wakes up in the middle of the night after realizing they left him there. A bit of a silly ending, but I still thoroughly enjoyed this two-parter. I Speed Date makes it to the top 20 and the episode starts at school where it's the girls' choice dance. Carly asks out this one guy, Adam from Lab Rats, but he says he's going with someone else, though Carly thinks he said no because her spit ended up in his eye. Sam doesn't have a date either because she says girls' choice dances are stupid. Freddy has the option between two girls, not accepting either one in case Carly asks him out. This other magician girl ends up asking him out too in a pretty impressive way. She disappears and Gibby spawns in holding a banana. Carly comes home to find Spencer working on his new sculpture. He also has this app that goes off randomly telling him to do exercise for 10 seconds. It goes off about 180 times a day, so by the end he gets in a 30-minute workout per day. Sam comes in and tells Carly that they should have a bunch of cute guys in Seattle come on iCarly so she can find someone. But Carly is hesitant as this will make her look desperate. On the iCarly segment, they do a super fun bit with Gibby playing a British dad and Freddy and Sam being his children. I honestly really love it when the iCarly segment itself has some thought put into it. As they wrap up the bit and conclude the show, Sam handcuffs Carly to a chair and duct tapes her mouth shut, running with her idea of telling a bunch of guys to come over if they would like to go on a dance with Carly. Carly is annoyed and chases around Sam, and when things settle, is still super concerned how this will turn out. Carly tells Sam that if she is going to go out with someone from the show, then Sam should ask out Gibby because she feels bad for him, to which she reluctantly agrees to. Spencer comes home with groceries, and his exercise thing goes off and ends up whacking Freddy unconscious, and for some reason both Sam and Carly copy him. It was super random and kind of funny because you could tell they didn't know how to finish this segment. The next day at school, Freddy isn't too happy because the two girls he was putting off accepting ended up finding other guys to ask, and so he now had to go with the magician. Sam finds Gibby and asks him out, and he straight up rejects her with, "Nah, I'm good." Sam is confused by this and ends up getting even more angry when Gibby reveals he hadn't been asked out by any other girl. He runs away scared. Freddy finds this funny and reminds Sam that she needs to help out Carly at the Groovy Smoothie with the contest that she started. At the Groovy Smoothie, they find out that over 700 guys are willing to go out with Carly. Freddy suggests that they should speed date, every guy getting 15 seconds to shine. Spencer says that this will take hours, so Sam comes up with the idea that the line will be split between the four of them and they'll eliminate the freaks faster this way. They end up sifting through a bunch of guys in a fun little sequence. Freddy wasn't biased at all, T-Bo is here for some reason, and Sam speaks for the majority of the guys is 15 seconds. There's one guy who really gets on with Carly and so she resets his time. The night of the dance, Carly looks all glammed up, and they have a dumb gag of Spencer trying to give Birds and the Bees talk and ultimately being relieved that Carly doesn't want to. Her date finally arrives and things seem to be fine until an immediate red flag crops up, with the guy being really interested in Spencer's camera and interrupting Carly. They end up going to the dance and Spencer's exercise app goes off again, but we all saw this coming, he ignores it. Sam goes over to Gibby's house and he's hilarious.
I used a leave-in conditioner. They have that now.
Sam tells him that he shouldn't have to be scared of her and he should leave the house to have a good time, which is when a girl appears behind Gibby. Turns out Gibby said no because he already has a date, but she doesn't go to Ridgeway, so they're not going to the dance. Sam walks away confused. On the double date, both Freddy and Carly are having a miserable time. Magician Girl ends up leaving because of her curfew, and Carly snaps at her date for constantly interrupting her. In the end, Freddy suggests that the two of them deserve one nice dance, and so Carly and Freddy slow dance together. Sam walks in but doesn't want to ruin the moment and slowly leaves without making a noise, and you feel bad for her since she's basically been alone the whole night. And that is how this episode ends. Honestly, the ending kind of got me emotional, and I think it's incredibly impressive how this show, which is so incredibly goofy at times, can tug on your heartstrings so much. I don't think it's a competition. iCarly is easily more emotionally investing than Victorious, and episodes like this prove that. I Have My Principles is at 19. Carly, Sam and Freddy are called to the principal's office, thinking they're in trouble. It turns out, however, that the principal's daughter's birthday is coming up and he wants to surprise her by appearing on the show. The gang worry that they've already planned everything for the next show, but ultimately agree as they'll try to make it work. Spencer found a mechanical bull at the junkyard and is busy repairing it. On the iCarly segment, we get to see the pants that Spencer and the prisoners made, a cool callback to I Think They Kissed, and out of the pants comes Principal Franklin, and he says his message to his daughter, and then they make him do a game segment called What Am I Sitting On?, where they blindfold him and make him sit on fudge balls, with him having to guess what it is. And Gibby's here too, wearing a toga with his hair done special. Spencer finally fixes up the bull, but realizes it's a lot tougher than he thought, so he puts on protective gear to better prepare himself. Principal Franklin guesses correctly just before the time runs out, which is when they conclude iCarly. The next morning, Freddy tells Sam that the last iCarly was their most viewed iCarly ever, 900,000 viewers, absolutely insane numbers by the way, almost unrealistic. But we find out that Principal Franklin ended up getting fired for this. This now means that Miss Briggs and Mr. Howard are both co-principals, two of the worst teachers this school has to offer. Changes immediately start, with there being mandatory uniform now. Everyone is miserable and they can't even complain about it publicly as the surveillance has also been seriously upped. The gang needs to bring Principal Franklin back. Meanwhile, Spencer calls over a professional bull rider who is willing to teach him how to ride the machine, but his practices seem a little odd. At the Groovy Smoothie, a lot of the students meet up to come up with a plan. Tebow offers donuts which he skewers the wrong way. Principal Franklin comes in but isn't interested in playing games. Sam, however, comes up with a genius plan. Gibby distracts and leads both Mr. Howard and Miss Briggs into the principal's office, and Sam locks them in the closet. She gives the signal and everyone goes berserk when Principal Franklin's boss comes in, and he even ends up on the bull that Spencer repaired. In the end, both Miss Briggs and Mr. Howard are blamed for how the students are acting, and Principal Franklin, after effortlessly restoring order, gets his job back. A really fun episode revolving around one of the chillest characters on the show, and I love all the effort that the kids go through to get him his job back. I Want My Website Back is at 18. The episode starts with the iCarly segment where they make chicken noodle soup in a toilet and play a prank on a girl at their school. When they finish, Spencer tells everyone about his new credit card since his old one got declined. Carly asks Freddy to see how many viewers they got in the last iCarly, but when he tries to do this, his login is invalid. It turns out that they've lost control of the iCarly.com domain because Spencer's old card declined. They try to quickly purchase it back, only to be beaten by Mandy, the insane girl who claims to be iCarly's biggest fan. While watching, I did notice this was the first time we see Tebow and the Groovy Smoothie location, which has only been mentioned by name up until this point. Thought this was worth mentioning because honestly, this location was one of the most memorable parts of the show to me, so it's kinda wild they only start showing up in the middle of the second season. They meet up with Mandy here in an attempt to try and buy the website back, but she refuses, claiming that it won't happen again this way and that she can be their manager. Meanwhile, Spencer orders 2 pillows with his new credit card, but turns out he ended up buying 200. This then breaks out into a pillow fight with the delivery guys. In another iCarly segment, the gang do their bit, idiot farm girl who thinks a mustache is a squirrel, until they get interrupted by Mandy. Back at the Groovy Smoothie, they try to explain to Mandy how it would be more ideal if they owned the website, but she says that she already gave the website back to Freddy, who emailed her last night. Freddy, not knowing anything about this, rushes to check on his laptop to find that Neville has bought the website instead. They now try and figure out a plan to get the website back. Spencer casually fishing his pillows while this happens. Freddy finds that Neville has an autograph signing on the weekend, and so they plan to trick Neville into signing the website back over to them. They realize that this will be tricky, because Neville has seen the iCarly gang and both Spencer and Mandy, so Carly comes up with the idea to dress Spencer as a woman. He shows up, but Neville catches on immediately. The old man hitting on Spencer is such a dumb gag, by the way, but I did chuckle a little bit. Carly has had enough and video calls Neville and says that she'll give him the kiss that he so badly wants in exchange for their website. They meet in the alleyway of Carly's apartment building. Carly asks that he sign the document first, which he does, and Neville starts getting his lips ready. Carly, however, is attached to the fishing rod that we saw Spencer use earlier, and they reel her back up to the apartment, successfully getting their website back. They also dump guacamole on him. In the end, they get rid of Mandy. I feel like each time we see Neville, he becomes more and more of a threat, and I love that constant state of fear that the iCarly gang have to navigate through, and even if the whole fishing rod thing is the most unrealistic stunt ever, I loved how they pulled it off, making this a very solid episode in my eyes. Sam's mom is at 17. The episode opens with Freddy and Carly in the studio before the show, and Gibby comes out from backstage ready for his bit. Carly tells him they cut his bit out because the show would be too long otherwise. Sam comes in late, and the reason for this is because her mom's been getting on her nerves. Freddy starts the show as they're discussing this, and so they decide to talk about it later. At 4 in the morning, Sam breaks into the Shay's apartment and awakes Carly in her room. Sam tells her that her mom is driving her insane, and so she's moving in. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy is wearing spy glasses that can hold up to 6 hours of video. Coincidentally, a guy comes in and robs the place, and the CCTV wire has been cut, meaning they couldn't get a shot of his face. Freddy tells Tebow he caught the whole thing, and he gives him a coupon as a reward. Buy 12 smoothies and get the 13th for 10% off. Solid deal, honestly. At the apartment, Carly is getting frustrated with Sam as she's being super messy and inconsiderate as a roommate. Spencer is also annoyed because Sam deleted a show from his DVR. Carly tells Sam that if she wants to continue staying here, she needs to change her behavior. The next day at the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy tries to cash in his coupon, but Tebow says it's expired. Some TV reporters come in and interview Tebow, as he's the only one who's been able to catch the Shadow Hammer on video, as his previous crimes involved killing the CCTV before he strikes. Tebow says that it wasn't him that caught him on video, but Freddy, and so the reporters focus on him instead. Freddy says that he had nothing to do with this for his own safety, but ends up getting doxxed. Carly comes home to find Sam in the kitchen and tells her that she should move back in with her mom. Sam refuses. There's a knock on the door and it's Sam's mom, who's played by Jane Lynch. I won't lie, I completely forgot about this episode. Carly is the one who brought her over in an attempt for them to make up. Later that day, Spencer comes home to find the living room all roughed up, a result of Sam and her mom getting physical. Spencer says that they need to sort out their relationship, and Carly tells him that she set up an appointment with a therapist. Freddy and Mrs. Benson come in and ask Spencer if they can move in too, because Freddy's life seems to be in danger at the moment. Spencer says it's a bad idea, but they move in anyway. Mrs. Benson also hires a bodyguard, Gunsmoke, to ensure Freddy's safety when the Shadow Hammer comes for him. Spencer comes out of his room holding a snow cone machine, and Gunsmoke overreacts and breaks it, claiming it could have been dangerous. At the therapist's office, Sam and her mom get physical again, and once the therapist is finally able to break them up, he sends them to the therapy box, a confined space designed for the two of them to talk out their issues. Carly goes over there to see what's taking so long, and the therapist reveals that they've been arguing for the past 9 hours. Carly asks if she can go in there to help, but the therapist locks her in there too, not letting her out until Sam and her mom get along. Back at the apartment, Spencer is sick of Gunsmoke attacking him for merely touching Freddy, so he replaces the 8D plate outside the Benson's door with 8H. So if the Shadow Hammer does come looking for Freddy, he'll go to the wrong apartment. This is actually kind of genius, and so he kicks out both Freddy and Mrs. Benson from his home. He tries the same with Gunsmoke, but he's in the middle of watching TV. Back in the therapy box, Carly tries to get the two of them to make nice, but they refuse to. Carly starts freaking out because she can't handle small spaces, a callback to the space madness from that one episode. This forces the two to actually make progress. They say I love you to each other and say some kind words that they never usually share with each other. Well, kind is definitely a way to describe it. The two hug it out and Sam can finally move back in with her mom. The episode ends with the Shadow Hammer walking through the corridors trying to find 8D walking past Freddy's apartment. Honestly, another pretty solid episode for season 4. I really liked how we finally got to see Sam's mom after being teased for so long, and I think the wait definitely paid off as Jane Lynch was perfect. The Freddy subplot was pretty good too, making this an amazing episode all around. I Promise Not to Tell is at 16, and this might be one of the funniest episodes on this entire show. The episode opens with Spencer getting a new lamp that can be turned on by voice by saying lamp, but it doesn't seem to work. Since it's Japanese, he has to say the Japanese term for lamp, which is rampu. Carly and Spencer figure out that if they say it angrily, it works and have fun with it. Freddy walks in on this and walks right back out, weirded out. Now the main plot of this episode. Carly does a report which she believes she did really well in and is excited to get all A's on her report card. However, her teacher is strict and only gives her a B+ because of the type of paper she printed it on. Spencer makes an A sculpture to celebrate, but Carly is upset. Sam goes to the principal's office, but once he gets distracted, she goes on his computer and changes Carly's grade, changes her own, and even bumps up one of Freddy's. She tells Carly and tells her to swear not to tell anyone. To ensure she doesn't, they uncle swear on it. Carly, however, tells Freddy, who really wants to tell someone, because it doesn't feel right that they cheated. They plan to hack into the system so Freddy can change the grade back, but they get caught by the CSA, is that a real thing? Who call the principal. They make up a lie to the principal that they only checked to see when his birthday was, and so they end up giving away Carly's microwave as a present to keep Sam's secret. At school, Freddy and Carly feel dirty, and Sam tries to reassure them by saying,
I promise it gets easier. Soon you'll be able to lie and feel nothing at all.
Which was just hilarious, man. The report cards are finally out, and Spencer celebrates by rebuilding his sculpture and calling their dad, which leads him to give Carly a brand new TV. She feels awful, and being put on the honest list doesn't help either. In the actual iCarly segment, which for a second I didn't even think was going to happen, Carly bugs out because she can't take the guilt anymore, and so runs out during the show.
I'm Sam, and I'm guilty. Carly. And I'm Carly.
It was really funny. She ends up telling Spencer everything, who advises her to do the right thing.
What kind of world do we live in where an ankle shake means nothing anymore?
Was so much funnier than it needed to be. Carly goes to the principal and tells him that she was responsible, though Freddy already told him that it was him. In the end, Sam admits to it, and so Principal Franklin gives Sam detention twice a week for 6 weeks, which she ultimately changes in the end. This episode was genuinely so funny, and for the humour alone, I've put it at 16, and I can't believe I hadn't thought to rewatch this show any earlier. Also, did they keep their grades in the end? At 15 is I Got Detention. iCarly is about to do their 50th webcast, which is a huge milestone, but Sam ends up getting into trouble by throwing a football directly into a teacher's face. She now has to do detention on the day of the 50th webcast, and the teacher isn't willing to negotiate to do detention the following week. Freddy jokingly suggests that him and Carly get detention too, and so Carly gets the idea to do the 50th webcast from detention, which is a really cool idea. Freddy's attempt at getting detention was to steal his teacher's stapler, which of course doesn't work. Carly's attempt was to loosen her teacher's chair. She sits on it and falls backwards, but she doesn't give Carly detention, because now she can take a 2-month paid vacation because of her on-the-job accident. Freddy's second attempt doesn't go too well either, same with Carly's, when she reluctantly triggers the fire alarm, coincidentally doing it at a good time because an actual fire had started at the school. The gang is getting concerned since Sam is going to be the only one in detention. Carly slams her locker shut, and this is what ends up getting her detention. Freddy doesn't end up getting detention, but realizes this is a good thing because he can sneak in while the teacher leaves the classroom and set up the equipment for the show, which they'll hide in the closet beforehand. As soon as the coast is clear, they start the web show, keeping the student on lookout for when the teacher comes back, which is when they'll switch to the hat cam so the show goes on while Freddy hides in the closet. The show continues. They play hangman, but Mr. Howard comes back and declares that he's going to stay in the classroom until the end of detention. Luckily, Freddy has a plan for this, which involves Wesley, a reoccurring character since the pilot episode, and it was fun to to see him again. It was also fun seeing Rip-Off Rodney again, and of course Gibby. I know I've mentioned this a million times already, but I love how the iCarly world feels fleshed out like this with continuity. It makes the show have such a strong charm that a lot of the later Nickelodeon sitcoms lack for some reason. Anyway, they continue their web show while Mr. Howard is distracted, but while they do their turtle racing segment, Mr. Howard comes back catching them all red-handed. However, just as he's about to punish the students more, Principal Franklin walks in from behind out of nowhere. Man, I love Principal Franklin. He's such a cool dude who just doesn't care about them doing their broadcast from within detention because of how much of a fan he is. He ends up sending Mr. Howard to his office after hearing the things he had to say about him, concluding the 50th web show spectacular nicely. In the B-plot, Spencer fishes out a bunch of golf balls from a pond near the golf course, so he can sell them for supplies for his next sculpture, a giant coffee cup. He ends up making it and filling it up with decaf coffee, but drops his phone inside, and so attempts to find it. In the end, after detention, they all join him in the huge coffee cup. This is such a silly side plot, but I love Spencer too much to the point he makes them super entertaining, so I don't mind it at all. What a blast of an episode, and the Breakfast Bunch Victorious episode wishes it was as good as this. At 14 is I Love You, which is the last episode in the SETI arc, and I think it's a pretty good way to conclude it. Freddy tells Carly all about his train club, but she loses interest pretty quickly. Sam comes over and kisses Freddy, and Carly makes a remark about PDA, so they mention how they didn't see each other over the weekend. Carly finds this a bit strange, but the couple explain that they're not into the same kind of things and they're fine with that. Carly says that a part of dating should be to explore interests and hobbies that your partner is into, so Freddy invites Sam over to his train club. Spencer surprise visits Carly at school and notices that his former babysitter works there. They reconnect and decide to get dinner together. They have a nice dinner at the Shay's apartment, but she decides to leave since it's getting late, but before leaving tells Spencer to go to bed. Freddy and Sam arrive at the train club, which is way too nerdy for her liking and finds it super boring. The boys at the club take a snack break, and when they come back they find that Sam has reorganized their model so that two trains collide into each other. At the apartment, Spencer and his former babysitter decide to watch a movie, but the babysitter-child dynamic still weirdly continues, with her sending him to bed when the film gets too scary. Carly finds this strange and calls it out, but she sends her to bed too. After the whole train club thing, Freddy finds that he's been kicked out, the whole situation proving that Freddy and Sam are in fact into different things. Carly suggests that maybe Freddy should explore one of Sam's hobbies, and so the two go to meet Sam's relatives in jail, who are kind of intimidating. Freddy gets caught for sneaking in hams. The gang talk up in Carly's room, and Carly realizes that maybe it isn't so important that couples do things together. She excuses herself and comes downstairs to find the babysitter-child dynamic getting even weirder than it was before. She's had enough, and so gives Spencer and his former babysitter a whole speech about how their relationship just feels forced and wrong. Freddy and Sam overhear this and reflect on their own relationship, and maybe what Carly said applies to them too. They ultimately decide to mutually break up, but before Sam leaves the lift, Freddy admits that he loves Sam. She says I love you back, and the two share a kiss. They decide that since it's only 10:30, they can postpone their breakup till midnight. So they go back to kissing, ending this episode in a bittersweet way. Okay, I know a lot of people have said that there's some huge missed opportunities with this whole arc and that it's longer than it needs to be, and I do agree to some extent, but I still think there's so much to enjoy about it, which is why I've placed the remaining episodes so highly. Freddy has been constantly abused by Sam throughout the years. We've seen this throughout the show, and yeah, a lot of it can be justified by the fact it's sitcom humor, but with this arc, they had a chance to address this with Sam admitting that she was wrong for being so horrible to Freddy, and that she'll focus on doing better and being there for him, and we didn't really get that. And despite what this episode tries to say, Sam and Freddy are very compatible in some ways. Her being a delinquent could easily be balanced out with Freddy's nerdy, goody two-shoes behavior, and this, alongside with his wit, could help Sam in terms of academia or being a better, more moral person, and this goes both ways, with Sam's fiendishness helping Freddy be more confident or whatever. The show flat out refuses to acknowledge that this is a possibility by throwing the relationship out the window, and like I said, I agree with these criticisms. But on the other hand, I think the way the writers handle it was still pretty good. SETI ultimately not ending up together in a neat way despite the relationship dripping with potential isn't necessarily a bad thing because it's real. Sometimes, despite all the cards being in the right place, things don't work out because of poor timing or the dynamic feeling too forced, and I feel like I would still feel this way about Sedi even if the writers took a different approach. Sometimes that's just life, and I really appreciated how much these two characters have grown, with the love and respect between them shown in this elevator scene. I'm honestly not too fussed about this whole arc aside from I Can't Take It, and I wish Victorious took a page out of iCarly's book when it comes to continuity. At 13, I've put iPilot, and as simple as this episode is, there was no way this was not going to be in at least the top 20, because it's the perfect introductory episode that engages you from the moment it starts, and to pull that off is an impressive feat in my opinion. The episode begins with Carly, a 13-year-old at Ridgeway, who gets in trouble after taking the blame for her best friend Sam, who photodocked their teacher Miss Briggs's head onto a rhino. Since Sam's already on thin ice, she would have been expelled if Carly hadn't stepped in. Miss Briggs wants Carly's father involved, but with him stationed in Europe for military service, her older brother Spencer is in charge. Principal Franklin, however, lets her off with a punishment, judging the school talent show auditions instead of going to her favourite band's concert. Carly makes Sam join her as payback, and when Carly asks to borrow Spencer's camera, she finds that he's turned it into a sculpture of a squirrel. So she asks Freddie, her tech-savvy neighbour with a huge crush on her, to film instead. On Saturday, Freddie, Carly and Sam are bored by most of the acts until they start making jokes about Miss Briggs's crazy pointy boobs, which Freddie decides to record, with it being the most entertaining thing he'd seen all night. Later, Carly and Sam discover that Freddie posted the joke video to Splashface by mistake, and they worry about the fallout. However, after seeing the positive comments and a fan asking when's your next show, they get inspired. The following Monday, after Miss Briggs bans their favourite acts from the talent show, Carly decides it's time that kids had a space to see what they want, and so with Sam and Freddie decides to start a web show. Freddie suggests the name iCarly and they all agree. Their first episode features the rejected acts, and it's an immediate hit. The three of them celebrate with a crazy hat party, ending the episode with Carly and Sam dancing in the crowd. What a fantastic way to start the show. A lot of integral things are established here as a foundation, like Freddie's crush on Carly, the trio's friendship dynamic, Spencer's quirky personality, and most importantly, the gang's drive to stand up against adults and embrace creativity. It's a bold and inspiring reason to launch iCarly, and it's easy to see why this episode remains so rewatchable. It sets up the series brilliantly and leaves you excited for what's next, and for that reason I've confidently placed this at number 13. You win. I Saved Your Life is at 12. This episode starts with an iCarly segment where there's the talking bra, and they mention the game of assassin everyone was involved in. Sam, Freddie, Spencer and Carly have to shoot each other with paintballs, and both Carly and Freddie got eliminated, leaving just Spencer and Sam, who are super keen on winning. Carly wears a bunny suit because of a dare someone sent in on iCarly and needs to go downtown to shoot it. However, while they were shooting, a taco truck came towards Carly and Freddie ends up taking the hit for her, resulting in him being badly injured. Spencer and Carly visit Freddie, who's bedbound with a broken arm and leg. Carly feels really bad about the whole situation. At school, Sam is paranoid that Spencer will show up at any second and asks Gibby to be on lookout. He mistakes a rabbi for Spencer in a fake beard and Sam strikes. The whole "you look good, Gib" was hilarious. Carly goes to visit Freddie, who's in the shower. She looks around his room, which is pretty cool since I believe this is the first time we're seeing it. Freddie falls over in the shower and so Carly has to help him. She covers her eyes and helps him to his bed. She calls Freddie a hero and kisses him. Mrs. Benson sees the whole thing and whacks Carly with underwear, so she quickly leaves. Sam is hiding in a plant in the hallway and asks why Carly looks all freaked out, which is when she spills that she kissed Freddie. At school, Carly and Freddie still seem to be kissing and Carly goes to class. Sam then tells Freddie a story about how there was a guy she dated just because he provided her with bacon. And as tough as it is to swallow, Carly doesn't actually love Freddie, but loves what he did for her. He doesn't want to believe it and so goes to class. Spencer is hiding in Sam's locker, but she locks it before he can blow. At the apartment, Spencer gets a knock on the door. A delivery guy holding a large box. He ensures no one is inside and stands back, even asking the delivery guy to open the box himself to check if Sam's inside. There's nothing but a lollipop, and he cleverly smacks Spencer with it, which is when Sam hangs from the door frame and strikes Spencer in the head, winning the game of assassin. Freddy comes into the studio where Carly is and tries to set up some tech thing for the show, which is when Carly says she finds it cute when he geeks out. Carly kisses him, but Freddy, thinking back to what Sam says, retreats a bit. He finally explains that Carly isn't actually in love with him, she just thinks she is, because in reality, nothing really changed between them. They're the same people they were before the incident. He then says that they should put this whole thing on hold until he's healed and the hero thing blows over, and if she wants to date Freddy then, he'll be super psyched about it, which I think is a really mature thing to do, honestly. He goes into the elevator and Carly gives him a final goodnight kiss. As the elevator goes down, Freddy starts to regret letting his dream girl go. I think this episode was also very, very good. It's so interesting to see Freddy finally quote-unquote date Carly in a way, and how it doesn't sit right with him or the audience in these circumstances. I think it's such a cool thing to explore, and ultimately Freddy making the decision to let her go shows his maturity and how much he's grown as a person. I haven't seen the revival, but I know Freddy and Carly do end up getting together, and I can just kind of imagine watching this episode as a Creddy shipper, knowing that context, and seeing how much of a slow burner this relationship is.
Okay, so I've just seen another one, iCarly's Apartment, and this one was made in 2009, and last updated 7 years ago. Dude. I know this might not look the best, but like, the fact that someone made this while the show was airing is insane to me. Oh man, this is vintage. This is cool. Okay, these were like the old spawns that you could get with the free model. My textures are still not loading, let's just ignore that. Dude. I don't think this works, but... Oh my god, wait. Oh, okay, okay, I know roughly where we are. This is like the hallway we normally see. This is 8D, this is 8C. No way. This is sick. This is cool. Okay, you can't actually sit in these, but this is cool. This is normally where Spencer's room is. We don't actually see this on the show, but I appreciate... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, they made Spencer's room. No way. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Did they do Carly's room? I don't know. Does the lift work? Does the lift work? A working lift? This lift works better than the door in the other game, by the way. That's insane. Last updated 7 years ago. Oh my god. This is the iCarly studio. You know what? It's basic, but it has all the things you need. It has the bean bags, it has the sign, it has Freddy's little station. Is this Carly's room? Okay. I think they made this game before they revealed what Carly's room looks like, because I don't think we saw that until season 5, I believe. So we won't have that here, but this is... Wait, never mind. Forget I said anything. This is Carly's room. Okay. It's got like the fish table. I never actually understood what that was. It's got her little closet thing. Damn, man. Oh, and the trampoline! Dude. I'm blown away. I know it's not like the greatest thing to look at, but like for 2009 Roblox standards, this is incredible. And then this takes you to the studio, right? Yeah. Insane. Insane. I can't fault it, man. I can't. Okay, I've joined another one and I've immediately noticed that I've got a spaghetti taco, Sam's remote, and a phone in my inventory. So points for that. I love the style that they went for. They went for a very specific style, but it kind of works here. This is nice. Okay, you can't go in here. Can you leave? Okay, you can't leave either. No, you can't. This is nice. Okay, you got like a little screen cap from... Oh wait, what? What happened? Did I become the fruit bowl? I'm actually confused what just happened. The screen changes. Was that not an iCarly screenshot like a while ago? Okay, that's cool. I didn't even know you can do that on Roblox. Okay. You can't leave through the outside door, which I never actually understood what that door was for. Like, does that take you back to the hallway, or is that part of the apartment? Like, I genuinely have no clue. All right, let's go upstairs. Okay, they have an interaction. Okay, I want to see if I can go up the stairs though. Okay, you can. Okay. I want to try the elevator. Okay, this is it. Not bad at all. It's very, very spacious. I'm not sure if they had this much space, but I mean, this is cool. The car is here with the seat. There's no backstage area. They normally do have that, but it's fine. This is nice. I really like this. Is there... Oh, okay. So they are planning that. I don't know when this was last updated, but please do add that. I really want to see that. This is cool. Compared to the Victorious ones, you can tell the iCarly fans were more dedicated. No shade to Victorious fans, but like, these iCarly ones have just impressed me. Like, seriously, this is amazing. I really, really love this one. The style and everything they went for was just, amazing. Okay, so this one was last updated in 2020, but this one apparently has Ridgeway because it says Carly School here, so I'll be very interested to see how they pull that off. Is this roleplay? You got screenshots of... Oh, okay, that's cool. The boys don't have pants for some reason. Okay. I guess I'm Spencer. Oh, I can remove... Okay, I want to be Gibby then. I guess I'm Gibby. Was I lied to? Wait. Surely... Oh, wait. There's teleport right here. Okay, cool. Oh my... Oh, wait. Whoa. They have a lot. iCarly Studio. I mean... It gets the job done. You got Freddy's little setup here. You got the camera. I think this is the first one I've seen the camera in. You got the car. You got like the main bit. This is cool. Very cool. I assume you can't actually leave because I think everything is designed to teleport to. So I might go to Carly's room. I mean, close enough. I don't actually know what that's supposed to be. They've taken a screenshot from the show, but I'm not too sure what that is. Carly's house. Right, so this is like the main... Okay, I can't... Oh, okay. So this is the main little living room. That might be my texture. That might not actually be the game. You can't go through this door. You probably can't go through this one either. You got the sofa. You got the TV. You got the kitchen. Well, somewhat. Not bad. Not too bad. Carly School. Now this is what I'm interested in. Oh. I mean, like, yeah, kind of. The lockers are way too small. This is the entrance. To be honest, we don't really see the school in iCarly as much as we do in like Victorious, where we see Hollywood Arts in every episode, I assume. This, I don't know. I feel like you could have done a bit more. What else is there? Oh, you have the classroom too. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. That works. I don't know what this is, but yeah. And yeah, the lobby, of course, this is where I came from, and inside the elevator. Okay, interesting. I appreciate the effort. They did a bunch of different rooms. That's cool. I also do appreciate the fact that they have morphs, so you can do like an actual full-on roleplay. It's not my favorite, but I can appreciate the work that went into it. That does look a bit like Freddy's hair, actually. I still quite enjoyed it. I think it's nice that you've included a bunch of locations from the show. So very cool. Okay, so I just joined a game called iCarly Reenactment Area or something along those lines. I didn't think much of it at first. The more I looked around, the more blown away I was by how much detail was put into this. First off, this is the school. Like, this is kind of what I expected from the last game. This is like literally one-to-one. Like, the stairs look just like the stairs from the show. The water fountains here. You have the lockers. Sam and Freddy's locker right here. Oh, okay, I wasn't expecting to go inside, but you got... Is this Principal Franklin's office? I don't know, but you got a room there. You've got... Oh wait, no, I accidentally dropped something. That's my bad. But this is cool. This is very, very cool. But this isn't all. If you go over to this side, you get another area of the school where there's trophies. I don't exactly remember where that was from, but this is the jar of fat cakes that you have to guess the exact number of to get the new locker, which is this big locker right here with the window. That's a cool attention to detail. If you go over on that side, you have the next scene where Sam's mom drives into the locker. Like, what? Is that not insane? I would have never thought to like include this in an iCarly recreation, but the fact that this person did is insane. Like, this person is a huge fan of the show, you can clearly tell. And I love it. I love that they did this. I haven't even explored that side yet. I don't know if there's going to be much there though. Okay, so this just looks like a bunch of roleplay stuff. Really impressed by the scene recreations, man. That's really, really cool. It would be nice to see other scenes, like maybe Carly's house or, I don't know, the Groovy Smoothie, something like that. But I'm very impressed by this, man. Very, very cool.
At number 11 is I Got a Hot New Room, and this is the first episode of season 4, and we start off really strong. Noah Monk is officially a main cast member of the show, and we also get a cool new jingle for transitions. The episode opens with an iCarly segment, and Sam reveals to the audience it's Carly's birthday soon. Spencer comes up the lift with a huge cake with Gibby inside. On Carly's birthday, Spencer isn't very enthusiastic, but this is just a front, as when Carly leaves the room, he brings in Sam, Freddy, Gibby and T-Bo, who set up a nice surprise breakfast for Carly. Carly loves this, and Spencer tells her that he's going to make sure that this is her best birthday ever, having a super cool surprise for her too. Carly tells him to get a haircut, and Gibby says that his granddad is a great barber and will cut Spencer's hair for free. Spencer is on the fence about this, since he really likes his long hair. And can you really blame him? Look at how healthy that head of hair is. Like, I'd grow it out forever if I had that kind of hair. He eventually agrees to do it for Carly's birthday. Gibby's granddad comes over that night, but Spencer is concerned because it seems that he has issues with eyesight. Gibby reassures him that he's a great barber regardless. Spencer's gift to Carly is a lamp made of gummy bears, and he tells Gibby to go put it next to Carly's bed. Carly, Sam and Freddy come back to the apartment, and Spencer reveals his haircut, and it honestly looks pretty good. I think Jerry Trainer can just rock any hairstyle. Spencer tells them that he's reserved dinner at a fancy place, so tells Carly to go wear a jacket to get her to go into a room to see the present he made for her. But of course, her room is set on fire. Everything is burnt to a crisp, and Carly is rightfully upset. Spencer feels super bad about it, but his attempt at comforting her doesn't help. The next day, things start looking up as Spencer talks to the insurance guy and finds out that a watch from their great grandmother burnt during the fire, meaning that they'll get a reimbursement of $82,000. This is more than enough money to renovate Carly's room, but when Carly, Sam and Freddy arrive, he lies to them saying they're only getting $500 so he can surprise her. Carly says that $500 isn't even enough for a bed, and so decides that she needs to get a job, and Spencer tells her that T-Bo might be hiring. She leaves to go to the groovy smoothie, and Spencer immediately calls T-Bow to tell him that she's on her way and to give her a job so him, Sam and Freddy can use that check to work on Carly's room. Spencer gathers a bunch of people, including Gibby, carpenters, painters, electricians, etc., and they all get to working on her room. Carly works at the groovy smoothie, but it isn't very fun and doesn't really help her feel any better about the room situation. The room is officially done, but as Spencer is giving his speech about how grateful he is, Freddy gets a text from Carly that she's on her way up, and so he kicks everyone out and tries to play it cool. He tells Carly that he found some things that survived in the fire and wants to show her, but she doesn't want to go up there. Spencer drags her up to show her the room, and we finally get the big reveal, and wow, is it amazing. It's super fancy and full of life, and I appreciated the joke they made about renting. Carly absolutely loves it, and we get a super sweet moment where Carly and Spencer hug it out. An absolutely amazing way to start off season 4, and I'm glad we finally got to see more of Carly and Spencer's apartment. Gibby with the
"except for your old photos and other personal items that can never be replaced"
was super funny, by the way. We are finally at the top 10, and we start with I Kiss. This episode opens with Freddy playing a prank on Sam by handcuffing her to Gibby, since she put a dead fish in his locker first. However, Sam isn't too pleased about this and claims she'll get him back for this. Spencer is practicing his skills in football so he can fulfill his dream of becoming a professional football player. Carly, Sam and Freddy discuss first kisses, but Sam goes to leave the room due to a craving for potato salad, which is when Freddy reveals that he hasn't had a first kiss yet, but Sam overhears this. Carly believes that Spencer isn't taking his dream seriously, and Spencer explains that he needs someone to motivate him. Carly says that she will, and so she tries to make him carry out intensive tasks to try and build some muscle. The iCarly segment features a trailer that the gang made, which is actually pretty fun, but before they wrap up the episode, Sam reveals to the iCarly audience that Freddy has never kissed a girl. This of course makes his life at school a living hell. Carly isn't able to train Spencer, so she sends Gibby instead, but Spencer sends him away. Carly is upset at Sam because she doesn't acknowledge how bad it is for Freddy at the moment, with it being revealed he's missed school for an entire week. He isn't speaking with his mom, and he's missing iCarly rehearsals. Honestly, I got a little emotional hearing this, because I can't imagine how Freddy would have felt just being laughed at all the time, and it is really sweet to see Carly show some serious concern for her friend. Carly suggests that they should get on with the iCarly and they start the show, but Sam reveals that she hasn't kissed anyone either and admits she feels bad for revealing something so personal to such a huge audience. A pretty nice heartwarming moment. Carly puts the show on hold and Sam goes to apologize to Freddy, who's sitting on the balcony. Sam goes over and says that she's sorry about all the things she does, and Freddy admits it's fine because he'd find it weird if Sam wasn't picking on him from time to time. They share a very sweet scene, which results in them both finally getting their first kiss, which they swear is only to get it over with, and I got very giddy at this scene, almost like I'm a child again. The way they built up to it and everything was really well done, and I really enjoyed this episode. The Spencer plot kind of has no real conclusion and feels a little shoehorned in, but because it plays such a small part in this episode, I don't think it's enough to necessarily ruin this episode for me. A really solid episode, especially in retrospect when you watch it after the SETI arc. I Date Sam and Freddy is at number 9. The episode opens with Spencer showing off a lawn he installed in the living room, explaining the endless possibilities of having it. We find out from Gibby that since the last episode, Freddy and Sam have been making out constantly, and Carly thinks it's a nice change of pace to see them being all lovey with each other after years of hatred. Sam and Freddy walk in arguing with each other. Carly understands both perspectives and the two make up. This happens again when the two are on a date at the Groovy Smoothie and Freddy doesn't want to pay $36 for a large cup, and again when the two argue about whose mom is worse, waking Carly up at 3 AM to find the answer. Carly is super frustrated by this whole dynamic, and while she's angrily spraying a prop for the next iCarly, she snaps at Spencer, which honestly got me feeling a little bad for him. Like, damn. She does comfort him though. Spencer wonders why Carly is even helping Freddy and Sam with their problems if it's getting to her so badly, and she says it's because they're her friends and she wants them to be happy. Gibby comes up the lift too and talks to Carly about their shared dog, but she ends up snapping at him too. Up at the studio, the gang gets ready for iCarly, and Freddie and Sam invite Carly for dinner at a fancy restaurant. Carly thinks that it'll be better if it was just the two of them on a date, but they say that they end up arguing if they're alone, and so Carly can be their mediator. They start iCarly, but Freddie and Sam start arguing immediately, forcing Carly to switch to a placeholder video. Later that night, Carly is ready to go on the date and finds Spencer on the lawn with a random girl he found at the hardware store. He's making chicken for her on the barbecue. This B-plot also involves Spencer mowing the lawn and shucking corn earlier, just fun little visual gags. On the date, Carly is sat completely separate from Freddie and Sam, with her sole purpose of being there to stop any arguments they may have. This one guy keeps harassing her too, which isn't making her feel any better. Freddie and Sam start arguing over little things like the amount of cheese Sam puts on her lasagna, or how particular and uptight Freddie is being. After every little altercation, the two collectively turn to Carly, who is visibly getting more and more sick of this. The two of them go at it again, and Carly is at her limit. I really liked the line,
"What's this, pick on Puck at night?"
Carly tells them both off and kinda cooks with what she's saying. They shouldn't always rely on Carly to sort out their fights, and if they aren't able to solve their own problems, maybe they shouldn't be dating at all. Carly goes home to Spencer, with the two of them relaxing on the lawn. The girl from the hardware store ended up stealing Spencer's wallet, which only had about $4 in it anyway, which made me chuckle a little bit. It's a nice way to end this episode, honestly, until of course the moon that Spencer secured to the ceiling ends up falling on them. Oh, and apart from the main plot and the whole Spencer lawn thing, there's another side plot too with Gibby. Gibby feels left out that Sam and Freddie are always hanging out now, and so tries to hang out more with Carly. He co-owns a pet dog without telling her first, and she keeps telling him that she doesn't want it. Eventually, Gibby settles with the fact that the dog is just his. This was such a funny episode, and a great addition to this whole Sam and Freddie arc.
Lakey Inspired.
I Wanna Stay with Spencer is at number 8. This episode starts with the iCarly segment where they goof around and then show off Spencer's new creation, a fan of hammers, but it malfunctions in typical Spencer fashion and a hammer flies off, merely missing Carly's head. This is a pretty serious episode for the 5th episode of the entire series, and I kind of like that change in tone. Carly and Spencer's granddad comes over and he lectures Spencer about how dangerous the stunt on the last webcast was. Spencer is a good guardian as he acknowledges that Carly is a young teenage girl who wants to have fun with friends, so he doesn't restrict her, but his granddad isn't too fond of this either. He also criticizes him for dropping out of law school to pursue art, which, similar to how Jade's dad acted in Victorious, is a very conservative mindset to have. His granddad proposes that Carly needs to live with a responsible adult and not Spencer, and so Carly should move in with him in Yakima. Spencer tries acting like a responsible adult to Carly, but this doesn't feel natural, so he tells her what their granddad said. But Carly refuses to leave Seattle, her friends, or her brother. After Carly's granddad gives her a Yakima t-shirt, Carly says she knows what's going on and doesn't accept her grandfather's views of Spencer. Carly tries convincing her granddad that Spencer is responsible, but Spencer isn't exactly doing her any favours. Then, Carly, Sam and Freddie come up with a plan that will allow her granddad to see Spencer is a good guardian, with Carly doing something bad that will force Spencer to take authority. Carly dresses like a scene kid. Wow, this show is old. But the plan backfires, with Spencer pretending to like her look to her face. Spencer explains that she's just a kid and it's just a phase, but her granddad is refusing to understand. Then a kitchen fire starts, which doesn't help Spencer's case at all. This fire was the last straw, and now Carly has no choice but to go to Yakima. As Carly and her granddad are about to leave, Spencer gives his granddad lists of things about Carly, such as her favourite foods and what kind of vitamins she takes every day, saying that he normally gives the ones shaped like dinosaurs, since they're cool. On top of this, he also gives the number for a good science tutor, due to Carly having some trouble in her science classes. His granddad is surprised by all this, but doesn't say anything just yet. Sam and Freddie say their goodbyes, and the lift closes. However, Spencer realizes that he's forgotten something really important, and rushes down to get to his granddad and Carly before they leave. The thing he forgot was Carly's asthma inhaler, despite Carly not having an asthma attack for years, but Spencer gives it in case she ever needs it. This is when their granddad eventually comes around to the idea that Carly should stay with Spencer because of how much he cares for her. Spencer being responsible enough for Carly after all, allowing Carly to stay with him. Man, I love this episode. It's a really nice way to show off how deeply Spencer cares for Carly and the lengths he goes to ensure her well-being, even if his approach isn't always traditional. The episode takes us beyond the usual comedy and lets us see Spencer's protective side, reminding the audience that while he's quirky and sometimes immature, his love for Carly is unwavering. And this really makes this episode stand out to me, easily making it one of my favourites of the entire show. At number 7 is I, Psycho. This episode opens with Spencer trying to kill a fly, which results in him breaking the countertop. Freddy comes in showing pictures of himself, which he'll take to Webicon as autographed photos for fans, Webicon being a convention where all the huge internet stars go. Sam doesn't really want to go after hearing the convention will be twice as big as last year's. Up in the studio, Freddy is packing for Webicon, and Carly sees that they've received an email with a video attached. The video is from Nora Derschlit, who says that since Webicon is so close to her house, it would mean a lot to her if the iCarly gang showed up to her 16th birthday party, and Carly agrees they should do it after hearing that no one showed up to her last birthday. Sam doesn't want to go since she finds Nora really lame, but changes her mind after hearing that there'll be a chocolate fountain there. The gang is ready to leave, and Freddy creates an itinerary so everything is timed well. Spencer attempts to fix the countertop he broke earlier, and Carly tells him he should just call a professional, but he doesn't want to because he believes in his abilities as a sculptor. The gang leaves once Sam's mom arrives to pick them up. Gibby comes over to the apartment returning a sleeping bag, saying he can't go to camp since he's too old. He seems upset, so Spencer asks him if he would like to do a sleepover at the apartment, to which he seems really psyched about. The iCarly gang arrive at Nora's house, which is as depressing as they thought. Nora invites them in and they wonder where the rest of the party is. There's a clown here at least who's really old for some reason. Gibby comes back to the apartment ready for camp, but Spencer doesn't really have anything planned since the countertop still needs fixing. I love how they mention Gibby's mom and Spencer's relationship again, by the way. Gibby suggests that they should fix the countertop together first, then do camping activities, which is super sweet. Back at Nora's, we get this really unexpected and dark joke about the clown dying, which got a good laugh out of me, but this kills the mood for the party even more. Nora's sobbing, and Sam suggests that they should leave because they've been here for an hour at this point despite planning to stay for 20. Carly and Freddy say no since they feel bad for Nora, but like, low-key I'm with Sam on this one. Even without the knowledge that Nora is a psycho, because ultimately these guys don't owe her anything and are clearly on a time crunch. A bad birthday party is also really not something I personally care about, but maybe I'm being a totally inconsiderate asshole. Anyways, Nora reveals that her parents aren't home either, and so Carly suggests that they should do iCarly live from Nora's house to give this party some life and have Nora enjoy herself, which is honestly a pretty solid plan. Back to Spencer and Gibby. Gibby is getting a little annoyed that he's been doing nothing while Spencer fixes the counter, but Spencer says that he's finished anyway, so it's fine. But turns out he didn't wait long enough for it to dry. Spencer's new plan involves taking the whole counter off so he can secure the corner at a specific angle or something like that, but when Gibby and Spencer lift it, it snaps in half. At Nora's, iCarly do their thing, and say to the audience if they go to Nora's school, they should come over to her party. A few people show up and get to see iCarly live, with them even doing their idiot farm girl bit, where this time she mistakes Nora's chicken for a sports car, which I'll admit was pretty funny. Oh, and Daniela Monet is here too, which is cool. Spencer and Gibby bring in a new granite countertop which actually looks pretty nice, but when they set it, the entire counter breaks because sitcom humour. Gibby starts to cry and I honestly feel really bad for him, especially when he says,
I just want to go to camp, man.
Things keep breaking, and honestly this is the point where this plot was really starting to lose me, I won't lie. It gets a bit frustrating after a while, but maybe I'm alone in feeling that. Back to Nora's, the party is going super well, and she seems to be super happy with how everything went once it's over. She thanks iCarly and hugs them, and the gang is ready to leave, but can't see their luggage. Nora says that she put it in the basement, and so they follow her down. Nora has a recording booth in her basement, which is pretty cool, but when the gang go inside to check it out further, Nora locks the door behind them, saying she can't let them leave because of how positive her life was today. They can't call anyone either since Nora snagged their phones, presumably when she was hugging them. It's been a day and the gang are losing hope of escape. The glass can't break either since it's maxi glass. Nora tells them that no one will clock that they've been kidnapped since she texted everyone's families that everything is okay and even cancelled their Webicon appearance. Spencer wakes Gibby up to get him psyched for camp, but fixing is still on the list. Also, their tent is made of literal garbage taped together. Spencer breaks another thing and Gibby gets more annoyed. Sam is getting super hungry and so demands food, and Nora says that she'll give them something if she gets a kiss from Freddy. He refuses, but Carly tells him that he should agree since she'll have to open the door and they can escape. Nora hears this though, since the booth is mic'd up, and so agrees to kiss Freddy through the glass instead. He still refuses, but Sam forces him, and yeah, this happens. The Spencer plot picks up when Gibby opens the door to find his mom and his younger brother Guppy, this being his official first appearance. She says he misses Gibby and asks if he can stay and play with him, and Gibby of course agrees. The gang is eating Chinese food, and after Carly's failed attempt at getting out, Sam picks the lock with a duck bone that she'd been chewing on for the last 10 minutes, and this works, but they immediately lock themselves back in after seeing Nora holding an axe and wearing a Richard Nixon mask. I'm not sure why they don't attempt to pick the lock again when the coast is clear, but hey, whatever works for the plot. Carly then comes up with a plan. She tells Nora that they'd promised to send Gibby a video for his birthday from Webicon, and Nora reluctantly agrees to them making it. Gibby and Guppy wake up the next morning and find a note from Spencer saying that he went out to get supplies. Gibby checks his email to find the video the gang sent and realizes there's a hidden message within it, emphasizing every fourth word. Guppy is awesome, by the way. Just felt like that needed to be said. Gibby puts every fourth word together, which reveals that the iCarly gang are trapped at Nora's house, and so Gibby and Guppy are now on a mission to save them. This is low-key character development for Gibby. We saw from the episode where they tried to win him a date that Gibby isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, not clocking on to the obvious hints that the gang were giving him during the web show. But here, he is super quick in finding out what the meaning behind this suspicious video is, and I think that's really cool and well done on the writer's part, getting closer and closer to establishing Gibby as a main character on this show. They take a train to Olympia and knock on Nora's door. She opens it and Gibby asks if she's keeping iCarly, and she tells them that the gang isn't in her basement, but Gibby never said anything about a basement, enraging him enough to break through the door like a total badass. Gibby and Nora start getting physical, and this whole sequence is so fun for no reason at all, and I love Guppy's little one-liners. Nora runs into Gibby and they both tumble down the stairs. The fight continues and things get even more intense, and it feels like hope is lost when Nora shoves Gibby to a wall, causing him to bleed. But this fuels his anger even more, and he does the shirt thing, which is when I completely lost it, because how can you not love every moment of this? The two start brawling again, and Guppy comes down to the basement too. He unlocks the door for the iCarly gang to escape, and they immediately split the two up. Sam effortlessly puts Nora in a sleeper hold. They hug it out, which got me smiling like crazy. In the end, Gibby finally got to live out his camp fantasies, with everyone sitting around the campfire in the living room roasting sausages. Spencer admits defeat and calls in a guy to fix everything. The gang reveals that the cops were called on Nora and she is now in prison. They sing a song together in the end, nicely concluding this episode. Let's just set the record straight. Gibby is the best character on this show, hands down. Noah Monk absolutely killed it in this episode, and that whole sequence of him essentially saving the day was so badass and had me at the edge of my seat rooting for him the entire time, and it's even more effective when we realize that up until this point, Gibby has been nothing but a joke character, mere comic relief. He beat those allegations and proved that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the characters. Nora is also just a great villain. No shade to Neville, I think he's great, and him constantly coming back with some new elaborate plan makes him this constant threat. But Nora's unsettlingly intense attachment to the iCarly gang makes her feel more dangerous and unpredictable, and her actions in this episode crank up the suspense in a way that's almost psychological. There's so much more I can get into, but I don't think I can do this episode justice. Phenomenal episode that deserves its spot at number 7. At number 6 is I Want More Viewers, and I'll be honest, this one's high up for nostalgia reasons, because it isn't exactly the most groundbreaking plot out there, but it's just so good and effective in my opinion. The episode opens with iCarly, where we get the first messing with Lubert segment, which is pretty funny. After the web show, the gang decides to have dinner together. Spencer coming in holding a toilet seat with no context and running back will forever be funny to me. The gang talk about how they enjoy doing the show, but want to come up with a way to attract more viewers to iCarly, since they got the same number of viewers as last week, despite the show getting better. They then decide to make a competition out of it, with Spencer and Freddy on one team and Carly and Sam on the other. The losing team will have to touch the gross war on Lubert's face. Carly and Sam come up with the idea to create a colourful banner and get it shown on their favourite show, Seattle Beat, which has high ratings. Unfortunately, they forgot it rains frequently in Seattle, and once they get to the studio, it begins to rain, causing the paint to run off, and the banner is ruined before it can be seen on television, leaving the host's only comment as,
That sign is messed up.
Freddy and Spencer come up with the idea to put up a large electronic sign overlooking a major highway in downtown Seattle that Spencer puts up. On the next iCarly web show, Carly and Sam have a bit where this kid named Emmett drinks some blended up spaghetti, and then they show off their Seattle beat failure to their own audience. They then show the live feed of Spencer and Freddy's idea, with Spencer overlooking the interstate. He lights up the sign, which reads, "Please go online to iCarly.com." Unfortunately, because the sign is so bright, it causes a chain reaction multi-vehicle crash on the motorway below. Carly, Sam and Freddy urge Spencer to turn off the sign, but while Spencer is trying to, it malfunctions, and all but 9 letters blow out, causing it to read the message P on call. This shocks the trio, and despite Spencer's call to the cars to ignore the sign, it doesn't work. After the incident, Carly, Sam and Freddy read lots of the messages that viewers posted, who thought the sign mishaps were hilarious. Spencer is then brought home by the police, and one of the officers named Carl takes offense at the P on call sign, which is just gold. The cops leave without pressing any charges, but instead let Spencer off with a warning. The two teams agree that since neither of their ideas worked out, although their mishaps ultimately may have gotten them more viewers anyway, both teams have lost, so no one has to touch Lubert's wart, and they leave to get some pizza. Episodes like this one are just proof that iCarly doesn't need over-the-top complicated plots to be a brilliant show. The simple plot of trying to get more viewers is so entertaining, and the humour and creative mishaps contribute to that feeling. The episode perfectly captures the spirit of iCarly, spontaneous, clever and a little bit chaotic. Blinded by nostalgia or not, I think it's very difficult to come up with a reason to dislike this episode. Not only does this episode maintain the high standards set by the pilot, but it even manages to surpass it, leaving me no choice but to place this episode at number 6. Sue me. I Want a World Record is at number 5, and I knew from the get-go I'd place this one highly because of how memorable and creative the plot is. Sam is looking through her Jonas Book of World Records book, Jonas, and Freddy finds that the longest continuous broadcast lasted 24 hours and 8 minutes, and the gang believes this record is easily beatable. They ring the company asking if it's possible for them to attempt to break this record, and they said a person will come and monitor them the whole time. So they start the stream the next day, with the rules being that someone must be awake and doing something at all times during the uninterrupted session. Throughout the stream, they have many different segments, like checking up on Spencer's sculpture from time to time, which he'll be working on as they stream, having random dancing go off at random intervals, and tech time with Freddy, something he wanted to do for a while now. And with this broadcast he finally has the chance, but this doesn't end too well, with him dropping a light bulb filled with Zenite gas, causing it to break. He ends up causing a gas leak, and so the gang has to leave the room, which is a bit difficult with the camera's battery system. They figure something out by moving the stuff out the room so the stream doesn't go off air. They finally move all the stuff down, but immediately after they're good to go back up again, and I loved the comedic timing of that. It's getting close to 4 hours left, but the gang starts getting really tired. They have a solution to this though, by dipping their heads in ice water, waking them right up. I feel like Freddy should have done this too. I mean, he's the one holding the camera, right? I'm sure he'd be the most tired, but whatever. They have 5 minutes left, and with lots of energy, it seems they're going to break the record. Spencer has also finally finished the sculpture and so shows it off upstairs, but the sculpture uses a lot of energy, causing the power to die upstairs, and hence the stream goes off for a second. This means that the stream was interrupted and they didn't break the record. Everyone is distraught, but turns out Spencer ended up breaking a world record for most moving parts on a sculpture, and so Spencer tells Sam, Freddy and Carly to put a final piece on the sculpture to technically say that they contributed, and so they all end up in the world record book in the end regardless. I honestly loved this ending. We think that Spencer royally messed everything up, but things worked out really nicely in the end, and it's cool to see that play out and the roller coaster of emotions it takes you on, with us as the audience feeling just as upset as the gang when they find out how close they were to breaking the record. Similar to the last episode on this list, I think this episode just works because it doesn't try to overcomplicate things. It executes a simple plot incredibly well, making it one of the most memorable moments from the entire show, and I love how relevant it is 17 years later. I mean, wasn't it just a couple months ago when iShowSpeed tried breaking a world record live on stream? Like, you can't make this stuff up. This just goes to show how ahead of its time iCarly really was, and you just kind of have to respect it, honestly. So yeah, really enjoyable episode, and I did low-key ship Spencer with that record lady. At number 4 is IOMG, and I get why this episode is called that now, because that was my exact reaction watching this again after so many years. The episode opens with Sam and Freddy arm wrestling at school, with Sam winning, but Freddy celebrates anyway, as he's never really lasted that long before. Brad, a guy we'd seen from the I Hire an Idiot episode, who ultimately wasn't hired, comes in and asks how Court is doing. The iCarly gang admit that Court was too dumb for the job and offer the internship to Brad instead, who takes it and gives fudge to everyone. They also tell him about the lock-in that's going to happen on Saturday since he's new to the school. It's this thing that happens every year where all the students do an all-nighter at school to work on their school projects. During the iCarly segment, we get these fun little back and forth camera whips between Sam and Carly and Gibby, and once the show ends, Sam compliments Brad, who helped out during the web show. Freddy decides that him and Brad should go back to his to work on their project, an app that tells its users what mood they're feeling at the moment based on the way they look. Sam all of a sudden wants to help out, which is really unusual for her. Carly asks Spencer if he can be her and Gibby's subject for their school project, to which he reluctantly agrees to. At Ridgeway, the lock-in has begun, and Carly and Gibby put Spencer in a box to subject him to various stimuli like loud music, unpleasant smells, and electric shocks. It's not very memorable as a subplot, but it's fine since this episode would still be very strong with its main plot alone. As Brad and Freddy work on their app, Sam walks in with a bag of nachos and some guacamole as refreshments. Freddy doesn't trust this, but Sam proves it's safe by eating it. Freddy doesn't understand what's going on, but Sam says there's no game. Brad and Freddy use Sam as their subject and find that the app determines her mood as in love. In shock, Freddy runs to Carly to explain why she's been acting so nice. Carly speaks to Sam separately to try and pry it out of her, but she denies that she has feelings for Brad. Carly really wants Sam to be happy, and so she has a plan to get her to confess her feelings to Brad directly, and asks Freddy for help, who's a little hesitant but eventually agrees. After distracting the rest of the room, Brad and Sam are left alone with Carly locking the door behind them. A couple minutes later, Sam comes up behind Carly and tells her that the app is janky and she isn't in love. Carly says that if she wants Brad to be her boyfriend, she should make a move, but Sam doesn't acknowledge this and walks away. Freddy finds Sam sitting alone outdoors. She tries to send him away at first, but he refuses, and tries to explain to her that he understands how scary it is to express your feelings. Sam doesn't let him finish his sentence though, going straight for a kiss. She apologizes right after, but Freddy says it's cool. Carly sees this whole thing through the window, making her realize that the app wasn't referring to Sam's feeling towards Brad, but Freddy instead. And the episode ends here on a cliffhanger, ending season 4. Yes, I said ending because this does not count. I don't make the rules. What an episode. This takes you on a roller coaster of emotions, and it pays off so well in a moment people had been waiting for years. Honestly, I don't have a single critique. I think the writers handled this damn near perfectly, and as I've said earlier, the whole arc that continues from this moment is easily some of the best this show has to offer. A really good episode, making its way to number 4 on this list. Also, I genuinely just found out that the guy who plays Brad is the same guy who plays Bryce in 13 Reasons Why. That's so crazy to me. I Quit iCarly is at number 3, and this is my second favourite hour-long special on this show. Spencer watches the boat channel as he would like to win a boat by entering in correct trivia questions. Fleck and Dave, a comedy duo, submit something to iCarly and ask if the video can be on the show. Freddy and Carly enjoy the video, and so they bring the guys on the show. At the Groovy Smoothie, the guys talk about how badly they've wanted to go on iCarly. They need to come up with an idea for a contest to win $5,000, but don't have any ideas. They want to win as Dave's dad wants him to quit making videos, and to prove them wrong, they need to show the benefits of being a comedy web show. iCarly is willing to help with the idea. Spencer strategically places mirrors so he can see the show from the shower and still answer questions. iCarly come over to help Fleck and Dave with their video. They're all wearing purple purple wigs and costumes for their bit, but Fleck paints Dave's dad's car purple, which was not part of the plan, and Dave is worried because his dad is going to explode when he sees it. Fleck and Dave start arguing and it starts getting heated. After both Carly and Sam try to cool them down, the duo ultimately decide to call it quits as friends. Carly and Sam back at the apartment decide they need to fix this and so are willing to separately talk to the guys. Spencer ends up winning the vote. Carly helps Dave clean his dad's car and tries to explain to him why him and Fleck should get back together, but as they continue speaking, Carly sees herself in Dave's situation and relates to him. The exact same scenario with Sam and Fleck. Ultimately, they agree that the two should not work together anymore. Spencer has his boat in the parking lot and Gibby comes over. Spencer says that he's planning to dock it at the Seattle pier, but according to Gibby, this is very expensive, costing about $1,000 a month. Spencer says that he'll just keep the boat in the car park and will take it to the water whenever it's time for boating. Gibby asks if he can be Spencer's assistant, his boat boy, and Spencer agrees and christens him. Honestly, really loved seeing the dynamic between these two. We hadn't really seen it up until this point. At the apartment, Sam and Carly wonder how Fleck and Dave went so long working with each other, which is when Sam says Fleck is the cool one and Carly disagrees. Carly then makes a sarcastic comment about Sam, which is when she eventually spills that she relates to Dave's frustrations. They get into an argument which ultimately results in their friendship ending too. I did kind of feel that
You already named the show after yourself.
was a little bit of a cheap shot, considering Sam was actually cool with it when Freddy thought of the name, but I guess it makes sense for this to naturally come up in an argument. At the Groovy Smoothie, Freddy says that friends fight all the time and this will all blow over. Dave comes along as he needs help for the video, which he'll be making without Fleck. Fleck and Sam walk in and soon it turns into a screaming match across the room, where some muffins were also thrown. The fight got even worse, leaving Freddy in an awkward position. Back at the apartment, Spencer is enjoying his time on the boat, but Gibby says it's no fun if they're not in the water. A guy comes along in his car and says that the boat is in his reserved parking spot and says that it better be gone before he's back from baseball practice. For iCarly, both Sam and Carly agree to do dual broadcasting so they can do the show together without having to be in the same room, but because of technical issues, tensions start rising again. Ultimately, the bickering leads to Carly suggesting that they should just end iCarly altogether, and Sam agrees. As Gibby and Spencer watch the show from their boat, the guy comes back with his entire baseball team, which results in them taking over the boat and tossing both Gibby and Spencer into the bin. At school, Freddy confirms that Dave and Carly are set for their shoot for the competition, which is when Sam says that she thought Freddy was going to help her and Fleck. The two then start fighting over Freddy, and he's had enough and wishes things were back to the way they were and walks off. At the apartment, Carly, Freddy and Dave are ready to shoot their video, where they'll be getting cool shots of Seattle at night from the window washer's platform. And the window washer guarantees it'll be safe because everyone will wear harnesses. Spencer agrees to this, and so him and Gibby leave to buy 30 watermelons and a giant slingshot. The gang gets ready to shoot their video and wait for their harnesses, but Sam and Fleck come along with a similar idea of using the window washer's platform. Sam, with her ego getting in the way, goes out onto the platform without using a harness, and Carly shortly follows, Freddy begging the two of them to get inside. Fleck and Dave tell them to get inside too, but they start their own argument. The wind starts getting really harsh, causing Sam to accidentally lower the platform. She manages to make it stop, but it gets unstable as one of the ropes snap, causing Carly to hang on for dear life. Meanwhile, Gibby and Spencer throw their watermelons at the baseball team, who are using the boat for their own little party. The guys eventually abandon ship, but Spencer hears Carly scream from the car park. Spencer, using his spyglass, finds that Carly is in danger and so rushes into the apartment with rope. Sam asks Carly to hold her hand and has the strength to pull her up. They move up to the other side of the platform, and Spencer comes right on time and throws down the rope, but this lands on Sam's head, leading her to nearly fall as well. Carly tries to grab her by the shoe and eventually pulls her up as well. They tie the rope around themselves and everyone pulls the rope to bring them back up. They all hug it out and decide to get together to make the video for the competition, which is this fun little trailer thing about wind. A masterpiece of an episode that I feel came at a perfect time in this series. It's been about 2.5 seasons, and iCarly never had a super serious situation jeopardizing the show, and we finally get to see what that's like, and it's super intriguing to see Carly and Sam, two characters who are such good friends and work so well together, to get into a fight this huge. And that ending, man, where ultimately it doesn't matter how big of a fight they get into, they'll still be there for each other in life or death situations, and I felt that it was executed amazingly. Super emotional and grand episode, sitting comfortably at number 3. I was really torn on what I wanted to put at number 2, but I ultimately decided on I Lost My Mind, the opening of season 5, and a brilliant continuation from IOMG. Freddy comes into the apartment and Carly confronts him about how she knows about the kiss and is a bit annoyed that Freddy didn't tell her about it. Freddy admits that he didn't tell her because he doesn't understand it himself. Sam has been MIA for 3 days and so neither have a clear-cut answer. Freddy then realizes that there's an app that lets you see the exact location of a payphone if you know the password to it, with Carly knowing Sam's. Trying my best not to dwell on how unsafe that is, but I guess the idea was that it's supposed to act like Find My iPhone or something. Whatever, Freddy finds that Sam is at a mental hospital. Gibby walks in and Carly tells him that they're going to a mental hospital and he's excited about it. At the hospital, they ask to visit Sam, but she isn't accepting visitors. They ask Gibby to distract the receptionist so they can go looking for her. So Gibby lunges over the desk and tackles her to the ground. Oh, and the Big Bang Theory guy is here too, playing a guy who convinces Gibby that he's from the future. It's a fun little side plot. Carly finds Sam in a room and Sam tells her that she checked herself into the hospital, believing she's crazy for liking Freddy. Carly tries to tell her otherwise, but she refuses to listen. Freddy walks in and Carly excuses herself, leaving the two in the room alone. Freddy says that she's not insane and she eventually believes it too and is ready to leave. They try to leave the hospital, but Sam isn't allowed to unless she has the permission of her parents. Sam's mum is getting hair removal done in Mexico and her dad isn't around, and so Sam is unable to leave. iCarly is tomorrow night, making this a bigger problem. Freddy, Carly and Gibby walk into the apartment to find Spencer making fruit tarts with his book club. They explain the situation to him and he says that they should just get a random lady to pretend that she's Sam's mum to check her out of the hospital. And they look at Spencer as if to say that he should do it, and he's strangely down to, even though he shuts the idea down at first. However, this plan doesn't work when someone recognizes Spencer and takes his wig off. The guards come over explaining again that Sam can't leave without her parents' permission. Freddy suggests that they just do iCarly from within the hospital, and the guards let them do it after being intimidated by one of the patients. They start the show and Gibby comes out ready for his bit, but Carly says that they're doing something else first. She gets a bunch of viewers live to explain that Sam liking Freddy isn't insane, including the guy that kept yelling Sedi in the Fan War episode. Sam says who cares what the audience think, which is when Freddy says that there's one more viewer who'd like to share their opinion, that viewer being Freddy himself. He says that what he thinks is important too, but Sam believes he's just trying to humiliate her online to get back at all the mean things she's done to him. Freddy denies this by kissing her back, showing that he feels the same way, concluding this episode. I loved the It genuinely had me in tears. Yeah, I'm a huge Sam and Freddy shipper if you couldn't tell. Just something about that build up to what you're expecting Freddy to do is so good, because realistically, after all the horrible things that Sam has done to him, it wouldn't be a shock for him to humiliate her or get his revenge, but he merely kisses her back, reciprocating Sam's feelings. It doesn't feel unnatural and it doesn't feel forced. It felt right, and that's what makes this episode stand out to me. The more thought I put into it, the more right it feels to call this my second favourite iCarly episode. At number 1 is I Goodbye. I'm sorry, but I had no choice but to put this at number 1, because what a phenomenal way to conclude the show. Everything was perfect here, and I'm so happy this show concluded in a satisfying way and actually had an ending episode, which was one of my biggest issues with Victorious. The episode opens at Ridgeway, where Freddy answers a call from T-Bow using his new comically large phone, which Sam and Carly find ridiculous. Miss Briggs, who I feel like we haven't seen in a long time, tells him off. Carly then gets a message from her dad saying he can't show up to this father-daughter dance thing, which bums her out a little. Gibby makes fun of Freddy's phone also. We then get the title sequence, which isn't like the regular season 6 one, using clips from the first season, and I absolutely loved that it did. It got me a little emotional, I won't lie. Sam and Freddy enter the apartment and we find Spencer fixing up a motorcycle for one of Socko's cousins, and Sam freaks out. She is really into motorcycles and so is eager to work on the bike with Spencer. Spencer gets a call from this girl called Audrey that he used to know, and Spencer is going to take her on a date on Saturday to rectify things. Gibby comes up the elevator and I love that he refers to the motorcycle as an exercise machine, a direct reference to the One Direction episode when he referred to the Omniflex as a motorcycle. I wonder if they planned that. He wants to go to the mall with Freddy on Saturday to get a new replica of his head. Spencer wonders where Carly is, and Freddie reveals that she's at the Groovy Smoothie since she wants to be alone. Later that day, Sam and Spencer are working on the motorcycle, and Lubert comes in personally delivering a package from England. A choke knob for the motorcycle that's super rare to find. Lubert is super sick, however, and inconsiderately sneezes on Spencer. The choke knob also doesn't fit the bike, stressing Spencer since he promised Socko that the bike would be ready in time. Carly comes in still looking pretty glum. She reveals that this father-daughter dance in particular is really important because it's the last one that she's eligible to go to. Spencer then decides to take Carly to the dance, which is on Saturday night, selflessly cancelling his plans to meet Audrey. This cheers Carly up and she immediately starts planning for the day, all excited. The next morning, however, Spencer wakes up super sick from the Lubert incident, but he doesn't want to tell Carly about this because of how pumped she is for the dance, hoping his fever gets better as the day goes on. At the mall, Gibby is at the head replica shop, and he doesn't appreciate how rude the owner is to his weasel, with him having a soft spot for animals. Gibby gets his head in the machine to get his replica made. His head, however, ends up getting stuck. Back to Spencer, he calls a mechanic who has the choke knob he's looking for, but he clumsily tells him how hard it is to find, so the mechanic boosts the price up to $2,000. Sam decides to take care of this and visits the mechanic personally, who's just Dan Schneider in a wig. She tells him that she'll buy his special rock collection if he sells her the choke knob for $20, to which he agrees, but as he shows off his rock collection, she runs away. Back at the apartment, Carly comes down all glammed up and Spencer is wearing his tux, trying really hard to keep it together, but ultimately his sickness gets the better of him, struggling to even stand up. Carly is super upset and so cries while eating some cake batter and frosting. Gibby's head is still stuck in the machine and Sam calls Freddie to find out what's happening and to get them to come up with a plan to cheer up Carly. They also make a small comment about getting together again, which both of them actually consider but don't dive into. Gibby ends up setting himself free and breaking the machine. He ends up getting the head replica for free as compensation and he asks for the weasel too. Sam has completed the motorcycle and Spencer, feeling a little better, is super impressed but reveals that Socko and his cousin got into a fight, so Socko doesn't need the motorcycle anymore. Sam at first gets mad at Spencer for not telling her that before, but Spencer explains that he wants to give the bike away to someone, that someone being Sam. We have this super sweet moment of Spencer praising Sam for being such a good friend to Carly, and yeah, it makes me cry no matter how many times I watch it. Sam comes back from a test ride to find Carly still crying. Freddie and Gibby come in wearing suits to dance with Carly in an attempt to make her feel better, but this upsets her even more. Carly appreciates what everyone is doing for her, but no matter what, only her dad could fill this void for her. However, her dad unexpectedly comes up behind her and it is such a sweet scene of the two reuniting after so long. Spencer hugs his dad too and Carly and her dad happily go to the dance together. When the two come back, they find everyone throwing a hat party, throwback to the pilot episode, and just overall having a good time. Carly starts listing all of the things she wants to do with her dad, but he interrupts saying that he's leaving tonight to go to Italy since he's needed. He then asks if Carly wants to come with him to live on the base. Carly is really unsure of what to do because she doesn't want to leave Spencer and everyone else behind, but everyone encourages her to go, with them knowing how much her relationship with her dad means to her. She worries about iCarly, but Sam reminds her that the internet will still be here when she comes back. She asks Spencer one last time and he urges her to go, so she agrees. They still have 4 hours to kill and so they decide to do one final iCarly before Carly's departure. Now the iCarly webcast, and if I were to ever rank the iCarly segments, this would easily take the cake, because what is there to not like here? Carly and Sam introduce each other as normal, but then Freddie interrupts and introduces himself too, a cool kind of power move to show that he's an integral part of the show, seizing the opportunity since it's the last web show. They introduce Carly's dad and then do a baby Spencer segment, where Spencer ends up revealing he dropped out of law school. And then we get an idiot farm girl and cowboy segment, which are always fun to watch, and then the gang finally announce how this will be the last iCarly for a while, and they thank all of their fans for their love and support for the show over the years, and we get one final...
I'm Carly.
I'm Sam.
And this has been... iCarly.
Yeah, the tears are pouring again. After the show, Carly's packing all her things and has a good, really emotional chat with Spencer. She thanks Spencer for taking care of her and keeping her safe, and constantly reminding her that being a grown-up doesn't necessarily mean that she has to stop being silly and creative. The two start crying and hug it out. Freddie is in the studio packing up all the equipment, and Carly kisses him to say goodbye, completely unprompted. The two then head downstairs, with Freddie throwing his hands up with joy behind her. Colonel Shay and Spencer hug it out, and he heads downstairs while Carly says her goodbyes. Gibby starts crying and lets out one final Gibby for the road. Sam asks to walk out with Carly so she can say her goodbyes separately. All 5 of them hug, and Sam and Carly enter the lift. Sam gifts her the iconic remote from the show in case she ever needs a laugh or a reminder of the show, and the two start hugging. And to me, this is the most emotional part of this episode. 2 best friends we've seen across 90 plus episodes finally departing, and they don't know what exactly to say. Not a lot of words are exchanged in this bit, but this embrace just does all the talking. On the plane, Carly has her laptop out and visits iCarly.com, watching the first ever iCarly they filmed. Each cast member also separately reminisces about moments from the first episode. Then we get a montage sequence of clips from various different webcasts across the series, and if that doesn't make you cry, I don't know what will. The final shot we see is of Sam on her motorcycle driving off into the night, and if any of the previous moments don't make you cry, that last
And we're clear
from Freddy definitely will. And this is how you conclude a show. Man, where do I even start? The episode is the perfect culmination of everything that makes iCarly special. It balances humor, heartfelt moments, and nostalgia perfectly while giving each of our characters a chance to shine. The concluding episode of a show is in some ways your most important, because if you don't stick the landing, what was the point of watching through any of what you just watched? iCarly, in my opinion, does everything perfectly, and doesn't just make it the best iCarly episode ever in my opinion, but probably one of the best series finales ever. There's nothing I would change about this, and really it just makes me depressed that it's all over. Yes, I know the revival exists, but you know what I mean. iCarly, thank you for being such an incredible show. Even though making this video was a huge pain at times, you'll always hold a special place in my heart, and episodes like this are a big part of why.
To wrap up, I just want to say that making this video has been an incredible journey. Ranking every single iCarly episode was no small feat, and while it definitely pushed me at times, the process was more rewarding than I could have ever imagined. Your support since I started this channel has been truly invaluable, and if you've made it all the way to the end, I can't thank you enough. It genuinely means more than words can express. Despite the challenges, revisiting the series and diving deep into what made it so special was an absolute blast. Much like when I tackled my Victorious video, I found myself overanalyzing every little detail, even though yes, it's just a teen sitcom. But there's something fun and uniquely fulfilling about taking a show that already has a big place in people's hearts and giving it even more of a spotlight. So, thank you for joining me on this nostalgia trip, if you will, and I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed making it. I was planning on concluding the video with Freddy's iconic "and we're clear," but the more I think about it, the more corny it sounds, so I will spare you of that. Until next time, this has been Rocky.